They think they know everything and know nothing.
What use are they? Asked Consuelo, who was listening carefully. They shield the ones who understand and know so that these can freely carry out their work, replied the initiator.
This will be explained to you. First, hear what we expect of you. Europe, Germany and France mainly, is teeming with secret societies, underground laboratories where a great revolution, whose crater will be Germany and France, is being prepared. We have the key to all these associations, which is not known to the majority of their members, nor is it known from one association to the other, and we are striving to put them under our control. Even though our goal has not yet been achieved, we have managed to gain a foothold everywhere. The most prominent members are now ours, and they are giving us a hand. You'll enter all these sacred sanctuaries, all these profane temples, for corruption and frivolity have also raised up their cities, and in some, vice and virtue share in the same work of destruction without evil understanding how it is collaborating with the good. Such is the rule of conspiracies. You'll learn the secret of the Freemasons, a great brotherhood that, with the most sundry forms and diverse conceptions, works to organize the practice of equality and spread the notion. You'll receive the degrees of all the rights, even though women are only admitted by virtue of adoption and not made privy to all the secrets of the doctrine. We'll treat you like a man, giving you all the insignia, titles, and formulas necessary for the relations that will have you set up with the lodges and the negotiations that you'll be instructed to conduct with them. Your profession, itinerant life, and talents, the charm of your sex, youth, and beauty, your virtues and courage, integrity and discretion make you fit for this role and give us the necessary guarantees. Your past life, which we know down to the minutest detail, is for us sufficient assurance. You've voluntarily undergone more trials than Masonic mysteries could ever invent, and you've emerged from them stronger and more victorious than their disciples from the vain illusions designed to test their constancy. Moreover, the wife and student of Albert von Rudolstadt is our daughter, sister, and equal. Like Albert, we profess the divine equality of men and women. Yet we are forced to recognize that the education of women, their social situation, and habits have had unfortunate results for your sex, to wit, a dangerous flightiness and whimsical instincts, and for this reason we cannot fully put the precept of equality into practice. There are only a few women that we can trust, and some secrets we will impart to you alone. The talisman of our investiture will also open to you the other secret societies of Europe so that, no matter where you are, you'll find the opportunity to help us out and serve our cause. If necessary, you'll even penetrate the impure order of the mops and the other mysterious dens of promiscuity and unbelief of this day and age, bringing in reforms and the notion of a purer, more extended fraternity. In the course of your mission you won't be any more sullied by the spectacle of the debauchery of the great than you were by the licentious displays in the wings of the theater. You'll be a sister of charity to sick souls. We'll also give you the means to destroy the associations that you may not be able to set right. You'll work mainly on women. Your genius and celebrity open palace doors. Trank's love and our protection have already given you the heart and secrets of an illustrious princess. You'll be even closer to more powerful heads, and you'll make them our auxiliaries. The ways of achieving that will be the object of special communications and training that you'll receive here. In all the courts and cities of Europe where you may wish to go, we'll find you friends, associates, brothers to assist you, mighty protectors to preserve you from the dangers of your undertaking. You'll be entrusted with considerable sums of money to remedy the ills of our brothers and all the unfortunates who, wherever you are, appeal for our help with their signals of distress. Among the women you'll set up new secret societies, founded by us on the principles of our own but appropriate, in their forms and composition,
to the ways and customs of various countries and classes. As far as you are able, you'll bring about the cordial and sincere reconciliation of the great lady and the bourgeoise, the affluent woman and the humble wage earner, the virtuous matron and the adventuresome artist. Tolerance and good works, this will be the version, toned down for society, of our true and austere formula, equality, fraternity. At first sight, as you can see, your mission will gladden your heart and bring honor to your life, yet it is not without danger. We are powerful, but betrayal can destroy our endeavors and enfold you in our disaster. It may well be that Spandau will not be the last of your prisons, nor the tantrums of Frederick II the only king's wrath that you may ever encounter. You must be prepared for anything and already determined to suffer the martyrdom of persecution.
I am, replied Consuelo.
We are sure of it, and any fears that we may have for you do not concern weakness of character but despair. At this point we must warn you about the most loathsome aspect of your mission. The lowest ranks in secret societies, particularly in Freemasonry, are almost meaningless in our eyes, and we consider them useful only as tests of the postulant's instincts and character. Most never get beyond these first degrees where, as I've already said, vain ceremonies amuse their frivolous curiosity. To the next ranks only promising candidates are admitted, and yet they are still kept at a distance from the goal while we examine and test them, fathom their souls, and prepare them for a fuller initiation or abandon them at an interpretation beyond which they cannot go without danger for the cause and for themselves.
This is still only a nursery out of which we choose the strong seedlings destined for transplantation in the sacred forest.
The important revelations are only for the highest ranks, and that is where you are starting out with us. But the role of master carries many duties, and there the charm of curiosity, the intoxication of mystery, the illusion of hope come to an end. It's no longer a matter of learning, amid enthusiasm and emotion, the rule that turns a neophyte into an apostle, a novice into a priestess, but rather practicing it while teaching others and seeking to recruit, among the poor in heart and weak in spirit, Levites for the sanctuary.
Then, poor Consuelo, you'll come to know the bitterness of dashed illusions and the hard work of perseverance when you see, among all the many eager, curious braggarts pursuing the truth, how few serious, steady, and sincere minds there are, how few souls worthy of receiving the truth and capable of understanding it.
Among hundreds of children all puffed up about using the formulas of equality and pretending to live by them, you'll be hard put to find one man imbued with their significance and courageously interpreting them. You'll have to speak in riddles to them and make a sorry game of deceiving them about the substance of the doctrine.
This is the case of most of the princes enrolled under our banner.
Adorned with vain Masonic titles which amuse their foolish pride, they only serve to ensure our freedom of movement and the tolerance of the police. Yet some of them are or were sincere. Frederick, who was called the Great and could certainly make himself worthy of the name, became a Freemason before he was king, and at that time liberty appealed to his heart and equality to his mind. Even so, during his initiation we had him surrounded by clever, prudent men who did not let him in on the secrets of the doctrine. Had that not been so, how we would have come to regret it. Now Frederick mistrusts, spies on, and persecutes another Masonic rite that has been established in Berlin in competition with the lodge over which he presides. He does the same with other secret societies of which his brother Prince Heinrich has eagerly taken charge. And yet Prince Heinrich, just like his sister the Abbess of Quedlinburg, has only been initiated to the second degree and will never go any higher. We know princes, Consuelo, and we know that one must never entirely rely on them or their courtiers. Frederick's brother and sister suffer from his tyranny and curse it. They would gladly conspire against him, but to their own advantage. despite their fine qualities, will never place the reins of our enterprise in their hands. They are in fact conspiring, but they don't know to what dreadful designs they are lending their names, fortunes, and reputations. They imagine that they're only working to curtail their master's authority and paralyze the invasions of his ambition. In Princess Amelia's zeal there is even a sort of republican enthusiasm, and in these times hers is not the only crowned head stirred by a certain dream of ancient grandeur in philosophical revolution. As children, all the little sovereigns of Germany learned Fenelon's Telemachus by heart, and now they are living and breathing Montesquieu, Voltaire, and Helvetius, but they scarcely go beyond a certain ideal of aristocratic government, wisely balanced, in which they would be entitled to the highest positions. You can judge the logic and good faith of them all by the strange discrepancy that you saw in Frederick between rule and practice, words and deeds. They are all just copies, more or less understated, more or less overdrawn, of this model of the tyrant philosopher. But since they don't have absolute power, their conduct is less shocking and may create illusions about how they would use such power. We won't let ourselves be fooled. We let these jaded masters, these dangerous friends, sit on the thrones of our symbolic temples. They believe they are the pontiffs. They imagine they hold the key to the sacred mysteries, just as in the past the head of the Holy Empire, speciously elected the secret tribunal's Grand Master, convinced himself that he had at his command the terrifying army of free judges, who were the masters of his power, his designs, and his life. But while they think they are our generals, they act as our lieutenants, and until the fateful day marked in the book of destiny for their fall they will never know that they are helping us work against themselves. Such is the bleak and bitter side of our work. Certain rules of a peaceful conscience have to be compromised when opening one's soul to our holy fanaticism. Will you have this courage, young priestess of pure heart and candid tongue? After everything I have just heard from you, there can be no going back, replied Consuelo after a moment's silence. An initial scruple might drag me into a series of reservations and fears that would turn me into a coward. I've received your austere secrets. I feel that I no longer belong to myself. Alas! Yes, I must say that I'll often suffer in the role you've ordained for me, for I've already bitterly suffered from having to lie to King Frederick to save friends in peril. Let me blush one last time as a soul free of all guile and shed a tear for the candor of my ignorant, peaceable youth. I can't help feeling these regrets, but I'll know how to avoid pusillanimous remorse later on. I must no longer be the innocuous, useless child that I was just a while ago, which I've already ceased to be, since here I am forced to choose between conspiring against humanity's oppressors or betraying their liberators. I've eaten of the tree of knowledge, its fruit is bitter, but I won't cast it far from me. Knowledge is pain, but it's a crime to refuse to act when one knows what must be done. Your replies have been wise and brave, said the initiator. We are pleased with you. Tomorrow night will be your initiation. Take the whole day to prepare for a new baptism, a tremendous commitment, by meditation and prayer, even by confession if your soul is not free of all personal concerns. Chapter 32. Consuelo was awakened at the break of day by sounding horns and barking dogs. When Matthias brought her breakfast, she was told that a great hunt of stags and wild boars was taking place in the forest. Over 100 guests, he said, had gathered at the castle for this lordly recreation. Consuelo understood that a great number of invisibles had ostensibly convened for the hunt here at the castle where they generally held their most important conclaves. She felt a bit intimidated by the thought that all these men might witness her initiation and wondered if the order really considered it interesting enough to bring together so many of its members. To comply with the prescriptions of the initiator, she did her best to read and meditate, but she was even more distracted by inner commotion and vague fears than by the fanfares, galloping horses, and howling bloodhounds echoing through the surrounding woods all day long.
Was this a real hunt or not? Had Albert undergone such a conversion to all the habits of ordinary life that he would take part in this and fearlessly shed the blood of innocent beasts? Wasn't Liverani going to take advantage of the confusion to steal away from the festivities and come disturb the neophyte in the privacy of her retreat? Consuelo saw no part of what was going on outside, and Liverani did not come. Matthias, too busy no doubt at the castle to give a thought to her, did not bring her dinner. Was this, as Supperville maintained, a fast deliberately imposed to weaken the disciple's strength of mind? She resigned herself to it. Toward nightfall, returning to the library that she had left an hour before to get some air, she recoiled in fear at the sight of a masked man all in red sitting in her armchair, but she immediately felt reassured, having recognized the frail old man who served, so to speak, as her spiritual father. "Child," he said, getting up and coming toward her, "have you nothing to tell me? Do I still have your trust?" "You do, sir," replied Consuelo, making him sit back down in the armchair and taking a camp stool next to him in the recess of the window. "I've been very eager to talk to you, and for a long time." Then she gave him a faithful account of everything that had transpired between herself, Albert, and the stranger since her last confession, and without hiding any of her involuntary feelings. Once she had finished, the old man was silent for such a long time that Consuelo became troubled and embarrassed. After she urged him to render his judgment, he finally said, "Your behavior is excusable, almost irreproachable, but what can I say about your feelings? This sudden, overwhelming, and violent affection called love springs from the good or bad instincts that God had placed in souls or let enter them for their refinement or punishment in this life. Bad human laws that thwart the will of nature and the designs of providence in nearly everything often make a crime of the very things that God had inspired and curse the feelings He had blessed, all the while sanctioning vile unions and sordid instincts. It is up to us, extraordinary legislators, secret architects of a new society, to discern as far as possible right and true love from that which is wrong and hollow, so that we can decide, in the name of a law more pure, generous, and just than the world's, the fate you deserve. Do you wish to submit to our decision? Will you give us the right to bind or unbind you? You inspire absolute trust in me. I've already said so, and now I'm saying it again. Well then, Consuelo, we shall weigh this question of life and death for your soul and Albert's. Won't I have the right to make the cry of my conscience heard? Yes, in order to enlighten us, I have heard it, and I'll be your advocate. You must waive the secrecy of your confession to me. What? You'll no longer be the sole confidant of my innermost feelings, my trials and tribulations? If you were to sue for divorce in court, wouldn't you have to lodge a public complaint? That grief will be spared you. You won't have to bring an action against anyone. Isn't confessing love sweeter than declaring hatred? So simply experiencing a new love gives one the right to forswear the previous one? You didn't love Albert. It seems to me that I didn't, yet I wouldn't swear to it. Had you loved him, you wouldn't have any doubts. Besides, your question is in itself an answer. Each new love perforce excludes the previous one. Don't be too hasty in your judgment, Father, said Consuelo with a sad smile. I may love Albert differently from the other one, but I don't love him any less than I used to. Who knows if I don't love him more?
For his sake I feel prepared to sacrifice this stranger, the thought of whom robs me of sleep and makes my heart pound even now as I'm speaking to you.
Is it not pride in duty, eagerness for sacrifice more than affection that exhort you to this sort of preference for Albert? I don't believe so. Are you quite sure?
Bear in mind that here you are far from the world, safe from its judgments, outside all its laws.
If we give you a new formula and new notions of duty, will you persist in preferring the happiness of the man you don't love to that of the man you do? Have I ever said that I didn't love Albert? Consuelo burst out. I can only answer your questions with other questions, daughter. Can one heart hold two loves at one and the same time? Yes, two different loves. One loves at one and the same time a brother and a husband. But not a husband and a lover. The rights of a husband and a brother are indeed different. Those of a husband and a lover would be the same unless the husband were to agree to become a brother again. Then the law of marriage would be broken in its most mysterious, intimate, and sacred essence. That would be a divorce, minus the publicity. Tell me this, Consuelo. I am an old man on the edge of the grave, and you a child. I am here as your father, your confessor. I cannot alarm your sense of modesty with this delicate question, and I hope that you'll give me a courageous answer. In your enthusiastic affection for Albert, wasn't there always a secret, overwhelming terror at the idea of his caress? That is true, said Consuelo, blushing. That idea wasn't ordinarily associated with that of his love, it seemed foreign to it, but when it cropped up, the chill of death would run through my veins. And the man you know as Liverani, hasn't his breath given you the fire of life? That too is true. But mustn't we smother such instincts with our willpower? For what reason? Did God instill them in you for nothing? Did He authorize you to forswear your sex, to pronounce in marriage the vow of virginity or the still more hideous and degrading vow of servitude? Slavery's passivity has something of the coldness, the brutishness of prostitution. Is it part of God's design that a being such as you should be so degraded? Woe to the children born of such unions! God inflicts on them some disgrace, a deficient, delirious, or stupid constitution. They bear the seal of disobedience, they aren't fully human, for they weren't conceived according to humanity's law of mutual desire, of shared aspirations between man and woman. Where there is no such reciprocity, there is no equality, and where equality is broken, there is no real union. So rest assured that God, far from imposing such sacrifices on your sex, rejects them and denies you the right to undertake them. Committing suicide in this way is as guilty and even more cowardly than giving up life. The vow of virginity is anti-human and antisocial, but sacrificing yourself without love is something similarly monstrous. Think it over, Consuelo, and if you persist in annihilating yourself to this point, consider the role that you would be reserving for your husband if he were to accept your submission without understanding it. Unless he were deceived, he would never accept it, that I need not tell you, but deluded by your spirit of sacrifice, intoxicated by your generosity, wouldn't he soon seem to you strangely egotistical or crass in his error? Wouldn't you be degrading him in his own eyes, degrading him in fact before God, by setting this trap for his simplicity, by giving him this nearly irresistible opportunity to fall into it? Where would be his grandeur, his sensitivity, if he failed to notice your pale lips and teary eyes? Do you really think that, despite yourself, hatred wouldn't enter your heart, along with shame and grief at not having been understood or divined? No, woman. You have no right to betray the love in your heart, you would instead have that of quashing it. No matter what cynical philosophers may have said about the passive condition of females in the natural order, what will always distinguish man's companion from that of an animal is discernment in love and the right to choose. Vanity and greed turn most marriages into sworn prostitution, as the ancient Lollards used to say. Self-sacrifice and generosity can lead a simple soul to the same result. I've had to instruct you, a virgin, in these delicate matters that your pure life and thoughts have prevented you from anticipating or analyzing. When a mother marries off her daughter, she half reveals to her, with more or less wisdom and decorum, the mysteries that she has kept hidden until then. You had no mother when you vowed, with an enthusiasm more fanatic than human, to belong to a man you didn't love completely. Today you've been given a mother to help and enlighten you in your new resolutions at the hour of divorce or the definitive sanction of this strange marriage. I am that mother, Consuelo, and I'm no man but a woman. You, a woman, said Consuelo, looking in surprise at the skinny, bluish hand, yet delicate and truly feminine, that had taken hers during this speech. This little old man, gaunt and decrepit, said the problematic confessor, this overburdened, suffering creature whose feeble voice no longer has a sex, as a woman broken by pain, illness, and worry more than age. I am no more than 60, Consuelo, even though in this habit, which I only wear for my functions as an invisible, I look like a doddering octogenarian. For that matter, whether in woman's dress or this habit, I am nothing but a wreck underneath, yet I was once a tall, strong, beautiful woman of commanding presence. But by the age of 30 I was already bent over and trembling as you see me now. And do you know, child, the cause of that precocious collapse? This is the misfortune from which I want to save you. It was incomplete affection, an unhappy union, a horrifying labor of courage and resignation that kept me bound for 10 years to a man I esteemed and respected without managing to love him. A man wouldn't have been able to tell you a woman's sacred rights and true duties in the domain of love. Men have made their laws and formed their ideas without consulting us, yet I have often enlightened the consciences of my fellow invisibles in that respect, and they have had the courage and fair-mindedness to hear me out. But, believe me, I was sure that unless they put me in direct contact with you, they wouldn't find the key to your heart and might condemn you to eternal suffering, total degradation, all the while believing that they were assuring your happiness in the comfort of virtue. So open your whole soul to me now, tell me if this Liberani. Alas, this Liberani, I love him, it's only too true, said Consuelo, lifting the mysterious Sibyl's hand to her lips. His presence alarms me even more than Albert's, but how different the alarm, and how mingled with strange delights. His arms draw me like a magnet, and with a kiss to my brow he takes me to another world where I live and breathe in some new way. Well then, Consuelo, you must love this man and forget the other one. I am pronouncing your divorce here and now, which is my duty and my right. Despite what you say, I cannot accept this verdict before I've seen Albert, before he's told me himself that he's giving me up without regret and releasing me from my vow without contempt. You don't know Albert yet, or you're afraid of him. I, however, know him. I have even more rights over him than over you, and I can speak in his name. We are alone, Consuelo, and I've not been forbidden to open myself fully to you, even though I'm part of the Supreme Council, whose members are never known to their closest disciples. Yet my situation and yours are exceptional, so take a good look at my withered face and tell me if it seems unknown to you. With these words the Sibyl whipped off her mask, beard, cap, and wig, and Consuelo saw the head of a woman who was indeed old and sick, but the lines of her face were incomparably beautiful and her expression sublimely kind, sad, and strong. These three habits of the soul, so different and so rarely conjoined in the same person,
were apparent in the broad forehead, maternal smile, and deep gaze of the unfamiliar woman. The shape of her head and jaw demonstrated an innately strong constitution, but the ravages of pain were only too visible, and this beautiful head reminiscent of Niobe dying, or rather Mary collapsing at the foot of the cross, was nodding with a sort of nervous tremor. Gray hair, fine and smooth as virgin silk, parted over her broad forehead and neatly looped back at the temples, completed the noble peculiarity of these striking features. In those years all women wore their hair powdered, teased up, and drawn back, leaving exposed a bare, bold forehead. The Sibyl had tied hers back to accommodate her disguise, never suspecting that this coiffure was the most harmonious with the form and expression of her face. Consuelo contemplated her for a long while with respect and admiration, then all of a sudden, struck with amazement, she grabbed the old woman's hands and exclaimed, "Oh! My God, how much you look like him!" "Yes, I look like Albert, or rather Albert looks prodigiously like me," she replied. "But haven't you ever seen a portrait of me?" And seeing that Consuelo was trying to remember, she helped her out by adding, "A portrait that resembled me as much as art can resemble nature, of which I am nothing more than a shadow today, a grand portrait of a young, fresh, radiant woman with a gold brocade bodice laden with jeweled flowers, a crimson cloak, and locks of black hair escaping from knots of rubies and pearls and curling down over her shoulders. That's what I was wearing more than 40 years ago, the day after my wedding. I was beautiful, but not for long. In my soul I was already dead." "That portrait," said Consuelo turning pale, "is at the Castle of the Giants in Albert's old room. It's the portrait of his mother whom he scarcely knew and yet adored, and he believed that he could see and hear her in his transports of ecstasy." "So would you be a close relative of the noble Wanda Z. Prakelitz, and therefore—" "I am Wanda Z. Prakelitz herself," replied the Sibyl, regaining some firmness of voice and bearing. "I am the mother of Albert and the widow of Christian von Rudolstadt. I am the descendant of Jan Ziska of the Chalice and the mother-in-law of Consuelo, but now I only wish to be her friend and adoptive mother because Consuelo doesn't love Albert and Albert's happiness mustn't come at the price of his companions." "His mother! You, his mother!" exclaimed Consuelo, trembling and falling to Wanda's knees. "Are you a ghost then? Wasn't your death mourned at the Castle of the Giants?" 27 years ago, replied the Sibyl, Wanda Z. Prakelitz, Countess von Rudolstadt, was buried at the Castle of the Giants, in the same chapel and under the same slab where Albert von Rudolstadt, who suffered from the same malady and was subject to the same attacks of catalepsy, was buried last year, a victim of the same error. The son never would have risen from that horrible tomb if the mother, attentive to the danger looming over him, hadn't kept an invisible vigil by his deathbed and anxiously watched over his interment. It's his mother who saved a being still full of strength and life from the worms of the sepulchre to which he had been already abandoned, his mother who wrested him from the yoke of the world where he had lived only too long, where he couldn't live any longer, to transport him into this mysterious realm, this impenetrable asylum where she herself had recovered, if not the health of the body, at least the life of the soul. It's a strange story, Consuelo, and you have to know it to understand Albert's story, his sad life, so-called death, and miraculous resurrection. The Invisibles won't start your initiation until midnight. So lend me your ears, and may the emotions of this bizarre tale brace you for those yet to come. Chapter 33. Rich, beautiful, and of illustrious birth, I was married at the age of 20 to Count Christian, who was already over 40. He could have been my father, and I felt affection and respect for him, but no love. I had been reared in ignorance of the place that love might have in a woman's life. My parents, stern Lutherans but forced to practice their religion as discreetly as possible, were in their habits and ideas excessively rigid and resolute. Their hatred of foreigners, their inner revolt against the religious and political yoke of Austria, their fanatical attachment to the old freedoms of the fatherland were passed on to me, and these passions were sufficient to my proud youth. I had no idea there could be others, and my mother, who had never known anything but duty, would have thought it a crime to let me have any inkling of such things. For a long time Emperor Charles, Maria Theresa's father, persecuted my family for heresy and put a price on our wealth, our liberty, and nearly our lives. I could redeem my parents by marrying a Catholic aristocrat devoted to the empire, and I offered myself up with a sort of enthusiastic pride. Among those who were pointed out to me, I chose Count Christian because his character, sweet, conciliatory, and even weak in appearance, gave me hope of secretly converting him to my family's politics. My parents accepted and blessed my sacrifice. I thought that virtue would make me happy, but unhappiness, its measure fathomed, its injustice known and felt, is not a milieu where the soul can easily flourish. I soon recognized that under his calm, wise, and kindly demeanor Christian was hiding invincible obstinacy, opinionated attachment to the customs of his caste and prejudices of his entourage, a sort of pitiful hatred and pained contempt for any notion of opposition or resistance to the established order. His sister Wenceslawa, tender, vigilant, and generous, but even more riveted to the niceties of piety and the pride of rank, was bitter-sweet company for me, tender yet overwhelming tyranny, devoted affection that was extremely exasperating. I suffered mortally from having no emotional and intellectual sympathies with these people. Despite my feelings for them, living in their midst was killing me, breathing their air was slowly withering me away. You know the story of Albert's youth, his bridled enthusiasms, his misunderstood religion, his evangelical notions taxed as heresy and madness. My life was a prelude to his, and in the Rudolstadt family you must have heard occasional gasps of horror and pain about the ominous resemblance between mother and son, inside and out. I suffered most from the absence of love, and from there sprang all my other afflictions. I was very fond of Christian, but nothing in him could inspire any enthusiasm in me, and I would have required enthusiastic feeling to compress the deep divide between our ways of thinking. My stern religious upbringing did not allow me to separate reason from love. I was eating myself alive. My health began to deteriorate, and extraordinary excitement took hold of my nervous system. I had hallucinations, spells of ecstasy that they called madness and carefully concealed instead of trying to cure them. Yet they tried to keep me entertained and take me out in society, as if balls, performances, and galas could have taken the place of sympathy, love, and trust in my life. I became so ill in Vienna that they brought me back to the castle of the giants. I still preferred this dismal place, the chaplain's exorcisms, and the canoness's cruel affection to the court of our tyrants. My 5 children dying one after the other were the final blows. It seemed to me that God had cursed my marriage. I energetically desired death. I hoped for nothing more in life. I did my best not to love Albert, my last born, convinced that he was doomed like the others and that I could do nothing to save him. One last misfortune brought my exasperation to a climax. I was loved, and the austerity of my principles forced me not even to acknowledge within my own heart this tremendous emotion. The doctor who treated me during my frequent and painful crises looked less young and handsome than Christian. So it was not the charms of his person that moved me, but the deep sympathy of our souls, the correspondence of our ideas or at least our religious and philosophical instincts, an incredible affinity between our temperaments. Marcus, I can refer to him only by this name, had the same energy, active mind, and patriotic feeling as I did. The words that Shakespeare put into Brutus' mouth fit him as well as me. I am not one to bear injustice with a serene countenance. The misery and degradation of the poor, serfdom, despotic laws, and their monstrous abuses, all the ungodly rites of conquest made him rage with indignation. Oh, what torrents of tears we both shed over the wretched plight of our homeland, of the whole human race, everywhere enslaved or deceived. Here besotted by ignorance, there decimated by rapacity and greed, elsewhere raped and demeaned by the ravages of war, debased and hapless all over the face of the earth. Yet Marcus, more educated than I, was concocting a remedy to so many ills and often told me about strange and mysterious projects for organizing a universal conspiracy against despotism and intolerance. I listened to his plans as though to romantic dreams. I had no more hope. I was too sick and broken to believe in the future. He loved me ardently, I saw it, I felt it, I shared his passion, and yet, during 5 years of apparent friendship and chaste intimacy, we never revealed to each other the fateful secret that united us. He didn't ordinarily live in the Bohemian forest, at least he was often away, ostensibly to treat distant patients and actually to coordinate the conspiracy he was always talking about without convincing me of its results. Each time I saw him again, I felt myself more inflamed by his genius, courage, and perseverance. Each time he returned, he found me weaker, more consumed by an inner fire, more devastated by physical suffering. During one of his trips I had horrible convulsions that the ignorant and vain Dr. Wetzelius, whom you know, who treated me in his absence, called malignant fever. Afterward I fell into a total prostration that they took for death. I had no pulse, my breathing was imperceptible. Yet I was fully conscious, I heard the chaplain praying and my family weeping. I heard the heartrending cries of my only child, my poor Albert, and I couldn't make a single movement, I couldn't even see him. They had closed my eyes, and it was impossible for me to open them again. I wondered if this was death and if the soul, no longer able to animate the dead body, still experienced the pain of living and the horror of the grave. I heard terrible things being said around my deathbed. The chaplain, trying to calm the canoness's keen and sincere sorrow, told her that we should thank God for all things and that it was a great blessing for my husband to be delivered from the anguish of my long suffering and the storms of my reprobate soul. Though his words were not so harsh, they amounted to the same thing, and the canoness listened to him and little by little came around to his point of view. Then I even heard him trying to console Christian with the same arguments, expressed in still milder fashion, yet just as cruel for me. I was hearing clearly and understanding in exquisite pain. It was, they thought, God's will that I not rear my son and that he at his tender age be protected from the poison of heresy with which I was infected. That's what they said to my husband when he pressed Albert to his breast and exclaimed, "Poor child, what will become of you without your mother?" The chaplain replied, "You'll raise him up in the ways of God." Finally, after 3 days of motionless, mute despair, I was buried without having recovered the ability to move, without having lost for one instant the certainty of the horrible death they were going to inflict on me. They covered me in diamonds, dressed me in the magnificent array I wore for my engagement in the portrait you saw. They placed a crown of flowers on my head, a gold crucifix on my breast, and laid me in a long hollow of white marble cut into the crypt of the chapel. I felt neither the cold nor the lack of air, I was alive in mind only. Marcus arrived an hour later, so distraught at first that he couldn't think. He lay down over my tomb like an automaton. They tore him off. He came back in the night, this time with a hammer and crowbar. A sinister thought had crossed his mind. He knew my attacks of catalepsy, he had never seen them so long, so total. Still, from having observed that bizarre condition for a few instants, he concluded that there might have been a dreadful error. He had no trust in Wetzelius as a doctor.
I heard his steps overhead and recognized them.
The sound of the iron bar raising the slab made me shudder, but I couldn't utter a cry, a moan. When he lifted the veil over my face, I was so exhausted from all the exertions I had just made to call out to him that I seemed deader than ever. He hesitated a long while. 1,000 times he checked my arrested breathing, my heart, my icy hands.
I was stiff as a cadaver. I heard his heartrending murmur, "So it's all over. There's no more hope. Dead, she's dead. Oh, Wanda." He let the veil fall back but didn't replace the slab. There was once again a horrifying silence. Had he fainted? Was he too abandoning me, so horrified by the view of the woman he had once loved that he had forgotten to close my sepulchre?
Marcus, sunk in somber meditation, was devising a plan as lugubrious as his grief, as strange as his nature. He wanted to steal my body from the ravages of destruction, secretly make off with it, embalm it, seal it in a metal casket, and keep it always at his side. He was wondering if he had the courage when all of a sudden, in a sort of frenzy, he told himself that he would indeed. He took me in his arms and, without knowing if he had the strength to carry a cadaver all the way home, more than a league away, he put me down on the stone floor and replaced the slab with the dreadful composure that one often has in acts of delirium. Then he wrapped me up in his cloak so that I was completely hidden and left the castle, which wasn't locked up with the same care as nowadays, given that gangs of malefactors, driven to despair by war, hadn't yet appeared in those parts. I had become so thin that I truly wasn't much of a burden. Marcus went through the woods, taking the most desolate trails. Several times he laid me down on the rocks, overcome with grief and terror even more than weariness. He has since told me that more than once he felt horrified to have stolen a dead body and was tempted to return me to my tomb. At last he arrived home, crept silently into the garden and, without anybody seeing, carried me to an isolated lodge he had turned into a study. Only there did the joy of my rescue, the first impulse of joy I had felt in 10 years, loose my tongue and let me utter a faint cry. A violent paroxysm followed this prostration. Suddenly I was endowed with tremendous strength. I screamed and roared. Marcus's housekeeper and gardener came running, thinking he was being murdered. He had the presence of mind to head them off, saying that a lady had come to deliver a baby in secret and that he would kill whoever tried to see her and fire anybody who dared say a word. The ploy succeeded. I was dangerously ill in the lodge for 3 days. Marcus, shut away with me, ministered to me with a zeal and intelligence worthy of his willpower. When I was out of danger and could collect my thoughts, I threw myself into his arms, terrified at the thought that we would have to part. "Oh, Marcus," I cried, "why didn't you let me die here, in your arms? If you love me, kill me. Going back to my family is for me worse than death." "Madam," was his firm reply, "you'll never go back there. That's a vow I've made to God and to myself. Now you're mine alone. You won't leave my side ever again, or you'll only get out of here over my dead body." This dreadful resolution horrified and charmed me all at once. I was too confused and weak to appreciate what it involved. I listened to him with the timid, trusting submission of a child and let myself be nursed back to health. Little by little I grew used to the idea of never returning to Riesenberg, never dispelling the notion that I had died. Marcus deployed impassioned rhetoric to convince me. He told me that I couldn't survive in that marriage and that I had no right to go back to a certain death. He swore that he could keep me out of the public eye for a long time and make me invisible my whole life long to those who knew me. He promised to look after my son and arrange for me to see him in secret. He even gave me sure guarantees of these strange possibilities, and I let myself be persuaded. I agreed to leave with him and never to go back to being Countess von Rudolstadt. But just as we were about to depart, in the middle of the night, Marcus was summoned to attend Albert, who was said to be dangerously ill. A mother's tender love, which hardship seemed to have smothered, reawakened in my breast. I wanted to go with Marcus to Riesenberg. No human power, not even his, could have deterred me. I climbed into his carriage and, enveloped in a long veil, waited anxiously at some remove from the castle for him to see my son and bring me news of him. Indeed, he soon returned, assured me that the child was not in danger, and wanted to take me back to his place so that he could spend the night with Albert. I couldn't make up my mind to do it. I wanted to go on waiting, hidden behind the castle's dark walls, quivering with anxiety, while he went back to tend to my son. The moment I found myself alone, 1,000 worries set upon my heart. I imagined that Marcus was hiding from me the truth about Albert, that he was perhaps at death's door, that he was going to die without my last kiss. Overcome by this fateful notion, I dashed under the portico of the castle. A footman that I encountered in the courtyard dropped his torch and fled, making the sign of the cross. My face was veiled, but any woman appearing in the middle of the night was enough to arouse the superstitions of these credulous servants. There was no doubt that I was the ghost of the unhappy, ungodly Countess Wanda. By an unexpected stroke of luck, I found my way to my son's room without running into anyone else and arrived just when the canoness had stepped out to fetch some medicine prescribed by Marcus. My husband, as usual, was off praying in his private chapel rather than doing anything to help matters. I ran to my son and pressed him to my bosom. He wasn't at all afraid of me and hugged me in return. He hadn't understood that I had died. Just then the chaplain appeared at the door. Marcus thought that all was lost. Yet, with a rare presence of mind, he didn't move and made as if I weren't there beside him. Before the chaplain dared take a step in my direction, he choked out a few words of exorcism and fell down in a faint. At that point I resigned myself to escaping by another door and made my way in the dark back to where Marcus had left me. I was reassured. I had seen that Albert was better, his little hands were warm, and his cheeks were no longer flushed with fever. The chaplain's faint and fright were attributed to a vision. He claimed that he had seen me next to Marcus, holding my son in my arms. Marcus claimed that he hadn't seen a single thing. Albert had fallen asleep. But the next day he asked for me again, and the following nights, convinced that I hadn't gone to sleep forever as they tried to tell him, he dreamed of me, thought he saw me again and called out for me several times. From then on the child was kept under close watch, and the superstitious souls of Riesenberg prayed and prayed to ward off the baleful attentions of my ghost around his cradle. Marcus took me back to his place before dawn. We postponed our departure by another week, and when my son was fully recovered, we left Bohemia. Since then I've led an itinerant, mysterious life. Always hidden away in my lodgings, always veiled while traveling, using an assumed name, and for a long time having no other confidant in the world but Marcus. I spent several years abroad with him. He maintained a close correspondence with a friend who kept him up on everything at Riesenberg, including ample details about the health, character, and upbringing of my son. My deplorable state of health allowed me to lead a most secluded life and see no one at all. I passed for Marcus's sister and lived for several years down in Italy, in an isolated villa, while Marcus, for a part of each year, went on traveling and pursuing his vast projects. I was not Marcus's mistress. I had remained under the sway of my religious scruples, and it took me more than 10 years of meditation to understand that human beings have the right to throw off the yoke of society's merciless, mindless laws. Given that I was thought dead and had no wish to jeopardize the liberty I had conquered at such a cost, I couldn't invoke any religious or civil authority to end my marriage to Christian, nor would I have wanted to reopen old wounds for him. He didn't know how miserable I'd been with him. He thought that I had gone down to the repose of the grave for my own happiness, his family's peace, and my son's salvation. In such circumstances, I saw myself eternally condemned to remain faithful to him. Later on, when the disciples of a new faith had come together and secretly constituted themselves as a religious authority through the good offices of Marcus, when I had changed my ideas enough to accept this new counsel and join the new church that could have pronounced my divorce and sanctified our union, it was too late. Marcus, weary of my being so stubborn, had felt the need to find love elsewhere, and I had heroically urged him on. He was married, I was his wife's friend, yet he wasn't happy. Her mind and heart weren't big enough to satisfy the mind and heart of a man of his sort. His projects were beyond her. He took care not to let her in on his accomplishments. She died a few years later without having divined that Marcus still loved me. I took care of her while she was dying and closed her eyes without having to reproach myself for a single thing in her regard, without rejoicing at the disappearance of this obstacle to my long, cruel passion. Youth had fled. I was broken. My life had been too serious and too austere for me to do things differently now that my hair was turning gray. I entered at last into the calm of old age and deeply felt all that is august and sacred in that phase of our lives as women. Yes, there is something more serious about our old age than that of men, about our whole lives as well, when we have a good understanding of them. Men can beguile the march of time. They can still make love and have children later than we can. For us women, nature instead marks a term after which there is something monstrous and ungodly about wanting to reawaken love and encroach with ridiculous delirium upon the splendid privileges of the next generation that has already come forth and cast a shadow over us. Plus, the lessons and examples they expect from us in this solemn moment require a quiet life of contemplation that would be fruitlessly troubled by the commotion of love. Youth can be inspired by its own fervor and find lofty revelations there. Ripe old age only relates to God in the august serenity that comes as a final blessing. God Himself offers gentle help and by an imperceptible transformation starts us down that path. He takes care to soothe our passions and turn them into peaceable affections. He rids us of the charms of beauty, thereby removing dangerous temptations. So there is nothing easier than growing old, no matter what is said and thought by all the insane women who bustle about the world, having fallen prey to a sort of stubborn rage to hide from others as well as themselves the decay of their charms and the end of their mission as women. What? Age unsexes us, releases us from the awful labors of maternity, and we would fail to see that this is the moment to raise ourselves up to a sort of angelic state? But, dear daughter, you are so far away from this term, frightening and yet desirable like a port after a storm, that all my reflections on this subject are untimely. Therefore, may they merely help you understand my story. I remained what I had always been, a sister to Marcus, and these bridled emotions, these vanquished desires that had tortured our youth gave to our mature friendship at least qualities of strength and enthusiastic trust not found in ordinary friendships. I've still said nothing about the mental labors and serious undertakings that for the first 15 years prevented us from being engrossed by our sufferings and since then from regretting them. You know the nature of our work, its purposes and results. You were initiated into this last night, you'll be more fully so this evening by the Invisibles. I can only tell you that Marcus sits among them and that he himself set up their secret council and organized their entire society with the help of a virtuous prince who has devoted the sum total of his fortune to this mysterious and grandiose enterprise. It has been my whole life as well for the last 15 years. After 12 years away I was, on the one hand, too much forgotten and, on the other, too much changed not to be able to reappear in Germany. Besides, the strange life that befits certain functions of our order favored my incognito. Charged not with active propaganda, which is the reserve of your glamorous life, but with secret missions that my prudence could carry out, I made a few trips I'll tell you about a while later. And since then I've lived here altogether hidden away, ostensibly fulfilling the lowly functions of a governess in the prince's household, but in fact seriously engaged only with the secret work, keeping up a vast correspondence in the name of the council with all the important members, serving as their host here and often presiding over their conferences alone with Marcus when the prince and the other supreme heads were away, finally exercising at every moment a rather marked influence on those decisions of theirs that seem to call for the subtle views and particular discernment of a woman's mind. Aside from the philosophical questions debated and weighed here, and from which the maturity of my intellect has earned me the right not to be excluded, there are often matters of feeling to be argued and adjudicated. You can well imagine that in our work outside we are often helped or hampered by individual passions, love, hatred, jealousy. By the intermediary of my son and even in person, presenting myself as a sorceress or soothsayer, both disguises being very fashionable among the ladies at court, I've frequently been in touch with Princess Amalia of Prussia, with the interesting and unfortunate Princess von Kulmbach, finally with the young Margravine von Bayreuth, Frederick's sister. We had to conquer their hearts even more than their minds. I labored nobly, I dare say, to win them over, and I've succeeded. But that's not the facet of my life I want to share with you. In your future undertakings you'll find my tracks and carry on what I began. I want to talk to you about Albert and tell you a whole side of his life that you know nothing about. We still have the time. Listen a bit longer. You'll understand how I finally came to know, in this dreadful and bizarre life I've made for myself, tender feelings and maternal joys. Chapter 34. Thoroughly informed by Marcus about everything going on at the Castle of the Giants, I had no sooner learned of their resolution to send Albert on a journey in the direction in which he was to go than I hastened to place myself along his way. At the time I myself was traveling, often with Marcus, as I mentioned a short while ago. The tutor and servants assigned to Albert had not known me, so I had no fear of their seeing me. I was so impatient to set eyes on my son that it was hard to make myself stay a few hours behind him on the road to Venice, which was his first destination. Yet I had resolved to reveal myself to him only with some sort of mysterious solemnity, for it was not merely a mother's ardent instinct pushing me into his arms. I had a more serious design, an even more motherly duty to fulfill. I wanted to extricate Albert from the narrow-minded superstitions in which they had tried to snare him. I would have to take hold of his imagination, his trust, his mind, and his entire soul. I believed him to be an ardent Catholic, and on the face of things he then was. He regularly observed all the public rites of the Roman Church. The people who had given Marcus these details didn't know what Albert thought and felt deep down, and his father and aunt scarcely knew any better. They found nothing to reproach him aside from a fierce rigorism, a way of interpreting the Gospels that was too naive and too fervent. They didn't understand that in his rigid logic and candid simplicity my noble child, with his stubborn determination to practice true Christianity, was already a passionate, incorrigible heretic. I was a bit alarmed by the Jesuit tutor attached to him. I feared not being able to get near him without being seen and thwarted by a fanatical Argus. But I soon learned that the unworthy abbé didn't even look after my son's health, and that Albert, neglected as well by his servants to whom he loathed giving orders, lived quite a solitary life and was left to his own devices in all the cities he visited. I anxiously observed all his movements. Staying at the same hotel in Venice, I ran across him alone at last, musing in the stairs and loggias, on the quays. Oh, you can just guess how my heart pounded at the sight of him, what a stir there was deep inside me, and what torrents of tears flowed from my bewildered, delighted eyes. Here was the sole object on the face of the earth I was allowed to love, and he looked so handsome, so noble and, alas, so sad. I followed him cautiously. Night was falling. He went into the Chiesa de SS Giovanni e Paolo, an austere basilica full of tombs that you no doubt know well. Albert knelt down in a corner. I slipped in with him and hid behind a tomb. The church was deserted. It was getting darker and darker with every passing second. Albert was still as a statue. Yet he seemed absorbed in reverie rather than prayer. The sanctuary lamp threw a faint light on his face. He was so pale that it frightened me. His fixed gaze and half-open lips, something desperate in his posture and physiognomy broke my heart. I was trembling like the flickering light of the lamp. If I were to reveal myself to him just then, I felt he would faint dead away. I recalled everything that Marcus had told me about his nervous susceptibility and how dangerous sudden emotions were for such an impressionable nature. So as not to surrender to my impetuous love, I left and went to wait for him under the portico. Over my dress, which was in any case very simple and dark, I had thrown a brown cloak with a hood that hid my face and made me look like a humble Venetian woman. When he came out, I involuntarily took a step toward him. He stopped and, thinking me a beggar, randomly took a gold coin from his pocket and offered it to me. Oh, with what pride and gratitude I received these alms! Look, Consuelo, a Venetian sequin. I had a hole bored through it for a chain, and I always wear it over my heart like a precious jewel, a relic. Since that day I've never taken it off, this token sanctified by the hand of my child. I lost control of my feelings, seized that beloved hand, and drew it to my lips. With a sort of terror he pulled it back, bathed with my tears. "What are you doing, woman?" he asked in a voice whose pure and resonant timbre reverberated down into my bones. "Why are you giving me such a blessing for so meager a gift? You must be in great misery, and I've given you too little. What do you need to put an end to your suffering? Speak. I want to console you, and I hope that I am able." And he gathered all his gold in his hands, without giving it so much as a glance. "You've given me enough, kind lad," I replied. "I'm content." "But why the tears?" he asked, struck by the sobs choking me. "Do you have some sorrow that my riches cannot remedy?" "No, I'm weeping tears of tenderness and joy." "Joy? So there are tears of joy? And all for a piece of gold? Oh, wretched mankind! Take all the rest, woman, I beg you, but don't weep for joy. Give a thought to all your brothers in poverty, so many, so demeaned, so miserable, and why can't I help them all?" He went away with a sigh. I dared not follow for fear of betraying myself. He had left his gold on the pavement, having offered it to me with a sort of haste to be rid of it. I gathered it up and put it into the alms box to satisfy my son's noble charity. The next day I once more kept an eye out for him and saw him go into San Marco. I had resolved to be stronger and more controlled, and I was. We were alone again, in the semi-darkness of the church. As before, he mused a long while, then all of a sudden I heard him get up and mutter in a deep voice, "O Christ, they crucify you every day of their lives." Yes.
I replied, half reading his thoughts, the Pharisees and the doctors of the law. He shuddered, was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice without turning around, without trying to see who was talking to him like this, my mother's voice again. Consuelo, I nearly fainted when I heard Albert invoking my memory, keeping alive in his heart the instinct of this filial divination. Yet the fear of unsettling his mind, already at such a feverish pitch, stopped me again. I once more waited for him under the portico, and when he went by, I didn't approach, satisfied to have seen him. But he caught sight of me and drew back in horror. "Signora," he said after a moment's hesitation, "why are you begging today? Is it indeed a profession, as say the merciless rich? Don't you have any family? Can't you make yourself useful to someone, instead of wandering around churches at night like some kind of ghost? Wasn't what I gave you yesterday enough to keep you out of want today? Do you mean to hoard your brother's share?" "I'm not begging," I replied. "I put your gold into the alms box except for a sequin I intend to keep out of love of you." "So who are you?" he exclaimed, seizing my arm. "Your voice stirs me to the very depths of my soul. I have a feeling I know you. Show me your face." "No, don't. I don't want to see it, you frighten me." "Oh, Albert." I was beside myself. Throwing caution to the winds, I blurted out, "So you too, you're afraid of me?" He shuddered from head to toe and murmured again with a look of terror and religious awe, "Yes, that's her voice, my mother's voice." "I don't know who your mother is," I said, alarmed by my recklessness. "I only know your name because it's already known among the poor." "Why are you afraid of me? Is your mother dead?" "That's what they say," he replied, "but my mother's not dead for me." "So where does she live?" "In my heart, in my thoughts, ceaselessly, eternally. I've dreamed of her voice, her face 100, 1,000 times. I was as much frightened as charmed by that imperious expansiveness that was drawing him to me. But I noted that he was showing signs of frenzy and subdued my emotions to calm him down. "Albert," I said, "I knew your mother, I was her friend. She charged me to talk to you about her one day when you were old enough to understand what I've got to say. I am not what I seem. I followed you yesterday and today only to have a word with you. So listen to me quietly and don't let idle superstitions upset you. Will you come talk with me under the arcades of the Procuraty, deserted at this hour? Do you feel calm and collected enough to do this?" "You, my mother's friend," he exclaimed. "She charged you to talk to me about her?" "Oh, yes, talk indeed. You see, I wasn't wrong, I was hearing an inner voice. I had a feeling there was something of her in you. No, I'm not superstitious, not mad, only my heart is more alive and open than many others to certain things that other people don't understand and feel. You'll understand that if you understood my mother. So tell me about her, talk to me again with her voice, her spirit." Having managed, though imperfectly, to rechannel his emotion, I led him under the arcades and began asking about his childhood, his memories, the principles he had been taught, his notion of his mother's principles and ideas. My questions made it clear that I knew his family's secrets and could understand those of his heart. Oh, my daughter, what enthusiastic pride I felt seeing Albert's ardent love for me, his faith in my piety and virtue, his horror of the superstitious aversion that my memory evoked in the Catholics of Riesenberg, the purity of his soul, the grandeur of his religious and patriotic feeling, finally,
all these sublime instincts that a Catholic upbringing had not been able to smother in him. Yet, at the same time, what deep sorrow when I saw the precocious, incurable sadness of this young soul and the battles that were already breaking it, just as they had done their best to break mine. Albert still thought he was a Catholic. He dared not openly revolt against the decrees of the Church. He needed to believe in an established religion. Already educated and meditative beyond his years, he was scarcely 20, he had thought a great deal about the long, gloomy history of heresy and could not bring himself to condemn certain doctrines of ours. Forced nonetheless to believe that the innovators were wrong, their errors so exaggerated and envenomed by the church historians, he was floating in a sea of uncertainties, sometimes condemning revolt, sometimes cursing tyranny and unable to come to any conclusion, aside from thinking that men of virtue had gone astray in their attempts at reform and that men of blood had defiled the sanctuary meaning to defend it. So it was necessary to illuminate his mind, to make allowances for the faults and excesses of both camps, to teach him to defend courageously the cause of the innovators while deploring their inevitable rages, to exhort him to turn his back on the party of cunning, violence, and subjection while acknowledging the excellence of a certain mission in a more distant past. I had no trouble enlightening him. He had already foreseen, already divined, already concluded before I had finished proving. His admirable instincts responded to my inspiration, but when he had understood it all, pain more overwhelming than uncertainty took hold of his despondent soul. Nowhere on earth was truth recognized. In no sanctuary was the law of God alive any longer. No people, no caste, no school was practicing Christian virtue or striving to clarify and develop it. Catholics and Protestants had abandoned the ways of God. Everywhere might prevailed over right, everywhere the weak were chained and demeaned, every day Christ was crucified on all the altars raised by men. This bitter, searching conversation went on the whole night long. The clock slowly told the hours without Albert giving them a thought. I was frightened by the intensity of his intellect, which let me sense in him such a taste for struggle and such a capacity for pain. I admired the male pride and heartbreaking expression of my noble, unhappy child. I altogether recognized myself in him. I felt that I was reading my past life and starting all over again with him the story of the long torments of my heart and brain. By the light of the moon I contemplated on his broad brow the idle physical and moral beauty of my lonely, misunderstood youth. I wept for both of us at one and the same time, and these complaints were long and heartrending. I dared not reveal to him the secrets of our conspiracy. I was afraid he might not understand them right away and, in his pain, reject them as futile, dangerous efforts. Worried that he had been up walking and talking for such a long time, I pledged to give him a glimpse of a safe haven if he would only wait and prepare himself for some austere secrets. I gently stirred his imagination in anticipation of a new revelation and brought him back to the hotel where we were both staying, promising another conversation several days later so as not to overstimulate his faculties. Only when we were about to go our separate ways did he think to ask who I was. "That I cannot tell you," I said. "I am using an assumed name. I have reasons for hiding. Don't say a word about me to anyone." He didn't ever ask me any other questions and seemed content with my reply, but his delicate reserve was accompanied by another sentiment as strange as his nature and somber as his usual frame of mind. Long afterwards he told me that from then on he always took me for his mother's soul, appearing to him in the flesh and in circumstances explicable for ordinary people, but in fact supernatural. Thus, despite me, my dear Albert doggedly went on identifying me as his mother. He preferred inventing a realm of fantasy rather than doubting my presence, and try as I might, I couldn't deceive his heart's victorious instinct. All my efforts to keep his excitement in check only served to maintain him in a sort of calm, contained delirium that had neither naysayer nor confidant, not even I who was its object. He religiously submitted to the will of the ghost who forbade him to identify or name her, but he stubbornly believed himself in a ghost's power. From that terrifying equanimity that Albert subsequently carried over into the aberrations of his imagination and the somber, stoic courage that always made him face without blanching the phantoms generated by his brain, there ensued a long and fateful error on my part. I was unaware of his bizarre way of accounting for my reappearance on Earth. I thought he took me for a mysterious friend of his dead mother and childhood self. True, I was amazed by his slight curiosity about me and the small wonder that my constant attentions caused him, but this blind respect and delicate submission, this absence of worry regarding all of life's realities seemed so consonant with his absorbed, dreamy, and contemplative nature that I didn't try hard enough to understand them and fathom their secret causes. So by working to fortify his reason against his excessive enthusiasm, I unwittingly helped develop in him that sort of madness, both sublime and deplorable, of which he has been so long the toy and the victim. Little by little, in a series of conversations without confidants or witnesses, I expounded the doctrines of which our order has made itself the repository and secret propagator. I initiated him into our project for universal regeneration. In Rome, in the subterranean chambers set aside for our mysteries, Marcus introduced Albert and had him received into the first degrees of Freemasonry, while reserving the right to reveal to him ahead of time the symbols hidden in the vague, bizarre forms whose many interpretations lend themselves so well to the measure of the disciple's intelligence and courage. For 7 years I followed my son on all his travels, always departing and arriving one day later. I always made a point to find lodgings at a certain distance from his and never to be seen by his tutor or attendants. As I recommended, he took care to change his servants often and to remain aloof from them. Every now and then I asked if he wasn't surprised to see me everywhere. "Not at all," he replied. "I know you'll follow me wherever I go." And when I asked him to explain why he felt so sure about that, he said, "My mother charged you to give me life, and you know I'd die if you were to abandon me now." His words were always fervent, as though inspired. I grew used to seeing him like that and unknowingly became so myself while talking with him. Marcus often reproached me, as I myself did, for feeding in this way the inner flame that was devouring Albert. Marcus would have wanted to enlighten him by more positive lessons and cooler reasoning. Yet at other moments I reassured myself thinking that, without the sustenance I was giving him, that flame would have consumed him more quickly and cruelly. My other children had shown a similar inclination to enthusiasm. People had compressed their souls, trying to extinguish them like torches deemed to be burning too bright, and they had succumbed before they had the strength to resist. Without my breath constantly reviving the sacred spark in free, pure air, Albert's soul might have gone to join those of his brothers, just as without Marcus's breath I would have died before I had lived. I also strove to give his mind frequent diversions from his eternal aspiration to the realm of ideas. I advised him, I required him to study the real world. He was sweet and conscientious about obeying me. He studied the natural sciences, the languages of the various countries where he was traveling. He read enormously, he even cultivated the arts and took up music on his own. All this was just a game, a pastime for his great, lively intellect. A stranger to all the intoxications of youth, a born enemy of the world and its vanities, he lived everywhere in deep retreat, and stubbornly resisting his tutor's advice, he refused to set foot in any salon, to be introduced at any court. He scarcely saw, in 2 or 3 capitals, his father's oldest and most serious friends. In their presence he put on a solemn, reserved face that gave them no opportunity to criticize him, and he was open and expansive only with a few disciples of our order to whom Marcus particularly recommended him. He begged us, moreover, not to require him to do any proselytizing until he felt that he had developed a gift for persuasion, and he often frankly told me that he didn't have it because he still didn't have enough faith in the excellence of our methods. He let himself be promoted to higher and higher degrees like a docile student, but examining everything with severe logic and scrupulous honesty. He always reserved the right, he said, to suggest reforms and improvements when he felt sufficiently enlightened to dare give rein to his personal inspiration. Until then he wanted to remain humble, patient, and obedient to the prescribed forms of our secret society. Immersed in study and meditation, he held his tutor in check with his serious nature and chilly demeanor. Thus, the abbé came to consider him a dreary pedant and kept his distance as much as possible, busying himself exclusively with the intrigues of his order. Albert even had rather long stays in France and England without the abbé, who was often 100 leagues away and only met with Albert when he felt like a change of scenery. Even then they often did not travel together. Then I was entirely free to see my son, and his exclusive affection repaid me 100 times over for the care I gave him. My health had improved. It sometimes happens that seriously impaired constitutions grow used to their afflictions and stop suffering, which was the case with me. I almost didn't notice mine any longer. Fatigue, late nights, long talks, and arduous journeys, instead of finishing me off, kept me in a chronic low fever that became and has remained my normal state. Frail and quaky as you see, I can endure any toil or exhaustion better than you, a lovely spring flower. Ferment has become my element, and there I take my rest, forever on the move like those career couriers who have learned to sleep at a gallop. This experiment in what an energetic soul can endure and accomplish in a sickly body has made more confident in Albert's strength. I've grown used to seeing him like me, sometimes flagging and broken, lively and feverish at other moments. We've often suffered together the same bodily pains resulting from the same keen emotions, and perhaps our closeness has never been sweeter and more tender than in those times of trial, with the same fever burning in our veins and the same prostration making our feeble sighs indistinguishable. How many times did it seem to us that we were the same being? How many times did we break the silence into which the same reverie had sunk us only to say the same words to each other? How many times, finally, one of us ebullient and the other one broken, have we exchanged by a squeeze of the hand that languor and that energy? What good things and bad we've experienced together! Oh, my son! My only passion! Flesh of my flesh, bone of my bone! What storms we've traversed, protected by the same heavenly shield! How much devastation we've withstood, holding each other tight and uttering the same words of salvation, love, truth, justice. We were in Poland on the border with Turkey, and Albert, having gone through all the subsequent Masonic initiations and superior ranks that are the last link between that preparatory society and our own, was headed for that part of Germany where we are now in order to be admitted to the sacred banquet of the Invisibles. Just then Count Christian von Rudolstadt called him back home. I was thunderstruck. As for Albert, despite all my care to keep him from forgetting his family, he no longer loved them except as a tender memory out of the past. He no longer understood how he could live with them. Yet it did not occur to us to resist that command formulated with the cold dignity and confident paternal authority of the Catholic, patrician families in our country. Albert prepared to leave me, not knowing for how long we would be separated, but trusting that he would soon see me again and pull together with Marcus the association that needed him. Albert had little notion of time and even less the ability to appreciate the material contingencies of life. "Are we parting?" he asked, seeing me weep despite myself.
That cannot be. Every time I've called out to you from the depths of my heart, you've appeared. I'll call out to you once again. Albert, Albert. I replied, I can't follow you to where you're going this time. He turned pale and clung to me like a frightened child. The moment had come to reveal my secret. I am not your mother's soul, I said after a bit of a preamble. I am your mother herself. Why are you telling me this? He said with a strange smile. Didn't I know it? Don't we look alike? Haven't I seen your portrait at Riesenberg? Besides, had I forgotten you? Hadn't I always seen you, always known you? And you weren't surprised to see me alive, I who am supposed to be buried in the chapel at the Castle of the Giants? No, I wasn't surprised, I was too overjoyed for that. God can work miracles, and it is not for man to wonder at them. The strange child had a harder time understanding the frightening realities of my story than the marvelous illusion he had cherished. He had believed in my resurrection as in Christ's, he had taken my doctrines about the transmission of life literally, he believed in them to excess. In other words, he was not astonished to see me keep the memory and certainty of my individuality after having cast off one body for another. I don't even know if I managed to convince him that my swoon hadn't meant the end of my life and that my mortal shell hadn't remained in the sepulchre. He listened to me with a vacant yet ardent look on his face, as though he were hearing other words than those I was saying. Something inexplicable was going on inside him just then. A terrific bond was still holding Albert's soul on the edge of the abyss. He would remain alienated from reality until he himself had undergone that final crisis out of which I had miraculously emerged, that apparent death that would be in him the ultimate struggle between the notions of time and eternity. It broke my heart to leave him. I had a vague, painful premonition that he was about to enter that climacteric phase, so to speak, which had so violently shaken my existence, that the hour was near when Albert would be utterly destroyed or renewed. I had noticed that he was prone to catalepsy. Before my eyes he had fallen into sleep so long, so heavy, so frightening, his breathing was then so feeble, his pulse so nearly imperceptible that I kept saying or writing to Marcus, we must never let anybody bury Albert, or we mustn't fear breaking open his tomb. Unfortunately for us, Marcus could no longer show his face at the Castle of the Giants, nor could he set foot in the Empire. He'd been seriously compromised in an insurrection in Prague in which he had in fact had an influence. Only flight had saved him from the rigors of Austrian law. Devoured with worry, I came back here. Albert had promised to write me every day, and I had promised myself that as soon as a letter failed to arrive, I'd leave for Bohemia and show up at Riesenberg, no matter what the consequences might be. The pain of our separation was at first less cruel for him than for me. He didn't understand what was happening, he seemed not to believe it. But once he was back under that sinister roof where the air is like poison for the ardent hearts of Ziska's descendants, he suffered a terrible shock in every part of his being. He ran and locked himself up in my old room. He called out to me, and not seeing me appear, became convinced that I had died a second death and wouldn't be restored to him in the course of his present life. That at least is how he has since explained to me what was going on in that fateful hour that unsettled his mind and faith for years on end. He gazed at my portrait for a long time. A portrait is never anything more than an imperfect likeness, and an artist's particular impression of us always falls so short of the notions of those who love us passionately that no likeness can ever satisfy them, it can even hurt and sometimes offend them. Albert, looking at that representation of my past youth and beauty, didn't find his dear old mother, with her gray hair that he found more dignified and the withered pallor that spoke to his heart. He shrank back in terror from the portrait and reappeared before his relatives, somber, tight-lipped, and distraught.
He went to visit my tomb where he was seized with vertigo and horror. The idea of death struck him as monstrous, and yet, to console him, his father told him that I was there in the tomb, that he should kneel down and pray for the repose of my soul. "Repose," exclaimed Albert, beside himself, "the repose of the soul. No, my mother's soul is not meant for such nothingness, no more than mine.
Neither my mother nor I want repose in a tomb. Never, never.
I am horrified by this Catholic crypt, these sealed sepulchres, this forsaking of life, this divorce between heaven and earth, between body and soul." With such talk Albert began to instill fear in his father's simple, timid soul. His words were relayed to the chaplain so that he might try and explain them. That narrow-minded man took them as nothing more than a cry wrung from Albert's soul by the feeling that I was damned for all eternity. The superstitious terror that began to spread around Albert, plus his family's attempts to lead him back to Catholic submission, soon became torture for him, and his excitability altogether assumed the morbid quality you saw in him.
He became confused. Repeatedly seeing and touching the proof of my death, he forgot that he had known me alive, and I seemed to him nothing more than a fleeting ghost always ready to forsake him. His imagination conjured up this ghost, lending it only incoherent ravings, mournful cries, and sinister threats. When he calmed down, his mind remained under a cloud. He couldn't remember recent events. He convinced himself that he had only dreamed spending 8 years with me. Rather, these 8 years of happiness, activity, and strength seemed to him an hour's dream. Not having had any letter from him, I was going to rush off to Riesenberg. Marcus held me back, maintaining that our letters were being intercepted by the postal service, or else that the Rudolstadt family was doing away with them. He was still getting news of Riesenberg from his faithful correspondent. My son was said to be calm, healthy, and happy with his family. You know what care they took to conceal his condition, and at first they succeeded. In his travels Albert had met young Trenck and struck up a warm friendship with him. Trenck, who was loved by the Princess of Prussia and persecuted by King Frederick, wrote to my son about his joys and sorrows and begged that he come to Dresden to give him help and advice. Albert set out in that direction, and no sooner had he left gloomy Riesenberg than his memory, zeal, and reason came back to him. Trenck had met my son in the militia of neophyte invisibles. There they had made a pact and sworn a knightly bond of brotherhood. When Marcus told me about their projected meeting, I rushed to Dresden, saw Albert again, and followed him to Prussia, where he slipped into the royal palace in disguise to help out Trenck in his love affair and deliver a message for the Invisibles. Marcus thought that these activities and the knowledge that he was doing something useful and generous would rescue Albert from his dangerous melancholy. He was right. Albert was coming back to life among us. When he returned, Marcus wanted to bring him here and have him stay a while with the most revered leaders of the order. He was convinced that breathing the true and vital atmosphere of his excellent soul would make Albert recover his lucid genius. But an unfortunate event suddenly shook my son's confidence. He had crossed paths with the impostor Cagliostro, whom the Rosicrucians in their imprudence had initiated into some of their mysteries. Albert, a long-standing Rosicrucian, had risen in rank and become the Grand Master of one of their assemblies. Then he saw at close range what he had thus far only sensed. He touched all these sundry elements that make up the Masonic network. He recognized the error and faddishness, the vanity and deception, even the fraud that was creeping into these sanctuaries already invaded by the insanity and vices of the age. Cagliostro, with his vigilant monitoring of society's little secrets that he presented as the revelations of a familiar spirit,
with his specious eloquence that parroted great revolutionary inspirations, with his art of illusion that conjured up so-called ghosts, Cagliostro, scheming and greedy, horrified the noble disciple. The credulousness of polite society, the petty superstition of a great number of masons, the shameful cupidity excited by the promises of the philosopher's stone, and so many other miseries of the times in which we live, shed sinister light in his soul. Living a secluded, studious life, he hadn't sufficiently fathomed the human race and wasn't prepared to do battle with so many vile instincts. Unable to endure such wretchedness, he wanted the charlatans and the sorcerers unmasked and ignominiously driven off and away from the confines of our temples. He couldn't tolerate that we should put up with the degrading assistance of Cagliostro because it was too late to get rid of him, because the man, once irritated, could be the ruin of many respectable men, whereas, flattered by their protection and ostensible trust, he could render many services to the cause without really knowing what it was all about. Albert waxed indignant and pronounced on our work the anathema of a steadfast, ardent soul. He predicted that we would fail for letting the alloy penetrate too far into the chain of gold. He left saying he was going to think about what we were striving to make him understand about the dreadful necessities of conspiratorial work and would return asking for baptism once his piercing doubts were dispelled. We didn't know, alas, what gloomy thoughts were his when he was alone at Riesenberg. He told us nothing about them. Perhaps he didn't remember them once their bitterness had dissipated. He spent another year there swinging back and forth between calm and great excitement, exuberant strength and painful prostration. He occasionally wrote to us without any mention of his suffering and the decline of his health. He put up a bitter fight against our political moves. He wanted us henceforth to stop working in the shadows and beguiling people to make them drink of the cup of regeneration. "Off with your black masks, out of your caves," he said. "Erase the word mystery from the pediment of your temple. You stole it from the Roman Church, and it doesn't suit the men of the future. Don't you see that you're behaving like Jesuits? No, I can't work with you. That's like looking for life among cadavers. Come at last into the light of day. Don't waste precious time organizing your army. Count a bit more on its spirit, on the sympathy of the people and the spontaneity of generous instincts. Besides, an army goes corrupt in inactivity, and all their crafty maneuvers to lie in ambush sap the strength and vitality they need to fight." Albert was right in principle, but the time had not yet come for him to be right in practice. That time still may be far off. You finally arrived at Riesenberg and surprised him in the midst of his soul's greatest distress. You know, or rather you don't, what an effect you had on him, to the point of making him forget everything that was not you, of giving him new life, of giving him death. When he thought it was all over between the two of you, he lost all his strength and let himself waste away. Until then I was ignorant of the real nature and gravity of his illness. Marcus's correspondent told him that the castle of the giants was more and more close to profane eyes, that Albert never left the premises any longer, that society considered him a monomaniac, but that the poor loved him and always blessed his name, and that a few people of uncommon sense who had seen him, first taken aback by his bizarre manner, paid tribute upon leaving to his eloquence, great wisdom, and grand ideas. But when I finally heard that Supperville had been summoned, I tore off to Riesenberg, despite Marcus who, seeing that I would stop at nothing, risked everything to follow me. We arrived at the walls of the castle disguised as beggars. No one recognized us, as I hadn't been seen around there for 27 years and Marcus for 10. We were given alms and sent away. But we found a friend, an unexpected savior in the person of poor Zdenko. He treated us like brother and sister and took a liking to us because he understood how much we cared about Albert. We knew how to speak to his enthusiasm and make him reveal every secret about his friend's mortal pain. Zdenko was no longer the raging madman who had threatened your life. Beaten down and broken, he went like us, humbly begging news of Albert at the castle gate, and like us he was put off with vague answers, which we in our anguish found terrifying. By a strange coincidence with Albert's visions, Zdenko claimed that he knew me. I had appeared in his dreams, in his ecstasies, and with childlike abandon he unwittingly surrendered his will to me. "Woman," he often said to me, "I don't know your name, but you're my Podebrad's good angel." Many a time in his good hours, when the heavens opened and there before his eyes he saw clustered around his bed those who were no longer, or so people say, he sketched your face and described your voice, your gaze, and your gait. Far from giving Zdenko's effusions a cold shoulder, I encouraged them. I flattered his illusion and managed to get him to take Marcus and me down into the Schreckenstein cave. When I saw that subterranean abode and learned that my son had spent weeks, almost entire months there unbeknownst to all, I understood why his thoughts were so gloomy. There I saw a tomb that Zdenko seemed to worship, and it took some trouble to learn whose grave it was. This was Albert's and Zdenko's deepest, darkest secret. Alas, the madman told me, that's where we buried Wanda Z. Prakalitz, mother to my Albert. She didn't want to stay in that chapel where they had sealed her in stone. Her bones did nothing but toss and turn, and those who are here, he added pointing to the Taborite ossuary at the edge of the spring, were always getting after us for not bringing her to them. We went to fetch those sacred remains and reburied them here, and every day we'd bring down flowers and kisses. Horrified by this situation, which might bring about the discovery of my secret, Marcus questioned Zdenko and learned that he had brought my coffin there without opening it. Albert was therefore so ill and deranged that he no longer remembered that I was alive and persisted in believing that I was dead. But wasn't all this one of Zdenko's dreams? I couldn't believe my ears. "Oh, my friend," I said in despair to Marcus, "if the light of his reason is so extinguished, if he is to remain in this state forever, may God have mercy and let him die." Finally, in possession of all of Zdenko's secrets, we learned that we could get into the castle of the giants through subterranean corridors and secret passages. We followed him there one night and waited at the entrance to the cistern while he slipped into the house. He came back laughing and singing and told us that Albert was cured, that he was asleep, and they had dressed him in new clothes and put a crown on his head. I dropped as though I'd been struck by lightning. I understood that Albert had died. I don't know what happened after that. I woke up several times in a fever. I was lying on bearskins and dry leaves, in Albert's subterranean room under Schreckenstein. Zdenko and Marcus took turns watching over me. One kept telling me with an air of triumphant joy that his Podebrad was cured, that he would soon be coming to see me. The other, pale and pensive, would say, "All is not lost, perhaps. Let's not give up hoping for the miracle that made you rise out of the grave." I didn't understand a thing. I was delirious. I wanted to get up, run, scream. I couldn't, and poor Marcus, seeing me in such a state, had neither the strength nor the leisure to look after me in earnest. His whole mind, his every thought were absorbed by an even more terrible anxiety. Finally one night, I think it was the third of my crisis, I was calm and feeling stronger. I tried to collect my thoughts. I managed to get up. I was alone in that horrible cave, scarcely lit by a sepulchral lamp. I wanted to get out. I was locked in. Where were Marcus, Zdenko, and, above all, Albert? My memory came back, I screamed, and the icy vault replied with such a lugubrious echo that sweat ran down my forehead, cold as the damp of the grave. I thought I was once again buried alive. What had happened? What was going on even now? I fell to my knees, wrung my hands in a desperate prayer and screamed furiously for Albert. Finally, I heard heavy, uneven steps drawing near, like those of people with a heavy burden. A dog barked and moaned, and faster than the others, he scratched at the door several times. The door was flung open, and I saw Marcus and Zdenko bringing me Albert, stiff, wan, by all appearances dead. His dog Cinnabar was jumping up and licking his hanging hands. Zdenko was improvising a song in a sweet, serious voice. Come sleep on your mother's breast, poor friend so long deprived of rest. Come sleep until it's day, we'll wake you for the dawn.
I rushed over to my son. He's not dead? I exclaimed. Oh, Marcus, you've saved him, haven't you? He's going to wake up? Don't delude yourself, madam, Marcus replied, horrifyingly firm. I know nothing, I can believe nothing, be brave, no matter what. Give me a hand, forget yourself. I don't need to tell you everything we tried to revive Albert. Thank heaven, there was a stove in the cave. We managed to warm his limbs. You see, I said to Marcus, his hands are a bit warm. Marble can be warmed up, he replied in a sinister tone, which doesn't give it life. This heart is still as stone. Dreadful hours dragged on in expectation, terror, discouragement. Marcus, down on his knees, his ear glued to my son's chest, his face glum, watched in vain for a faint sign of life. Fainting, exhausted, I dared not say another word nor ask any questions. I studied Marcus's ghastly brow. A moment came when I didn't even dare look at him any longer. It seemed to me that I had read the supreme sentence. Zdenko, sitting in a corner, was playing with Cinnabar like a child and still singing. Sometimes he would stop and say that we were tormenting Albert and should let him sleep, that he, Zdenko, had seen him like that for weeks on end, that he would wake up all by himself. Marcus suffered cruelly from the madman's confidence and couldn't share it, but I stubbornly wanted to have faith in it and felt quite inspired. The madman was possessed with heavenly divination, the angelic certainty of the truth. Finally, I thought I saw an imperceptible change in Marcus's stony brow, that it was less tightly knit. I saw his hand quiver, only to stiffen in a fresh attempt at courage. Then he heaved a deep sigh, lifted his ear from the chest where my son's heart had perhaps taken a beat, tried to say something, contained himself, frightened by the joy, perhaps illusory, he was about to give me, leaned back down, listened again, shuddered, suddenly straightened up and threw his arms back, then sagged and dropped as though as if he were about to die. Is there no more hope? I exclaimed, tearing at my hair. Wanda, he choked, your son's alive. And broken by the strain of his attention, courage, and concern, my stoical, tender friend, absolutely spent, dropped to the floor near Zdenko. Chapter 35. Countess Wanda, shaken by the force of the memory, was silent for a few minutes, then went on with her tale. We spent several days in the cave, with my son regaining his strength and health amazingly fast. Marcus, surprised to find that Albert hadn't suffered any organic lesion or basic harm to his vital functions, was nonetheless frightened by his obdurate silence and indifference, apparent or real, to our effusions of joy in his strange situation. Albert's memory was completely gone. Sunk in a somber meditation, he made secret, futile efforts to understand what was going on around him. As for me, knowing that heartache was the sole reason for his illness and the resulting catastrophe, I was not as impatient as Marcus to see him recover the poignant memories of his love. Marcus himself acknowledged that this mental blotting out of the past could alone explain why his physical strength was returning so fast.
His body was reviving at the expense of his mind as quickly as it had broken under the strain of his thoughts. "He's alive, and he'll surely survive," he said to me, "but will he ever recover his wits? Let's get him out of this tomb as soon as possible. Air, sun, and movement will no doubt rouse him out of this slumber of the soul," I replied. "Above all, let's get him out of this false, impossible life that killed him," Marcus went on, "away from this family and world that thwart all his instincts. Let's take him to those sympathetic souls in whose fellowship his own soul will regain its strength and lucidity." Could I hesitate? Cautiously wandering around Schreckenstein at dusk, where I pretended to beg from the rare travelers on those roads, I learned that Count Christian had fallen into a sort of second childhood. He would not have understood his son's return, and the spectacle of that death before its time, if Albert in turn had understood his father's condition, would have utterly overwhelmed him. Were we therefore to render him, to abandon him to the inept care of the old aunt, the benighted chaplain, and the idiotic uncle who had all made him live such a wretched life and die such a dismal death? "Ah, let's run away with him," I said to Marcus at last. "I don't want him to witness his father's last gasps and the horrifying display of Catholic idolatry at a deathbed. My husband didn't understand me, but I always revered his pure and simple virtues and respected him as religiously after I left him as I had while we were together, and now it breaks my heart to think that he's going to leave this earth without it being possible for us to forgive each other. Yet, since that's the way it must be, since my apparition as well as my son's could only cause him indifference or death, let's leave and not give Albert back to the tomb of Riesenberg. We've reconquered him from death, and life, at least I hope so, is opening a sublime path before him. Ah, let's follow the first impulse that led us here. Let's free Albert from captivity, from the false duties created by rank and fortune. These duties will always be crimes in his eyes, and if he persists in fulfilling them for the sake of old and moribund relatives, he'll only die trying and be the first to go. I know what I suffered in that slavery of the mind, that fatal, unending contradiction between the life of the soul and day-to-day living, between principles and instincts, on the one hand, and forced habits, on the other. It's clear to me that he's gone the same way and absorbed the same poisons. So let's save him, and later on, if he wants to go back on our decision, won't he be free to do so? If his father goes on living, and if his own mental health permits, won't there still be time for him to return here and console Christian's last days with his presence and love? Not easily, Marcus replied. I foresee terrible obstacles if Albert wants to go back on his divorce from established society, the world, and the family. But why would he want to do that? This family may die out before he recovers his memory. As for those things to be conquered in the world, name, honor, and fortune, I have no doubt what his opinion of them will be once he's himself again, and I pray that this day may come. Our most important and pressing task is to put him in an environment where he can heal. So one night, as soon as Albert could hold himself up, we left the cave. At a short distance from Schreckenstein, we put him on a horse and made our way to the border, which is very near in those parts, as you know, and there we found easier, faster transportation. The relations that our order maintains with the multitude of Freemasons assure us, inside the whole of Germany, smooth traveling incognito and free of police checks. Bohemia was the only perilous place for us because of the recent agitation in Prague and the vigilant eye of the Austrian authorities. And what about Zdenko? Asked the young Countess von Rudolstadt. Zdenko was nearly our ruin with his stubborn attempts to stop us, or at least Albert, from leaving. He didn't want to be separated from him, nor did he want to follow him anywhere. He doggedly believed that Albert would die away from fateful,
gloomy Schreckenstein.
Only here is my Podybrat at peace, everywhere else people torture him, stop him from sleeping, make him forswear our fathers of Mount Tabor and lead a life of shame and perjury that exasperates him. Leave him here with me, I'll take good care of him as I've done so often. I won't trouble his meditations. When he wants to keep quiet, I won't make any noise walking around, and I'll hold Cinnabar's muzzle for hours lest the dog lick his hand and give him a start. When he wants to make merry, I'll sing him the songs he likes and compose some new ones that he'll like as well, for he liked all my songs and he alone understood them.
Leave me my Podybrat, I tell you.
I know better than you what's good for him, and when you want to see him again, he'll be playing the violin or placing beautiful branches of cypress that I'll cut for him in the forest over the tomb of his beloved mother. I'll feed him well, I will. I know all the huts where folks never refuse good old Zdenko bread, milk, and fruit, and for a long time now the poor peasants of the Bohemian forest, though they don't know it, have been feeding their noble master, rich Podybrat. Albert doesn't like fancy meals where people eat the flesh of animals, he prefers the innocent, simple life. He has no need to see the sun, better a moonbeam through the trees. And when he wants company, I take him to the wilderness clearings where our good friends the Zingari, these children of the Lord, who know neither law nor money, make their camps at night. I listened carefully to Zdenko because his innocent babble revealed the life that Albert had led with him during his frequent retreats to Schreckenstein. Have no fear, he added, that I'll ever let his enemies know about his secret place. They are so crazy and such liars that now they're saying, our child, our friend, our master is dead. They wouldn't be able to believe that he's alive even if they saw him with their own eyes.
Besides, didn't I used to answer when they'd ask if I'd seen Count Albert, he's no doubt dead? And as I'd laugh saying that, they'd said I was crazy. But I was talking about death to make fun of them because they believe or pretend to believe in death. And when the people in the castle made as if to follow me, didn't I have 1,000 tricks to throw them off? Oh, I know all the wiles of the hare and the partridge. Like them, I know how to take cover in a thicket, disappear into the heather, go the wrong way, spring up, cross a roaring stream, stop and hide so that they pass me by, and, like the will-o'-the-wisp, make them get lost and risk their necks in swamps and bogs. They call Zdenko the simpleton. The simpleton is cleverer than all of them. There's never been but one girl, a saintly girl, who could outfox canny Zdenko. She knew magic words to chain his fury, she had charms to overcome every trap or danger, her name was Consuelo. Whenever Zdenko said your name, Albert would quiver slightly and turn his head away, but then let it drop back down toward his chest a second later, without his memory coming awake. In vain I tried to work out a compromise with this keeper so devoted and so blind, promising to bring Albert back to Schreckenstein on condition that Zdenko first accompany him to a place where Albert wanted to go. That didn't work, and when at last we had made him, like it or not, agree to let my son leave the cave, he trailed along behind us, crying, muttering, and singing in a pitiful voice until beyond the mines of Kuttenberg. When we reached a famous spot where Ziska had one of his great victories over Sigismund long ago, Zdenko recognized the high crags that mark the border, for no one else knows better from his wanderings all the trails in the area. There he came to a halt, stamped his foot on the ground, and said, "Never again will Zdenko leave the land where the bones of his fathers lie." Not long ago, when I was exiled and banished by my Podybrat for having misunderstood and threatened the saintly girl he loves, I spent weeks and months on foreign land. I thought I'd go mad. I returned to my beloved forests a little while ago to watch Albert sleep because a voice sang to me in a dream that he wasn't angry any longer. Now that he's no longer cursing me, you're stealing him away from me. If you're taking him to his Consuelo, so be it.
but leaving my country all over again, talking the language of our enemies, giving them my hand, leaving Schreckenstein empty and abandoned, I won't do it again. It's beyond my strength, and besides, the voices in my sleep have forbidden me to do it. Zdenko must live and die in the land of the Slavs. He must live and die singing in the tongue of his fathers the glory of the Slavs and their sufferings.
Farewell and be gone.
If Albert hadn't forbidden me to shed human blood, you wouldn't be carrying him off like this, but he would curse me again if I raised a hand against you, and not seeing him again is better than seeing him angry with me. You hear me, oh my Potibrad, he exclaimed, kissing the hands of my son who was looking at him and hearing without understanding.
I'm obeying you and going away.
When you come back, you'll find your stove lit, your books in place, your bed of leaves freshly made, and your mother's tomb strewn with palms always green. If it's the right season, there'll be flowers over her and the bones of our martyrs at edge of the spring.
Farewell, Cinnabar.
Having tearfully choked out these words, poor Zdenko leaped onto the rocky incline sloping toward Bohemia and vanished as quickly as a deer at dawn's first light. I won't tell you, dear Consuelo, how anxiously we waited during our first weeks here with Albert. Hidden away in the lodge where you are now, he gradually recovered the inner life that we were striving to reawaken in him, albeit slowly and carefully. The first word that crossed his lips after 2 months of absolute silence was in response to music. Marcus had understood that Albert's life was tied to his love for you, and he had resolved to invoke that memory only insofar as he knew you to be worthy of that love and free to respond to it one day. He made the most thorough inquiries about you, and before long he knew everything about your character and your life, past and present. Thanks to the clever organization of our order, our relations with every other secret society, and a multitude of neophytes and disciples whose work it is to probe with the most scrupulous care the things and people that interest us, nothing can escape our investigations. The world holds no secrets for us.
We know how to penetrate the deepest mysteries of politics, of court intrigues as well.
So your spotless life and straightforward character weren't difficult for us to know and judge. Baron von Trenck, upon learning that the man who had loved you, whose name you had kept quiet, was his friend Albert, talked to us about you with such feeling.
The Count de Saint-Germain, very absent-minded in appearance, but in fact one of the most clairvoyant of men, the strange visionary, this superior spirit who seems to live only in the past and doesn't miss a thing in the present, quickly gave us the most complete information about you, and it was of such a nature that from then on I felt tenderly attached to you and thought of you as my own daughter. Once we knew enough to act with certainty, we had skilled musicians come play under the window where we're now sitting. Albert was there where you are, leaning against this curtain and contemplating the sunset. Marcus was holding one of his hands and I the other. Right in the middle of a symphony that we had expressly composed for 4 instruments, with various themes from the Bohemian tunes that Albert plays with such soul and religious feeling, uprose the hymn to the Virgin with which you had charmed him in the past, O Consuelo de mi alma. Just then Albert, who had shown a little emotion hearing these old Bohemian melodies, threw himself into my arms and dissolved into tears, crying, "Mother, oh mother!" Marcus stopped the music, content with the emotion it had aroused and not wanting to overdo it the first time. Albert had spoken.
He had recognized me and refound the strength to love. It took several more days before his mind had regained all its liberty. Yet he had no spells of delirium. When he seemed worn out from using his faculties, he would lapse back into dismal silence, but by imperceptible degrees his physiognomy looked less glum, and bit by bit we gently and gingerly made headway against that taciturn tendency. We were glad at last to see his need for rest from intellectual labor disappear, and thereafter the only interruption in the workings of his mind was during hours of sleep that was regular, peaceful, and quite like that of other men. Albert recognized himself again, with his love for you and for me, his charity and enthusiasm for his fellow men and for virtue, his faith, and his need to make it triumph. He went on cherishing you without bitterness, mistrust, or regret for all that he had suffered for you. Yet, despite all his care to reassure us and demonstrate his courage and selflessness, we could see that his passion had lost none of its intensity. He had merely become stronger, in mind and body. To bear up under it, we made no attempt to fight it. On the contrary, Marcus and I joined forces to give him hope and resolved to let you know that this husband for whom you were mourning religiously, not in your dress but in your soul, was alive. But Albert, with generous resignation and a good sense of his situation with regard to you, stopped us from rushing forward. "She wasn't in love with me," he said. "She took pity on a dying man. It must have been with terror and perhaps despair that she promised to spend her life with me. Now she would come back to me out of duty. It would make me so unhappy to rob her of her freedom, the thrills of her art, and perhaps the joys of a new love. It's quite enough to have had her compassion. Don't reduce me to being the object of her pained devotion. Let her live, let her know the pleasures of independence, the heady delights of glory, and even greater joys if need be. It's not for me that I love her, and while it's only too true that she is necessary to my happiness, I can certainly give that up as long as my sacrifice is to her benefit. Besides, was I born for happiness? Am I entitled to happiness while the whole world suffers and groans? Don't I have other duties aside from the pursuit of my own gratification? While performing these duties, won't I find the strength to forget myself and not to desire anything more for me alone? I want to try at least, and if I fall by the wayside, you'll take pity on me and urge me on. Better that than coddling me with fond hopes and endlessly reminding me that my heart is sick and consumed with the selfish desire for happiness. Love me, friends. Bless me, mother, and don't talk to me about the things that sap my strength and virtue when despite myself I feel the goad of my torments. I know full well that the greatest pain I suffered at Riesenberg was the pain I inflicted on others. I would go mad again, perhaps die with blasphemy on my lips if I were to see Consuelo suffer the anguish I failed to spare the other objects of my affection. He seemed altogether well again, and my tender love wasn't the only thing helping him battle his unhappy passion. Marcus and a few superiors of the order gave him a fervent initiation into the mysteries of our endeavors. He took serious and melancholy joy in these vast projects and bold hopes, above all in the long philosophical discussions. Even though he wasn't always of one mind with his noble friends, he at least felt his soul in touch with theirs in all matters relating to deep, ardent feeling, the love of the good, the desire for justice and truth. His aspiration toward the ideal, for a long time cramped and beaten down by the narrow-minded terrors of his family, found at last room to grow, and this, seconded by noble sympathies, even stimulated by frank, friendly contradictions, was the vital atmosphere in which he could breathe and act, despite the secret pain devouring him. Albert is essentially metaphysical. He has never taken pleasure in the frivolous life on which egotism feeds. He was born to contemplate the highest truths and practice the most austere virtues, yet, at the same time, thanks to a perfection of inner beauty very rare among mankind, he is endowed with an essentially tender and loving soul. Charity is not enough for him, he needs affection. His love reaches out to everyone, and yet he needs to focus it more particularly on a few. He has a fanatic sense of dedication, but there is nothing fierce in his virtue. Love intoxicates him, friendship rules him, and his life is a rich, inexhaustible give and take between the abstract being he passionately reveres under the name of humanity and the particular beings he delights in cherishing. In short, his excellent heart is a hearth of love. All the noble passions find a home there and dwell in peace. If God could be represented in the form of a finite, mortal being, I would dare say that my son's soul is the image of the universal soul we call God. That is why he, a feeble human creature with infinite aspirations and limited means, couldn't live with his family. Had it not been for his fervent love for them, he could have made a life apart in their midst, with a calm, robust faith different from theirs and indulgence for their innocuous blindness, but such strength would have required a certain coldness that was as impossible for him as it was for me. He couldn't live isolated in mind, spirit, and heart. With anguish he implored their adhesion, with despair he appealed for the communion of ideas between him and those he held dear. That is why, shut up alone inside the brass walls of their Catholic obstinacy, social prejudices, and hatred for the religion of equality, he fell broken and moaning against their bosom. He withered like a plant deprived of dew and invoking the rain that would have let him live with those he loved. Weary of suffering alone, of loving alone, of believing and praying alone, he thought he had found life again in you, and when you accepted and shared his ideas, he regained composure and reason, but you didn't share his feelings, and your separation would throw him back into a deeper and more intolerable solitude. His faith, repudiated and relentlessly attacked, became torture beyond human strength. His mind reeled. Unable to refresh the most sublime essence of his life by steeping it in souls like his own, he had to let himself die. As soon as he found these hearts made to understand and help him, we were amazed by his mild-mannered way of discussing things, his tolerance, confidence, and modesty. We had feared, because of his past, something too fierce, opinions too personal, a harsh tongue worthy of respect and an earnest, enthusiastic mind but dangerous to his progress and harmful to an association of our sort. We were amazed by his openness, simplicity, and charming companionship. His words and lessons made us better and stronger, but he was convinced that we were giving him everything he was giving us. He was soon the object of boundless veneration here, and you ought not be surprised that so many people were involved in bringing you back to him when you realized that his happiness had become a collective effort, a need felt by everyone who had drawn near him, if only for an instant. Chapter 36. But the cruel destiny of our race was not yet fulfilled. Albert had still to suffer, his heart had to bleed eternally for this family, innocent of all its woes, but condemned by a bizarre fatality to break him while crumbling at his feet. We told him, as soon as he was strong enough to hear the news, that his worthy father had died shortly after his own death, for I have to use that strange expression for such a strange event. Albert mourned his father with a tender, uplifted heart, with the certainty that he had not left this life for the Catholic nothingness of paradise or hell, with the kind of sullen joy that inspired in him the hope of a better, more abundant life here below for that pure, deserving man. He was therefore much more distressed by the bereavement of Baron Frederick and Canoness Wenslauer, his other relatives, than by his father's departure. Reproaching himself for enjoying far from them consolations that they didn't share, he resolved to go spend some time with them, to let them in on the secret of his healing and miraculous resurrection and to make their lives as happy as possible. He knew nothing about his cousin Amelia's disappearance. That had happened while he was ill at Riesenberg, and they had carefully concealed it from him to spare him further pain. We hadn't thought it advisable to tell him about it. We had failed to preserve my wretched niece from a deplorable error, and when we were about to get our hands on the man who had seduced her, the Saxon branch of the Rudolstadt family, with their less indulgent pride, had got there first. They had Amalia secretly arrested in Prussia where she had thought to find refuge and turned her over to the harsh treatment of King Frederick, who gave the family a gracious token of his protection by locking a hapless young girl up in the fortress of Spandau. There she spent nearly a year in dreadful captivity, in total isolation, and having to count herself lucky that her disgrace was a tightly guarded secret, thanks to the generous protection of the jailer king.
"Oh, madam," Consuelo burst in, "is she still at Spandau?" "We've just got her out of there."
Albert and Liverani couldn't spirit her away at the same time as you because she was kept on a much closer watch, her revolts, reckless attempts at escape, impatience and tantrums having aggravated the rigors of her confinement. "But we have other means aside from those to which you owe your rescue. Our disciples are everywhere, and a few cultivate credit at court to help further our designs. We managed to get Amalia under the wing of the young Margravine von Bayreuth, the Prussian king's sister, who asked for and obtained her release, promising to take responsibility for her and answer for her future conduct. In a few days the young Baroness will be with Princess Sophia Wilhelmina, who is as good-hearted as she is sharp-tongued, who will treat her with the same indulgence and generosity as she did the Princess von Kulmbach, another unfortunate who, like Amalia, is tarnished in the eyes of the world and has also been a victim of the penitentiary regime of the royal fortresses." So Albert was unaware of his cousin's plight when he resolved to go see his uncle and aunt at the Castle of the Giants. He wouldn't have been able to understand the inertia of Baron Frederick, who had the animal energy to live, hunt, and drink in the wake of so many disasters, nor the devout impassibility of the canoness who feared that taking measures to find Amalia would make her scandalous adventures even more notorious. We were horrified and fought Albert's project, but he persisted in it unbeknownst to us. One night he set out, leaving a letter promising us that he'd soon return. Indeed, he was away only a short while, but what grief he brought back with him. After entering Bohemia in disguise, he made a surprise visit to his solitary friend Zdenko at the Schreckenstein cave. From there he wanted to write to his family to tell them the truth and prepare them for the shock of his return. He knew Amalia as the most courageous as well as the most frivolous, and it was to her that he planned to have Zdenko deliver his first missive. Just when he was about to start on it, Zdenko was out on the mountain. It was near dawn, and he heard a shot, then a heartrending cry. He dashed outside, and the first thing that struck his eye was Zdenko carrying Cinnabar covered in blood. Albert's first impulse was to run to his poor old dog without giving a thought to covering his face, but while bringing the faithful animal, fatally wounded, back to the place called Monk's Cave, he saw racing toward him, as fast as age and obesity would allow, a hunter eager to retrieve his prey. It was Baron Frederick. Outstalking at dawn's first light, he had mistaken Cinnabar's tawny coat for that of a wild animal and aimed through the branches. Alas, he still had a good eye and a sure hand. He had hit him twice in the side. All of a sudden he spotted Albert. Thinking he was seeing a ghost, he stopped short, frozen in terror. No longer conscious of any real danger, he stepped back to the edge of the steep trail he was following, rolled off a cliff, and smashed down on the rocks below. He died instantly, on the fateful spot where for centuries there had stood the accursed tree, the famous oak of Schreckenstein called the Hussite, a witness and accessory to the most horrible catastrophes long ago. Albert saw his uncle fall and left Zdenko to run to the edge of the cliff. Then he saw the Baron's servants anxiously trying to get him up, all the while filling the air with their moans, for he showed no signs of life. Albert heard these words from down below, "Dead, our poor master's dead." Alas, what will the canoness say? Albert no longer gave any thought to himself, he shouted and called out to them. As soon as they set eyes on him, these credulous servants were seized with panic. They were already abandoning the body of their master and running away when old Hans, the most superstitious but also the most courageous of the lot, stopped them and said, making the sign of the cross, "Children, that's not our Master Albert. It's the spirit of Schreckenstein, who has taken his form to make us all die here if we don't show some courage. I saw him myself, he's the one who made the Baron fall. He wants to make off with the body and devour it, he's a vampire. Come on, children, let's have some courage. They say the devil is a coward. I'll draw a bead on him while you recite the chaplain's prayer of exorcism." With these words Hans, having crossed himself several more times, raised his gun and fired at Albert while the other servants huddled round the Baron's body. Fortunately Hans was too upset and terrified to aim well, he was in a sort of delirium. Yet the bullet nearly grazed Albert's head, for Hans was the best shot around, and had he been cool and collected, he surely would have killed my son.
Albert stopped and hesitated. "Courage, children, courage," shouted Hans, reloading his gun. "Fire away, he's scared. You won't kill him, bullets can't touch him, but you'll make him back off, and that will give us time to rescue our poor master's body." Albert, seeing all these guns pointing at him, ducked into the brush and, without anybody noticing, ran down the mountain and soon confirmed the horrible truth with his own eyes. The broken body of his wretched uncle was lying on the bloody rocks, his skull split open, and old Hans mournfully shouting these dreadful words, "The brains, get the brains off the rocks, every last speck. Otherwise, the vampire's dog will come lick them up." "Yes, yes, there was a dog," replied a second servant. "At first I thought it was Cinnabar. But Cinnabar disappeared when Count Albert died," said yet another. "Nobody's seen him around anywhere since. He must have gone and died in some corner, and the Cinnabar we saw up there is a ghost, just like the vampire that looks like Count Albert. What an abominable sight! It'll always be there in front of my eyes. Lord God, have mercy on us, and mercy on the soul of the Baron who's died without the sacraments because of the spirit's malice." "Alas, I kept telling him he'd come to a bad end," said Hans in a piteous tone, picking up shreds of the Baron's clothing with hands stained with his blood. "He always wanted to hunt in this thrice accursed place. He'd taken it into his head that every critter in the forest took cover here because there was never anybody in these parts, but God knows, the only game that's ever been on this infernal mountain was the gallows bird still hanging from that oak when I was a boy. Accursed Hussite! Tree of perdition! Devoured by heaven's fire, but as long as there's a single root left in the earth, those evil Hussites will come back here for revenge on the Catholics. Come on, hurry up with the stretcher and let's get moving. It's not safe here. Ah, the canoness, poor mistress, what's to become of her? Who'll dare be the first to go to her and say as on other days, 'Here's the Baron back from the hunt'? She'll say, 'Serve lunch at once.' Ah, yes, lunch. It'll be a long time before anyone in the castle has any appetite. Too many bad things happen in this family, and I know where that's coming from, I do." While the body was being placed on the stretcher, Hans, pressed with questions, replied, shaking his head, "In that family everybody was a devout believer and died a Christian death until the day when Countess Wanda, God have mercy on her soul, died without confession. Since then they've all had to go the same way. Count Albert didn't die in a state of grace, no matter what was said to him, and his worthy father was punished for it. He gave up the ghost without knowing what he was doing, so that's another one who went without the sacraments, and I bet the canoness too will go without having had the time to think of it. Fortunately for her, that saintly woman is always in a state of grace." Albert didn't miss a single one of these distressing words, a crude expression of real grief and a terrifying reflection of the fanatical horror that people felt for both of us at Riesenberg. In a long daze he watched from afar as the lugubrious cortege wended its way over the trails through the ravine and dared not follow, even though he felt that in the natural order of things he should have been the first to bring his elderly aunt this sad news and comfort her in her mortal sorrow. But there's no doubt that had he suddenly appeared before her eyes, she would have dropped dead or gone mad. This he understood, and he withdrew in despair to his cave where Zdenko, who had seen nothing of the worst accident of that fateful morning, was busy washing Cinnabar's wound, but it was too late. Cinnabar, seeing his master's return, moaned in distress. Despite a broken back, he crawled to Albert and died at his feet, with his last caress. 4 days later Albert returned from Riesenberg, pale and overwhelmed by these new blows. For several days he didn't speak a word or shed a tear. At last he wept on my bosom. "I am cursed among men," he told me, "and it seems as though God wants to shut me out of this world where I shouldn't have loved a single soul. I can't ever reappear there without causing terror, death, or madness. It's all over. I mustn't see ever again the people who looked after me as a child. Their ideas about the eternal separation of the soul and body are so absolute, so horrifying that they'd rather believe me forever chained in the grave than be exposed to seeing my sinister face again. What a strange and dreadful notion of life. The dead become objects of hatred for those who cherish them the most, and if their ghost appears, they think it's been belched out of hell rather than sent down from heaven. Oh, poor uncle! And noble father! You were heretics in my eyes as I was in yours, and yet, if you appeared to me, if I were so fortunate as to see once again your images destroyed by death, I'd get down on my knees and reach out my arms to them. I'd believe they had come away from the bosom of God where souls go to be refreshed in forms recast. I wouldn't say to you your abominable formulas of rejection and malediction, ungodly exorcisms born of fear and abandonment. On the contrary, I'd call out to you. I'd want to contemplate you lovingly and keep you around as salutary influences. Oh, Mother, it's all over. I've got to be dead for them. Let them die by me or without me. Albert didn't leave his native land until he was sure that the canoness had withstood this last blow. That old woman, as ill and tough as I am myself, also knows how to live out of a sense of duty. Respectable in her convictions and her adversity, she counts with resignation the bitter days that God wills her to endure. Yet in her pain she maintains a certain stiff pride that outlives feeling. She recently said to a person who relayed her words to us, "If not for reasons of duty, we'd still have to put up with life out of respect for decorum." That remark is a portrait of the canoness, inside and out. From then on Albert no longer gave any thought to leaving us, and his courage seemed to grow with his trials. He even seemed to have conquered his love for you, and throwing himself into a life given wholly to philosophy, he was apparently concerned with nothing but religion, ethics, and revolutionary action. He devoted himself to the most serious tasks, and his vast intelligence took a turn as serene and magnificent as his grieving heart had grown excessive and feverish far away from us. This bizarre man whose delirium had dismayed the souls of Catholics became a torch of wisdom for minds of a higher order. He was initiated into the Invisible's most intimate secrets and took rank among the leaders and fathers of the new church, who received with love and gratitude all the enlightenment he gave them. The reforms that he proposed were agreed upon, and in the exercise of a militant faith he regained hope as well as the equanimity that makes heroes and martyrs. He so carefully concealed from us his struggles and suffering that we assumed that he had overcome his love for you. But one day the letters from the disciples, which could no longer be kept hidden from him, brought into our sanctuary a cruel, albeit uncertain report.
A few people in Berlin took you for the mistress of the Prussian king, and appearances did nothing to dispel the notion. Albert said nothing and went pale. "My beloved friend," he said to me after a few moments of silence, "this time you'll let me go without fear. A duty of love is calling me to Berlin, and my place is near the woman I love, who accepted my protection. I'm not assuming any rights over her. If she is drunk on the dismal happiness being ascribed to her, I won't use any authority to make her give it up, but if, as I am sure, she is beset with snares and dangers, I'll know how to save her from them." "Stop, Albert," I said. "You ought to fear the power of this fatal passion that has already done you so much harm. The suffering that it will cause you is the sole suffering beyond your strength. I can see that you are living only for virtue and love. If that love dies in your heart, will virtue be enough for you?" "And why should my love die?" asked Albert excitedly. "You think she may have already ceased to be worthy of it?" "And what if that were the case, Albert?" He smiled, with those colorless lips and shining eyes that he has when in the grip of strong and painful enthusiasm. "If that were the case," he replied, "I would go on loving her, for the past is not a fading dream in me, and you know that I've often confused it with the present to the point of not being able to tell one from the other. Well, I do the same thing again. I'd love in the past the angelic figure, the poetic soul that suddenly lit up my gloomy life and set it afire. And I wouldn't see that the past is behind me, I'd keep its burning trace in my bosom. The one gone astray, the fallen angel, would still inspire in me such tenderness and solicitude that I devote my life to consoling her for her fall and preserving her from the scorn of cruel men." Albert left for Berlin with several of our friends, ostensibly to talk to his protectress, Princess Amalia, about Trenck, then in prison at Glatz, as well as some Masonic business in which she has been initiated. You saw him presiding over a lodge of Rosicrucians, and at that time he was unaware that Cagliostro, having learned his secrets in spite of us, had used that occasion to unsettle your mind by arranging for you to see Albert on the sly as though he were a ghost. Merely for having let profane eyes catch a glimpse of Masonic mysteries, scheming Cagliostro would have deserved to be forever excluded from them. But we didn't know about this for some time, and you must remember how terrified he was leading you to the temple. Treachery of this sort is severely punished by the disciples, and by exploiting the mysteries of his order for the so-called wonders of his wizardry, the magician was perhaps risking his life, at least his great reputation as a necromancer, for we would have unmasked him and immediately cast him out. During that short and mysterious stay in Berlin, Albert was able to fathom your thoughts and deeds well enough to feel reassured about your situation. He kept a close eye on you without your knowing it and came back apparently calm but more ardently in love with you than ever. For several months he traveled abroad, actively serving our cause. But having been alerted that a few schemers, perhaps spies for the Prussian king, were in Berlin trying to foment a particular conspiracy that would put the existence of Freemasonry in danger and probably prove fatal to Prince Heinrich and his sister the Abbess of Quedlinburg, Albert dashed to Berlin to warn them about the absurdity of such an undertaking and the trap he thought it concealed. That's when you saw him, and despite your horror at his apparition, you were so brave afterwards and expressed to his friends such devotion and respect for his memory that he regained hope that you loved him. He was then determined to have you learn by a series of mysterious revelations that he was truly alive. He was very often near you, and even hidden in your rooms, during your stormy exchanges with the king, without your knowing it. Meanwhile, the conspirators were bristling at the obstacles that Albert and his friends were putting in the way of their culpable or senseless designs. When the sweeper appeared, the ghost that all conspirators parade through palace hallways to create disorder and fear, Frederick too became suspicious. A new Masonic lodge was formed, with Prince Heinrich at its head, and from the very beginning it took issue with the doctrines of the lodge over which the king himself presided. This struck Frederick as a significant act of revolt. Perhaps this new lodge was in fact a clumsy mask for certain conspirators or an attempt to compromise some prominent people. Fortunately, they protected themselves against that, and the king, ostensibly furious to find only lowly culprits, but secretly satisfied not to have to scourge members of his own family, at least wanted to make an example. My son, the most innocent of all, was arrested and moved to Spandau, almost at the same time as you, whose innocence was no less established, but you were both guilty of refusing to save yourselves at anyone else's expense, and you paid for all the others. You spent several months in prison not far from Albert's cell, and you must have heard the passionate accents of his violin, the same way he heard those of your voice. Prompt and reliable means of escape were at his disposal, but he refused to make use of them before having ensured your own escape. The golden key is stronger than all the bolts of the royal prisons, and Prussian jailers, disgruntled soldiers, or disgraced officers for the most part, are eminently corruptible. Albert escaped at the same time as you, but you didn't see him, and for reasons that you'll learn later on, Liverani was charged with bringing you here. Now you know the rest. Albert loves you more than ever, but he loves you more than himself, and seeing you happy with another man will make him 1,000 times less unhappy than it would to have you with him if you couldn't fully share his happiness. The moral and philosophical laws, the religious authority under which both of you now find yourselves allow his sacrifice and render your choice free and respectable. So choose, daughter, but remember that Albert's mother begs you on bended knee not to do any harm to her son's sublime simplicity. Don't make for his sake a sacrifice that will embitter his life. He'll suffer if you leave him, but it will kill him to have your pity without your love. The time has come for a decision. I mustn't know what it is. Go to your room, there you'll find 2 very different kinds of attire. The one you choose will decide my son's fate. And which one will mean my divorce from him? Asked Consuelo, trembling from head to toe. I was told to tell you that, but I won't. I want to know if you'll guess. With these words Countess Wanda replaced her mask, pressed Consuelo to her heart, and quickly left. Chapter 37. The 2 outfits that the neophyte found laid out in her room were a splendid wedding gown and a morning dress with all the distinctive signs of widowhood. For a few seconds she hesitated. As to the choice of husband, her mind was made up, but which of these 2 costumes would bear witness to her intention? After brief reflection she donned the bride's white gown, veil, flowers, and pearls. Its design was chaste and extremely elegant. Consuelo was soon ready, but when she looked at herself in the mirror framed with threatening maxims, she no longer felt like smiling as she had the first time. Her face was deathly pale, and there was fear in her heart. No matter what she decided, she felt that there would be reason for regret or remorse, that a soul would be crushed by her desertion, and her own was frightfully torn ahead of time. Seeing her cheeks and lips as white as her veil and bouquet of orange blossoms, she feared equally for Albert and Liverani the sight of such violent emotion and was tempted to put on some rouge, but she immediately discarded the notion. While my face may be telling a lie, she thought to herself, will my heart be able to do the same? She knelt down against her bed. Hiding her face in the draperies around it, she remained absorbed in pained meditation until the clock told midnight. She immediately got up and saw an invisible with a black mask standing behind her. Some vague instinct made her think it was Marcus. She was not wrong, yet he did not make himself known to her and simply said in a sad, gentle voice, "Madam, everything is ready. Please take this cloak and follow me." Consuelo followed the invisible to the far end of the garden where the stream disappeared under the leafy arches of the grounds. There was an open gondola, entirely black, just like those in Venice, and she recognized the gigantic rower in the prow as Karl. Catching sight of her, he made the sign of the cross, which was his way of expressing the greatest possible joy.
"May I speak to him?" Consuelo asked her guide.
"You may say a few words to him aloud," he replied.
"Well, dear Karl, my liberator and friend," said Consuelo, moved to see a familiar face after having been shut away for so long among mysterious beings, "can I hope that nothing is troubling your pleasure in seeing me again?" "Nothing, Signora," Karl replied in a steady voice.
"Nothing, except for the memory of her, who is no longer of this world, whom I always think I'm seeing right next to you."
"Take heart and be of good cheer, kind mistress and good sister. Here we are as we were the night of our escape from Spandau."
"This too is a day of deliverance, brother," said Marcus.
"Let's go, ply the oar with your skill and might, now matched by the prudence of your tongue and the strength of your soul."
"This does indeed resemble an escape, madam," he added, turning to Consuelo, "but the chief liberator is not the same."
With these words Marcus gave her his hand to help her sit down on the cushioned seat. He felt her quiver at the thought of Liverani and asked her to cover her face for just a few seconds.
Consuelo obeyed, and the gondola, propelled by the deserter's robust arm, glided swiftly over the dark, still waters.
At the end of a journey whose length could scarcely be gauged by pensive Consuelo, she heard voices and instruments in the distance. The boat slowed down and rocked a bit as it ran aground without coming to a full stop. The hood slowly slipped off, and at the sight of the enchanting spectacle that lay before her eyes the neophyte felt that she was passing from one dream to another. The boat was skimming alongside a smooth bank bordered with flowers and fresh grasses. The rushing stream had become the broad, still waters of a vast basin that seemed all aflame, reflecting columns of light writhing like blazing serpents or bursting into showers of sparks as the gondola moved along at a slow, even pace. Wonderful music filled the resonant air and gave the impression of floating over the shrubs of roses and sweet-smelling jasmine. Once Consuelo's eyes had grown used to the sudden brightness, she trained them on the illuminated facade of the palace that rose up nearby and plunged into the reflecting pool with magical splendor. The elegant edifice silhouetted against the starry sky, the harmonious voices, the concert of fine instruments, the open windows with their crimson curtains blazing with light, and in front of them, richly attired men and women strolling about, glittering with embroidery, diamonds, gold and pearls, their powdered heads casting an effect of whiteness, something effeminate and fantastic. Over social gatherings in that period, this whole princely gala, plus the beauty of a warm, clear night that sent whiffs of sweet-smelling, fresh air into the splendid rooms, thrilled Consuelo and made her feel rather drunk. A child of the people, yet the queen of patrician festivities, she could not witness a spectacle of this sort, after so many days of captivity, solitude, and somber musings, without feeling a burst of energy, a need to sing, a singular shiver at the approach of an audience. So she stood up in the gondola, which was drawing nearer and nearer to the castle, and suddenly uplifted by Handel's chorus. "See, the conquering hero comes! Sound the trumpets, beat the drums! Sports prepare, the laurel bring! Songs of triumph to him sing." She forgot everything to lend her voice to this hymn of grandiose enthusiasm. But the boat, gliding along the bank and occasionally running into a branch or a tuft of grass, rocked again and made her lose her balance. Only when she was forced to hang on to the first hand that offered her support did she notice a fourth person in the boat, a masked invisible who had certainly not been there when she had stepped in.
A huge dark gray cloak with long folds, a broad-brimmed hat worn in a certain way, something about the features of the mask through which the human physiognomy seemed to speak, but, more than all the rest, the pressure of the trembling hand that would not release its grip on hers made Consuelo recognize the man she loved, Chevalier Liverani, as he had first revealed himself to her on the lake at Spandau. At that point the music, the lights, the enchanted palace, the intoxicating festivities, even the approach of the solemn moment that would determine her fate, everything that was not this immediate emotion vanished from Consuelo's memory. Flustered and as if overcome by a superhuman force, she fell back quivering on the cushions near Liverani. The other stranger, Marcus, was standing at the prow with his back to them. The fast, Countess Wanda's tale, the anticipation of some dreadful denouement, the unexpected festivities glimpsed along the way had broken all of Consuelo's strength. She felt nothing more than Liverani's hand clasping hers, his arm delicately around her waist, ready to prevent her from pulling away, and the divine commotion that the beloved's presence communicates even to the air that one breathes. Consuelo remained in this state for a few minutes, seeing the sparkling palace no more than if it had been subsumed in darkness, hearing nothing more than the burning respiration of her lover at her side and the beating of her own heart. "Madam," said Marcus turning around all of a sudden, "don't you know the aria being sung just now, and wouldn't you like to stop and hear this magnificent tenor?" "Whatever the aria and the voice," replied Consuelo, preoccupied, "let's stop or go on, do as you will." The boat was nearly at the foot of the castle. One could make out the figures at the windows, even those moving deep inside the rooms. They were not ghosts floating in a dream any longer, but real people, lords, great ladies, learned men, and artists of which many were known to Consuelo. But she made no effort to remember their names, nor the theaters or palaces where she had seen them. All of a sudden for her the world had once again become a magic lantern without meaning or interest. The only living being in all the universe seemed to be the one whose hand was stealthily burning hers under the folds of the cloaks. "Don't you know this beautiful voice singing a Venetian melody?" asked Marcus once again, surprised by Consuelo's stillness and apparent indifference. And as she seemed to hear neither the voice speaking to her nor the one singing, he came a bit closer and took the seat facing her to ask the question again. "1,000 pardons, sir," replied Consuelo, having made an effort to listen. "I wasn't paying attention. Indeed I know this voice, and that's a melody I composed a long, long time ago. It's very bad and very poorly sung. So what's the name of the singer for whom you seem to me too severe? As for me, he's admirable." "Ah, you didn't lose it?" Consuelo said under her breath to Liverani. He had just pressed into the hollow of her hand the little filigree cross that she had taken off for the first time in her life and entrusted to him on the trip from Spandau. "You don't remember this singer's name?" Marcus stubbornly went on, scrutinizing Consuelo. "Pardon, sir," she replied a bit impatiently. "His name is Anzelito." "Ah! What a bad D. He missed that note. Don't you want to see his face?" "Perhaps you're wrong. From here you could see him perfectly, for I've got a good view of him. He's a very handsome young man." "What's the use of looking at him?" asked Consuelo, somewhat peeved. "I'm sure he's still the same." Marcus gently took Consuelo's hand, and Liverani also helped her up so that she could peer into the wide open window. Consuelo, who might have resisted the one, surrendered to the other and glanced at the singer, this handsome Venetian on whom over 100 women were fastening their gaze, protective, ardent, and lascivious. "He's put on a lot of weight," said Consuelo,
sitting back down and furtively resisting Liverani's fingers. He was trying to get the little cross back from her and in fact succeeded. "That's the only way you remember an old friend?" asked Marcus, still watching her like a lynx through his mask. "He's just a colleague," replied Consuelo, "and in our circles colleagues aren't always friends." "But wouldn't you enjoy talking to him? What if we went into this palace and you were asked to sing with him?" "If this is a test," said a bit mischievously Consuelo, who was beginning to see how insistent Marcus was, "I'll gladly do so, since I must obey your every command. But if this is a matter of my pleasure, I'd rather not." "Am I to stop here, brother?" asked Carl, making a military gesture with the oar. "Go on, brother, and head out to the open water," replied Marcus. Carl obeyed, and a few seconds later the boat had crossed the basin and plunged into a thick overhang of vines. It became very dark. There was only the bluish glimmer of the gondola's little lantern on the surrounding foliage. Every now and then through the somber leaves one could still catch a faint flicker of the palace lights off in the distance. The sound of the orchestra slowly faded away. The boat skimmed along the bank, stripping branches covered with flowers, and Consuelo's black cloak was strewn with their fragrant petals. She was starting to come back to herself, to struggle against the undefinable voluptuousness of love and night. She had withdrawn her hand from Liverani's, and her heart was breaking as the veil of intoxication was being dispelled by glimmers of reason and will. "Listen," said Marcus. "Can't you hear the audience applauding?" "Yes, indeed. Clapping and cheering. They're delighted by what they've just heard. That Angelito has scored a great success at the palace." "They are no experts," said Consuelo brusquely, seizing a magnolia that Liverani had just plucked and furtively thrown onto her knees. She convulsively gripped the flower in her hands and hid it in her bosom, like the last relic of an untamed love that the fateful ordeal would sanctify or break off forever. Chapter 38. The boat made its final landing at the edge of the gardens and the woods, in a picturesque spot where the stream plunged down among ancient rock formations and ceased to be navigable. Consuelo had little time to contemplate the austere, moonlit landscape. It was still within the vast enclosure of the estate, but here art had been applied only to preserve nature's primeval beauty, the old trees randomly seated in the dark lawns, the felicitous rise and fall of the land, the rugged hills and waterfalls, the herds of bounding, timorous deer. Another person had drawn Consuelo's attention, Gottlieb, lounging on the pole of a sedan chair, looking as though he were calmly, dreamily waiting for something. He gave a start when he recognized his friend from prison, but Marcus made a gesture, and he said not a word to her. "So you won't let the poor child come shake my hand?" Consuelo whispered to her guide. "After your initiation you'll be free to do as you please here," he whispered back. "Be satisfied for now to see how Gottlieb's health has improved, how he's recovered his strength." "Can't you at least tell me if he suffered any persecution on my account after I escaped from Spandau?" asked the neophyte. "Pardon my impatience. This thought went on torturing me until the day I saw him walking along the wall by the lodge." "He suffered indeed," Marcus replied, "but briefly. As soon as he knew that you'd been rescued, he boasted with naive enthusiasm about having had a hand in it, and the involuntary revelations he made in his sleep were nearly fatal to a few of us. They wanted to put him in a madhouse as much to punish him as to prevent him from helping other prisoners. At that point he ran away, and as we were keeping an eye on him, we had him brought here where his body and soul have been lavished with care.
We'll send him back to his family and country once we've instilled in him the necessary strength and prudence to be useful to our mission, which has become his own, for he's one of our purest and most fervent disciples. But the chair is ready, madam, please get in. I'm not leaving you, even though I shall entrust you to the sure and faithful arms of Karl and Gottlieb. Consuelo climbed docilely into the sedan chair, enclosed on all sides and receiving air only from a few slits in the roof. So she saw nothing more of the things going on around her. Sometimes she saw twinkling stars and concluded that she was still outside. At other times they disappeared without her knowing if that was due to buildings or the thick shade of trees. The porters walked fast and in utter silence. For a while she tried to make out from the occasional crunch of feet over the ground if she had 4 or only 3 escorts. Several times she thought she could hear Liverani's footsteps to her right, but that was perhaps an illusion, and besides she felt it her duty not to think about that. When the chair stopped and was opened, Consuelo could not help feeling terrified when she found herself under the portcullis, still gloomily standing, of an old feudal manor. The moon was shining brightly over the courtyard surrounded by ruins and filled with figures in white coming and going, some singly and others in groups, like capricious ghosts. The massive black arch over the entrance made everything in the background look more blue, transparent, and fantastic. The wandering shades, silent or speaking in whispers, their noiseless movements through the high grasses of the courtyard, the sight of the ruins that Consuelo recognized as those she had once visited, where she had seen Albert, so affected her that she felt a spasm of superstitious fright. Instinctively she looked around for Liverani. He was in fact there with Marcus, but it was so dark under the arch that she could not distinguish which of the two gave her his hand, and this time her heart, chilled by a sudden sadness and an undefinable fear, told her nothing. They fixed her cloak and hood in such a way that she could see everything without anyone recognizing her. Someone whispered to her not to let a single word, a single exclamation escape her lips, no matter what she might see, and she was led to the far end of the courtyard, where a strange spectacle indeed met her eyes. Just then a faint, lugubrious bell summoned the shades to the ruined chapel where not so long ago by lightning's glare Consuelo had sought refuge from the storm. Now the chapel was lit by candles systematically arranged. The altar seemed to have been raised recently. It was covered with a shroud and decorated with strange emblems, where Christian and Jewish symbols mixed with Egyptian hieroglyphs and Kabbalistic signs. In the middle of the choir, whose perimeter had been marked off anew with balustrades and symbolic columns, there was a coffin surrounded by candles, its lid covered with crossbones and surmounted by a skull in which a blood-red flame was burning. A young man was led to the cenotaph. Consuelo could not see his face, half concealed by a broad blindfold. He was a new initiate who looked broken by fatigue or emotion. An arm and a leg were bare, his hands bound behind his back, and his white robe was stained with blood. A band around his arm suggested that he had just been bled. 2 shades brandished torches of burning resin around him, showering his face and chest with clouds of smoke and flurries of sparks. Then, between the young man and those presiding over the ceremony and decked out with the distinctive insignia of their various ranks, there began a bizarre exchange that reminded Consuelo of the dialogue between Albert and nameless others to which Cagliostro had made her privy in Berlin. Next, some shades armed with swords, whom she heard called the Dreadful Brothers, lay the initiate down on the stone floor and bore down on his heart with the points of their weapons, while several others engaged in a fierce battle, their blades clicking and clanking, one faction intending to prevent the admission of the new brother, calling him perverse, unworthy, and treacherous, while the other claimed to fight for him in the name of truth and a right that he had earned. This strange scene affected Consuelo like a painful dream. The struggle, the threats, the magic rites, The adolescents sobbing around the coffin were so well simulated that any spectator who had not been initiated ahead of time would have been truly horrified. After the new initiate's godfathers had won the battle of words and swords, he was raised up, given a dagger, ordered to march forward and strike anyone who might try and stop him from entering the temple. That is all Consuelo saw. Just when the new initiate, his arm held high and in a sort of delirium, was heading for a low door toward which he was being pushed, the two guides who had not let go of Consuelo's arms swept her off as though to save her from a grisly sight. Pulling the hood down over her face, they led her in a roundabout way, and among piles of rubble on which she stumbled more than once, to a place of utter silence. Their light was restored to her eyes, and she found herself in the great octagonal hall where she had overheard Albert's conversation with Trenck. This time all the openings were closed up tight and carefully veiled, the walls and ceiling were hung with black, candles were burning here, too, but in a different arrangement from those in the chapel. The huge hearth was masked by an altar in the shape of Calvary with 3 crosses on top. In the middle of the room there was a tomb on which were laid out a hammer, nails, a spear, and a crown of thorns. Masked figures in black were kneeling or sitting around it on carpets seated with silver tears. They neither wept nor moaned, they held themselves as though in austere meditation or mute, profound sorrow.
Consuelo's guides led her to the coffin.
After the men standing guard had risen and lined up at the far end of it, one of them said to her, "Consuelo, you've just witnessed a Masonic initiation ceremony. There as well as here you've seen unknown rites, mysterious signs, funereal images, initiating pontiffs, and a coffin. What is your understanding of this simulation, these terrifying ordeals for the initiate, the words said to him, the displays of respect, love, and grief around an illustrious tomb?"
"I don't know if I've understood well," Consuelo replied. "I found the scene upsetting and the ceremony barbarous.
I felt sorry for the initiate whose courage and virtue were submitted to entirely material ordeals, as if physical courage sufficed to initiate one into the endeavors of moral courage. I object to what I saw, and I deplore these cruel games of somber fanaticism or these childish experiments in a wholly outward and idolatrous faith." I heard him being asked obscure riddles, and the initiate's explanation of them seemed to me dictated by a suspicious or crude catechism. Yet the bloody tomb, the immolated victim, the ancient myth of Hiram, the divine architect assassinated by jealous and greedy workers, the sacred word lost for centuries and promised to the initiate as the magic key that will open the doors of the temple to him, I don't take this as a symbol without grandeur or interest. But why is the fable so poorly spun or so speciously interpreted?
What do you mean by that? Did you listen well to the tale you're calling a fable?
Here's what I understood and what I had learned beforehand in the books I was told to meditate during my retreat. Hiram, who was in charge of building Solomon's temple, had divided the workers into categories with different salaries, unequal rights. 3 ambitious workers from the lowest category resolved to share in the salary reserved for the rival class and pry out of Hiram the watchword, his secret formula for distinguishing the journeymen from the masters at the solemn hour of reckoning. They lay in wait for him in the temple where he had stayed alone after the ceremony, and posting themselves at each of the 3 exits from the holy place, they prevented him from leaving, threatened him, cruelly beat and assassinated him without managing to get his secret out of him, the fateful word that was to make them equal to him and his privileged ones. Then they carried off his body and buried it under piles of rubble, and to this day the faithful disciples of the temple, Hiram's friends, are still mourning his sinister fate, searching for his sacred word and rendering almost divine honors to his memory.
And now, how do you explain this myth?
I pondered it before coming here, and here's how I understand it.
Hiram is the cold reason and clever governance of ancient societies. based on inequality, on a caste system.
The Egyptian fable suited the Hierophant's mysterious despotism. The three ambitious workers are indignation, revolt, and vengeance, perhaps the three castes inferior to the priestly caste, and they try to take their rights by violent means. Hiram assassinated his despotism, having lost its prestige and might and gone to the grave with the secret of dominating men by blindness and superstition.
Is this truly the way you'd interpret the myth?
I read in your books that it was brought from the East by the Knights Templar and that they used it in their initiations. So they must have interpreted it more or less this way, but by baptizing theocracy as Hiram and the assassins as impiety, anarchy, and ferocity, the Knights Templar, who wanted to subject society to a sort of monastic despotism, were lamenting their impotence personified by Hiram's annihilation. The key word of their empire, which was lost, then rediscovered, was association or ruse, something like the ancient city or the temple of Osiris. That's why I'm astonished to see this fable still being used for your initiations into the work of universal deliverance. I'd like to think that it's proposed to your disciples only as a test of their intelligence and courage. Well, we who did not invent these forms of masonry and indeed use them only as spiritual tests, we who are more than journeymen and masters in this symbolic knowledge, since, after having gone through all the Masonic degrees, we're no longer Masons as the term is understood in the common ranks of the order, we beseech you to explain to us your understanding of the myth of Hiram so that we may pronounce upon your zeal, intelligence, and faith a judgment that will either stop you here at the door of the true temple or give you access to the sanctuary. You're asking me for Hiram's shibboleth, the lost word. That's not the one that will open the doors of the temple to me, for this word is tyranny or falsehood. But I know the true words, the names of the three doors of the sanctuary through which those who destroyed Hiram came to force this chief to bury himself under the ruins of his work. They are liberty, fraternity, equality.
Consuelo, your interpretation, whether it be exact or not, reveals to us the depths of your heart. You need never kneel on Hiram's tomb. Neither will you ever go for the degree where the neophyte prostrates himself over the simulacrum of the ashes of Jacques Molay, the Grand Master and great victim of the temple, of the monk soldiers and the prelate knights of the Middle Ages. You would emerge victorious from the second test as from the first, discerning the insidious traces of a fanatic barbarism still necessary today as formulaic guarantees for minds imbued with the principle of inequality. Remember that for the most part Freemasons of the first degrees only aspire to raising a profane temple, a mysterious refuge for an association elevated to the status of a caste. You understand things otherwise, and you are going to march straight to the universal temple that is to receive all humanity united in one form of worship, in one love. Yet you must make one last station here and prostrate yourself before this tomb. You must adore Christ and recognize in Him the one true God. You're saying this to me as yet another test, replied Consuelo in a firm voice. But you have deigned to open my eyes to lofty truths by teaching me to read in your secret books. Christ is a divine man whom we revere as antiquity's greatest philosopher and saint. We adore him as much as it is permitted to adore the best and the greatest of masters and martyrs. We can indeed call him the Savior of mankind in the sense that he taught the people of his time truths that they had only glimpsed, which were to make humanity enter into a new phase of light and holiness. We can indeed kneel before his ashes to thank God for having given us such a prophet, such an example, such a friend, but we adore God in him and refrain from the crime of idolatry. We distinguish the divine nature of the revelation from that of the revealer. So I willingly render to these emblems of a martyrdom forever illustrious and sublime the homage of pious gratitude and filial enthusiasm,
but I do not believe that the last word of the revelation was understood and proclaimed by mankind at the time of Jesus, for it hasn't yet officially come to earth. Out of the wisdom and faith of his disciples, out of the continuation of his work over the course of 17 centuries, I am awaiting a more practical truth, a more complete application of the Holy Word in brotherly doctrine. I am awaiting the development of the gospel. I am awaiting something more than equality before God. It is this that I await, that I invoke among mankind. Your words are bold and your doctrines rife with danger. Have you thought that through in your solitude? Have you foreseen the trouble that your new faith was already gathering around your head? Do you know the world and your own strength? Do you know that we are 1 against 100,000 in the most civilized countries on the globe? Do you know that in these times, between those who worship the sublime revealer Jesus in a crude, abusive way and those, now nearly as many, who deny his mission and even his existence, between the idolaters and the atheists, the only place for us is amidst mankind's persecutions, jibes, hatred, and scorn? Do you know that in France right now Rousseau and Voltaire, the religious philosopher and the unbelieving philosopher, are proscribed almost equally? Do you know this, which is even more frightening and incredible, that from the depths of their exile they proscribe each other? Do you know that you are going to return to a world where everything will conspire to shake your faith and corrupt your mind? Last, do you know you'll have to work as an apostle amid danger, doubt, disappointment, and suffering? I am so resolved, replied Consuelo, lowering her eyes and placing her hand over her heart. God help me. Well then, daughter, said Marcus, still holding Consuelo's hand, we are going to subject you to some mental suffering, not to test your faith, about which we can now have no doubt, but to strengthen it. It is not in quiet repose nor in worldly pleasures that faith grows and intensifies, but in tears and tribulation. Do you feel the courage to confront painful emotions, perhaps violent fears as well? If it is necessary, and if it will benefit my soul, I submit to your will, replied Consuelo, feeling a bit breathless. The invisibles immediately began removing the carpets and candles from around the coffin. It was rolled off into one of the deep window recesses, and several disciples, having armed themselves with iron bars, hastened to raise a round paving stone in the middle of the floor. Then Consuelo saw a circular opening big enough to let one person through. Its granite rim, blackened and time-worn, was without doubt as ancient as the other architectural details of the tower. A long ladder was brought forth and sunk into the shadowy void of the orifice. Then Marcus, leading Consuelo to the entrance, asked her 3 times in a solemn tone if she felt the strength to descend alone into the dungeons of the great feudal tower. Listen, my fathers or my brothers, for I don't know what to call you, said Consuelo. Call them your brothers, said Marcus. You are here among the invisibles, your equals in rank if you persevere 1 hour more. You are going to say farewell to them here and meet up with them again an hour later along with the council of the supreme leaders, whose voices are never heard, whose faces are never seen. These you will call your fathers. They are the sovereign pontiffs, the spiritual and temporal heads of our temple. We shall appear before them and you as well without our masks if you are firmly resolved to come join us at the door of the sanctuary by means of the dark and terrifying path starting here beneath your feet, where you must walk alone, shielded by nothing more than your courage and perseverance. I'll do so if I must, replied the trembling neophyte. But this ordeal, which you declare so grim, is there no way around it? Oh my brothers, you surely don't want to trifle with the mind of a woman without affectation or false pride. It's already been put to the test quite enough. Today you've condemned me to a long fast, and even though emotion has kept hunger at bay for several hours, I feel physically weak. I don't know if I won't succumb to the labors you're imposing on me. I don't much care, and so I swear, if my body suffers or grows weak, but won't you take as moral cowardice what is only a physical failing? Tell me that you'll forgive me for having a woman's nerves as long as, once I'm myself again, I still have a man's heart. Poor child, replied Marcus, I prefer to hear you acknowledge your weakness rather than to try and dazzle us with foolish audacity. If you wish, we'll let you have a guide, only one, to help and comfort you, if need be, on your pilgrimage. Brother, he said to Chevalier Liverani, who had stood near the door throughout this entire dialogue, his eyes fixed on Consuelo, take your sister's hand and lead her through the subterranean passages to the place where we'll all meet again. And you, brother, said Consuelo distraught, don't you also want to accompany me? That I cannot do. You're allowed only one guide, and the one I've assigned you is the only one I can give you. I'll be brave, said Consuelo, wrapping herself in her cloak. I'll go alone. You're refusing the arm of a brother and a friend? I refuse neither his sympathy nor his interest, but I'll go alone. Then go, noble girl, and have no fear. She who descended alone into the cistern of tears, at Riesenberg, she who faced so many dangers to find the secret cave of Schreckenstein, will easily find her way through the bowels of our pyramid. Go then, like the young heroes of antiquity, seeking initiation through the ordeals of the sacred mysteries. Brothers, give her the cup, the precious relic that one of Ziska's descendants brought us, in which we consecrate the solemn sacrament of fraternal communion. Liverani went to the altar and took a crudely carved wooden chalice, filled it, and gave it to Consuelo with some bread. Sister, said Marcus, this is not merely sweet, generous wine and pure wheat bread that we're offering you to restore your physical strength. This is the body and blood of the divine man, as he himself understood it, in other words, the symbol, at one and the same time heavenly and earthly, of fraternal equality. Our fathers, the martyrs of the Taborite Church, believed that the ungodly and sacrilegious priests were less worthy, for the consecration of the solemn sacrament, than the pure hands of a woman or child. Take communion with us here while waiting to take your place at the temple banquet, where the great mystery of the Last Supper will be more clearly revealed to you. Take this cup and drink first. If you do this with faith, a few drops will be a sovereign tonic for your body, and your fervent soul will carry off your whole being on wings of fire. Consuelo, having taken the first drink, handed the cup back to Liverani, and once he had drunk in turn, he passed it to all the brothers. After Marcus had drunk the last drops, he blessed Consuelo and beseeched the assembly to turn their thoughts inward and pray for her. Then he gave the neophyte a little silver lamp and helped her place her feet on the first rungs of the ladder. I need not tell you, he added, that your days are not threatened, but fear for your soul, fear never to reach the door of the temple if you were so unfortunate as to glance back a single time during your march. You'll have several stations along the way, you must then examine everything that meets your eye, but as soon as a door opens in front of you, pass through it and don't turn around. That, as you know, is the rigid prescription of the ancient initiations. You must also, according to the ancient rites, take care to keep the flame of your lamp burning, as the emblem of your faith and zeal. Go, daughter, and may this thought give you superhuman courage. What you are doomed to suffer now is necessary for your heart and spirit to grow in virtue and true faith. Consuelo cautiously climbed down the ladder, and as soon as she reached the last rung, they pulled it up, and she heard the heavy paving stone fall back into place with a great thud, sealing off the entrance to the dungeons overhead. Chapter 39. At first Consuelo, going from a hall blazing with 100 candles to a place lit only by the flicker of her little lamp, discerned nothing around her except for a luminous haze that her gaze could not penetrate. But little by little her eyes adjusted to the darkness, and seeing nothing terrifying between her and the walls of a room whose size and octagonal shape were identical to the one where she had just been, she felt reassured enough to go have a close look at the strange writing on the walls. It was one long inscription that went round and round the room, uninterrupted by any doors or windows. While taking note of this, Consuelo did not wonder how she would get out of this dungeon, but what could have been the use of such a construction? Sinister thoughts that she at first dismissed came to mind, but these were soon confirmed by the inscription that she read by slowly walking and moving her lamp along at the height of the letters. Contemplate the beauty of these walls that rise up out of bedrock, 4 and 20 feet thick, that have stood for 1,000 years, impervious to the assaults of war, the wear of time or the laborer's toil. This masterpiece of architectural masonry was erected by the hands of slaves, no doubt to bury the treasures of a magnificent master. Yes, to bury in the rocky bowels, in the depths of the earth, treasures of hatred and vengeance. Here have perished, here have suffered, here have wept, roared, and blasphemed 20 generations of men, innocent for the most part, some of them heroes, all of them victims or martyrs, prisoners of war, serfs having risen up in revolt or too overburdened with taxes to pay new ones, religious innovators, sublime heretics, hapless wretches, vanquished creatures, fanatics, saints, as well as scoundrels, men hardened to the ferocity of army life, to the law of murder and pillage, subjected in their turn to horrible reprisals. These are the catacombs of feudalism, of military or religious despotism. These are the dwellings that powerful men had built by slaves to stifle the screams and conceal the corpses of their conquered brothers in chains. Here, no air to breathe, no ray of light, not a single stone on which to lay one's head, nothing but iron rings embedded in the wall to fasten the prisoners' chains and prevent them from choosing a spot to rest on the damp, icy ground. Here, air, light, and food when it so pleased the guards on duty in the room above to crack the vault open a second and toss down a morsel of bread to hundreds of unfortunates heaped one on top of the other, the day after a battle, maimed or battered for the most part, and, occasionally, something even more ghastly, one lone man, the last survivor, suffering and dying in despair amid the rotting corpses of his comrades, sometimes eaten by those same worms even before he was altogether dead and rotting away himself before the sensation of life and the horror of thought were annihilated in his brain. This, O neophyte, is the source of the human grandeur you may have contemplated with admiration and envy among the mighty of this world. Skulls without flesh, human bones, dry and broken, tears and bloodstains, this is the meaning of the emblems on your coats of arms if your forefathers bequeathed to you the taint of patricians. This is what should be represented on the blazons of the princes you have served, or that you aspire to serve if you are from the plebs. Yes, this is the basis of aristocratic titles, this is the source of the glories and hereditary fortunes of this world, this is how a caste that the other castes still fear, flatter, and caress has raised itself up and prevailed. This is what men, from father to son, have invented to exalt themselves over other men. After having deciphered this inscription by going 3 times round the dungeon, Consuelo, overwhelmed with grief and horror, put down her lamp and dropped to her knees for a rest. Deep silence reigned over this gloomy place, and terrifying thoughts were crowding into her mind.
Consuelo's vivid imagination conjured up somber visions around her.
She thought she was seeing ghastly shades covered with hideous wounds fluttering along the walls or crawling over the ground at her side. She thought she was hearing their pitiful moans, their dying gasps, their feeble sighs, the grating of their chains. She resurrected in her mind how people must have lived back in the Middle Ages and even not so long ago during the wars of religion. She thought she was hearing, in the guardroom overhead, the heavy, ominous tread of these iron-shod men, their pikes echoing on the paving stones, their crude laughter, their songs of orgy, their threats and curses when the victims' complaints reached their ears from down below, interrupting their dreadful sleep, for these jailers had slept, they had had to sleep, they had been able to sleep above this dungeon, this filthy abyss venting the miasmas of the grave and the roars of hell. Pale with horror, her gaze vacant, her hair standing on end, Consuelo could no longer see or hear anything. When she came back to herself and stood up to escape the chill creeping over her, she noticed that a flagstone had been uprooted and thrown down below during her painful trance, opening a new way before her. She went closer and saw a steep, narrow staircase that was hard to descend. It took her to another underground chamber, narrower and squatter than the first. When she felt the soft, almost velvety ground underfoot, Consuelo lowered her lamp to see if she was not sinking into mud. She saw only gray powder, finer than the finest silt, with a pebble-like bump every now and then that turned out to be a broken rib, the neck of a thigh bone, the remains of a skull, a jawbone still sporting white, solid teeth, evidence of youth and strength suddenly shattered by violent death. A few nearly complete skeletons had been plucked out of this dust and propped up against the walls. One was perfectly preserved, standing with a chain fastened around his middle, as if he had been condemned to die there without being able to lie down. His body, instead of slumping over forward, bent and out of joint, had gone stiff and rigid, arched back in a posture of superb pride and implacable disdain. The ligaments of his frame and limbs had turned to bone. With his head thrown back and his teeth clenched in an ultimate contraction of the jaws, he seemed to be gazing up at the vaulted ceiling and laughing in some terrifying burst of hilarity or sublime fanaticism. On the wall overhead his name and history were spelled out in big red letters. He was an obscure martyr of religious persecution and the last of the victims immolated in this place. At his feet there knelt a skeleton whose head, detached from the vertebrae, was lying on the ground, but whose stiff arms still embraced the martyr's knees. This was his wife. Among various other details, the inscription said, "An **** perished here along with his wife, his 3 brothers and his 2 children for refusing to abjure the Lutheran faith and persisting, even under torture, in his denials of papal infallibility." He died on his feet and desiccated, petrified as it were, and without being able to see his family dying at his feet on the ashes of his friends and forefathers. Opposite this inscription was another one that read, "Neophyte, this friable ground on which you tread is 20 feet thick. It is neither sand nor earth, but human dust." This was the castle's boneyard. This is where the bodies of those who had died in the dungeon overhead were thrown when there was no more room for newcomers. These are the ashes of 20 generations of victims. Happy and few are the patricians who can count among their ancestors 20 generations of assassins and executioners. Consuelo was less horrified by the sight of these funereal objects than she had been by the suggestions of her own mind in the dungeon. There is something too serious, too solemn about the sight of death itself to let debilitating fear or heartrending pity cast a pall over the enthusiasm or equanimity of strong, faithful souls. In the presence of these relics, the noble disciple of Albert's religion felt more respect and charity than terror or dismay. She knelt down before the martyr's remains and, feeling her inner strength returning, kissed the fleshless hand and cried, "Oh!" It is not the august spectacle of glorious destruction that calls forth horror or pity, but rather the idea of life in the throes of death. It's thinking what must have transpired in these desolate souls that fills the minds of the living with bitterness and terror. But you, hapless victim, who died on your feet, with your head turned to the heavens, you are not to be pitied, for you did not surrender,
and you breathed out your soul in a transport of fervor that fills me with awe.
Consuelo slowly got up and rather calmly detached her bridal veil, which had snagged on the bones of the woman kneeling at her side. A low, narrow door had just opened in front of her. Picking up her lamp and taking care not to turn back around, she entered a dark, narrow passage that made a steep descent. To her right and left she saw entrances to cells smothered under the weight of truly sepulchral architecture. These dungeons were too low for one to stand up and hardly long enough for one to lie down. They seemed to be the work of cyclopes, so sturdily built and skillfully contrived in the solid mass of masonry, like pens for ferocious, dangerous animals.
Yet Consuelo could make no mistake.
She had seen the amphitheater at Verona and knew that the tigers and bears set aside for circus entertainments and gladiator contests long ago were housed 1,000 times better. Besides, she read on the iron doors that these inexpugnable dungeons had been reserved for conquered princes, valiant captains, prisoners whose rank, intelligence, or energy made them the most important and the most feared. That such formidable precautions had been taken against their escape testified to the love and respect they had inspired in their followers. This is where the roar of these lions that had made the world quake fell silent. Their might and will were broken against an angle of a wall, their Herculean breasts had gone dry seeking a breath of air from an imperceptible flue slanting through 20 feet of quarry stone. Their eagle eyes had grown dim watching for a faint glimmer in eternal darkness. This is where the men whom one did not dare kill by light of day were buried alive. Their illustrious minds and magnanimous hearts had expiated the use and no doubt as well the abuse of the rights of force. After having wandered a while through these dark, dank passages that sank deep into the rock, Consuelo heard a gurgling sound that reminded her of the fearsome underground torrent at Riesenberg, but she was too preoccupied by humanity's troubles and crimes to give much thought to herself. She was forced to pause a moment to circumvent a torchlit sinkhole flush with the ground. On a signpost under the torch she read these few words, which had no need of commentary: "Here's where they were drowned."
Consuelo bent over to take a look inside.
Here the stream of water on which she had navigated so peacefully not an hour before dashed down into terrifying depths, whirling and roaring as though it were eager to seize and drag off a victim. The ruddy glow of the resin torch gave these sinister waters the color of blood.
At last Consuelo arrived at a massive door that she tried in vain to move. She wondered if, as in initiations in the pyramids of Egypt, she was going to be swept into the air by means of invisible chains while an abyss opened at her feet and a sudden violent gust of wind blew out her lamp. Something else gave her more serious alarm. Since entering the passage she had become aware that she was not alone. Someone was walking close behind her with such a light step that she could not detect the slightest sound, yet she thought she had felt a garment brush against her own, and when she had gone past the well, the light of the torch behind her had cast on the wall 2 flickering shadows instead of one. So who was this fearsome companion at whom she was forbidden to look on pain of forfeiting the fruit of all her labors and never crossing the threshold of the temple? Was it some terrifying shade so ugly that he would have chilled her courage and addled her wits? She no longer saw his shadow, but she imagined that she could hear him breathing right beside her, and that fateful door would not budge. The 2 or 3 minutes that went by as she waited there seemed to her 100 years long. This mute acolyte frightened her. She feared that he wanted to put her to the test by speaking to her, forcing her by some trick to look at him. Her heart was pounding. Finally she noticed an inscription above the door that she had yet to read. "Here awaits your last ordeal, and it is the most cruel. If you've exhausted your courage, knock twice on the left side of this door, otherwise, knock 3 times on the right. Bear in mind that the glory of your initiation will be commensurate to your efforts. Without hesitating, Consuelo knocked 3 times on the right side of the door. It seemed to open all by itself, and she entered a vast, torch-lit hall. There was no one there, and at first she understood nothing about the bizarre objects symmetrically arranged in rows around her. There were contraptions of wood, iron, and bronze for what use she knew not, strange weapons laid out on tables or hanging on the walls. For a second she thought she was in an artillery museum, for there were indeed muskets, cannons, culverins, and a whole set of instruments of war in front of yet others. Someone had taken pleasure in collecting all the means of destruction that men had invented for their mutual immolation. But when the neophyte had advanced a few steps through this arsenal, she saw other objects of a more refined barbarity: racks, wheels, saws, cast iron tanks, pulleys, hooks, an entire museum of instruments of torture, and on a large signboard standing in their midst, on top of a trophy of sledgehammers, pincers, scissors, files, axes with sawtooth blades, and all the torturer's abominable tools, it was written, "These are all most precious, all authentic, they have all been used." Then Consuelo felt her whole being faint away. A cold sweat drenched her braids. Her heart stopped beating. Unable to pull herself away from the terrifying spectacle and bloody visions besetting her from every side, she examined the objects in front of her with that stupid, baleful curiosity that takes us in its grip when we are overwhelmed with horror. Instead of closing her eyes, she contemplated some kind of bronze bell with a monstrous head and a round helmet set on a great, formless body without legs and cut off at the knees. It looked like a colossal statue of crude workmanship meant to decorate a tomb. Little by little Consuelo, emerging from her stupor, understood, involuntarily intuited that the torture victim was made to squat under the bell. It was so dreadfully heavy that there was no human way for him to lift it, and it was such a snug fit that he could not move a muscle. Yet he was not put there to be smothered, for the visor of the helmet that came down over the face as well as the part that went all around the head were pierced with little holes, in a few of which were still planted slender probes. By means of these cruel perforations the victim was tortured to wring out of him a confession of his crime, real or imaginary, a denunciation of his relatives or friends, an avowal of his political or religious faith. One on the top of the helmet one could read, in letters cut into the metal, these words in Spanish: "Long live the Holy Inquisition." And below that, a prayer that seemed dictated by some fierce compassion, but which may have come from the heart and hand of the poor workman condemned to make this vile contraption: "Holy Mother of God, pray for the poor sinner." Beneath the prayer there was still a clump of hair ripped out in the course of torture and no doubt glued with blood, like frightening and indelible stigmata. The hairs were protruding from one of the holes that had been stretched wider by the probe, and they were white. All of a sudden Consuelo saw nothing more, and her suffering ceased. Without any warning sensation of physical pain, for her soul and body no longer existed except in the raped and mutilated body and soul of humanity, Consuelo fell flat on her face to the stone floor, like a statue breaking off from its pedestal. But just as her head was about to hit the bronze of the infernal contraption, she was gathered into the arms of a man whom she did not see. It was Liverani. Everyone can see an instrument of this kind along with 100 others no less ingenious at the Venice arsenal. Consuelo had not seen it there. These horrible instruments of torture, as well as the interior of the dungeons of the Holy Office and the prison of Lede at the Doge's palace, were open to the public only after the French entered Venice during the Wars of the Republic. Chapter 40. Coming back to her senses, Consuelo saw that she was sitting on crimson carpets over the white marble steps of an elegant Corinthian peristyle. 2 masked men whom she recognized from the color of their cloaks as Liverani and Marcus, as she had been right to think the second one had to be,
were holding her in their arms and endeavoring to revive her. Some 40 others with cloaks and masks, the same ones that she had seen around the simulacrum of Jesus's coffin, made 2 rows across the steps, and they were singing in chorus a solemn hymn in an unknown tongue while waving crowns of roses, palm branches, and sprays of flowers.
The columns were festooned with garlands like an arch of triumph over the closed door of the temple and above Consuelo's head.
The moon, resplendent at its zenith, illuminated the white facade all by itself, and all around the sanctuary ancient yews, cypresses, and pines formed an impenetrable grove, like a sacred wood, while mysterious waters with silver reflections murmured at their feet.
"Sister," said Marcus, helping Consuelo up, "you've emerged victorious from your ordeals. Don't blush for having suffered and physically flagged under the burden of pain. Your noble heart broke with indignation and pity at the palpable evidence of humanity's crimes and afflictions. Had you got here on your feet and unassisted, we would have less respect for you than we do carrying you, moribund and sorely distressed. You have seen the crypts of a seigneurial castle, not of any one place more famous than all the others for the crimes committed there, but like all those whose ruins cover a great deal of Europe, frightening remains of the vast network by means of which feudal power enveloped the civilized world for so many centuries and oppressed mankind with the crime of its fierce domination and the horrors of civil war. These hideous dwellings, these desolate fortresses necessarily served as dens of all the heinous crimes that humanity had to see accomplished before arriving at the notion of truth, by means of the wars of religion, the work of emancipating sex, and the martyrdom of the best of men. Just travel through Germany, France, Italy, England, Spain, and the Slavic countries. You won't find a valley or climb a mountain without seeing up above the forbidding ruins of some grim manor, or at least without discovering at your feet, in the grass, some vestige of fortifications. These are the bloody traces of the right of conquest exercised by the patrician caste over the castes they enslaved. And if you explore all these ruins, if you excavate the earth that has swallowed them up and is relentlessly working to make them disappear, in every single one you'll find vestiges of what you've just seen here: dungeons, vaults for the surfeit of dead bodies, cramped, stinking cells for important prisoners, a corner for silent assassinations, and, at the top of some old tower or somewhere deep underground, a rack for recalcitrant serfs and rebellious soldiers, a gallows for deserters, and cauldrons for heretics. How many have died boiled in pitch, drowned, or buried alive in the mines? Oh, if castle walls, lakes, rivers, and rocky caves could talk and recount all the iniquities that they have witnessed and concealed. So many that history cannot render detailed accounts. But it is not just the feudal lords, not the patrician race alone who have reddened the earth with so much innocent blood. Kings and priests, thrones and the church, these are the great sources of iniquity, the vital forces of destruction. In one of the rooms of our ancient manor, austere diligence, a gloomy but great notion has gathered a collection of some of the instruments of torture invented by the hatred of the strong for the weak. A description of them would not be credible, the eye can scarcely comprehend them, the mind refuses to acknowledge them. And yet they were used for centuries, these hideous devices, in the castles of kings as well as in the citadels of minor princes, but above all in the dungeons of the Holy Office. What I am saying? There they are still being used, but less frequently. The Inquisition is still going on, still torturing, and in France, the most civilized of all countries, there are still provincial parliaments that burn alleged sorcerers at the stake. Besides, has tyranny really been overthrown? Do kings and princes no longer lay waste to the earth? Does war not bring desolation to opulent cities and poor cottages at the slightest whim of the most trifling sovereign? Is bondage not still in force in half of Europe? Aren't soldiers nearly everywhere still subjected to whipping and flogging? The bravest and most handsome soldiers in the world, the soldiers of Prussia, aren't they trained like animals with rod and cane? Aren't Russian serfs ruled with the knout? Aren't blacks in America treated worse than dogs and horses? While the fortresses of the old barons have been dismantled and turned into harmless dwellings, aren't those of the kings still standing? Aren't they used more often as prisons for the innocents than for the guilty? And you, sister, you the sweetest and most noble of women, weren't you held captive at Spandau?
We knew your generosity, we were counting on your sense of justice and charity, but seeing that you were destined, like some of those here, to return to the world, to be part of court society, to approach kings and queens, to be, you in particular, the object of their seductions, it was our duty to put you on your guard against the intoxications of that glamorous, dangerous life. It was our duty not to spare you any lessons,
even the most horrifying.
We have spoken to your mind by the solitude to which we sentenced you and the books that we made available to you, to your heart by fatherly words and exhortations alternately stern and tender, to your eyes by ordeals more painful and more meaningful than those of the ancient mysteries. Now, if you persist in receiving the initiation, you can go without fear before those incorruptible, yet fatherly judges whom you already know, who are awaiting you here, either to give you a crown or to set you free to leave us forever. With these words Marcus raised his arm and pointed out to Consuelo the door of the temple above which the three sacramental words, liberty, equality, fraternity, had just blazed up in letters of fire.
Consuelo, weak and broken in her body, was now living by the Spirit alone.
She had not been able to listen to Marcus's speech on her feet. Forced to sit down on the foot of a column, she leaned on Liverani, but without seeing him or giving him a thought.
Yet she had not missed a single word spoken by the initiator.
Pale as a ghost, her eyes intent and her voice extinguished, she did not have the bewildered look that follows nervous crises. Concentrated excitement filled her breast, and her breathing was so shallow that Liverani could no longer detect it.
Her dark eyes, somewhat sunken into their orbits by exhaustion and suffering, burned with a somber flame.
A slight furrow in her forehead betrayed unshakable resolve, the first in her life. Her beauty at that moment frightened those present who had known her elsewhere as invariably sweet and kind.
Liverani began to tremble like the jasmine leaf that the night breeze was ruffling on his beloved's brow.
She got to her feet with more energy than he would have expected, but her knees immediately buckled, and she let him almost carry her up the steps, without the clasp of these arms which had so thrilled her, without the nearness of this heart which had set hers afire, distracting her for one instant from her inner meditation. He put between his hand and hers the silver cross, the talisman that had given him rights over her, that he had used to make himself known to her once again.
Consuelo seemed to recognize neither the token nor the hand presenting it.
Hers was contracted in pain, its grip automatic, as when one hangs onto a branch to stop from going over the edge of a cliff, but no blood from the heart could reach that icy hand.
Marcus!
Liverani whispered as Marcus drew near on his way up to knock on the door of the temple, "Don't leave us."
The ordeal was too much. "I'm afraid."
"She loves you," replied Marcus. "Yes, but she may die," said Liverani with a shudder.
Marcus knocked 3 times on the door, which opened and closed again as soon as he was inside with Consuelo and Liverani.
The other brethren remained on the peristyle, waiting to be ushered in for the ceremony, for between the initiation and the last ordeals there was always a secret conversation among the leaders of the Invisibles and the person being received. The interior of the temple-shaped summer house used for these initiations at the castle of was magnificently adorned, with statues of the greatest friends to humanity standing between the columns. That of Jesus Christ was placed at the center of the amphitheater, between Pythagoras and Plato. Apollonius of Tyana was next to St. John, Abelard beside St. Bernard, Jan Hus and Jerome of Prague beside St. Catherine and Joan of Arc.
But Consuelo did not stop to consider exterior objects.
Deep in meditation, without surprise or emotion, she set eyes once again on these same judges who had probed her heart to such depths. She no longer felt at all abashed in the presence of these men, whoever they were, and she awaited their verdict with apparent great calm. "Brother presenter," said to Marcus the eighth person, who was seated below the 7 judges and invariably served as their spokesman, "whom are you bringing before us?"
"What is her name?" "Consuelo Porporina," Marcus replied.
"That is not what they are asking you, brother," said Consuelo.
"Don't you see that I've come here in a wedding gown and not mourning weeds?" announced the Countess Albert von Rudolstadt.
"Daughter," said the brother orator, "I'm speaking to you in the name of the council."
"You no longer bear the name you invoke. Your marriage to Count von Rudolstadt is dissolved."
"By what right, and by virtue of what authority?" asked Consuelo in a short, strong voice, as though in a fever.
"I don't recognize any theocratic power."
"You yourselves have taught me to recognize that the only rights you have over me are those that I've freely given you and to submit only to a fatherly authority. Your authority would not be fatherly if it were to dissolve my marriage without my husband's assent as well as my own.
Neither he nor I have given you this right." "You're wrong, daughter.
Albert gave us the right to dispose of his fate and yours, and you yourself did the same when you opened your heart to us and confessed your love for another man." "I confess nothing to you," replied Consuelo, "and I deny the consent that you are trying to wring out of me." "Bring in the Sibyl," said the orator to Marcus. A tall woman, all draped in white, her face hidden beneath a veil, came in and sat down in the center of the semicircle formed by the judges.
Consuelo easily recognized Wanda because of her nervous tremor.
"Speak, priestess of the truth," said the orator. "Speak, interpreter and revealer of the most intimate secrets, the most subtle stirrings of the heart.
Is this woman the wife of Albert von Rudolstadt?"
"She is his faithful, worthy wife," replied Wanda, "but you must forthwith pronounce her divorce. You see who brings her here. You see that the one among our children whose hand she is holding is the man she loves and to whom she must belong, in virtue of the inalienable right of love and marriage." Consuelo turned in surprise toward Liverani and looked at her hand, numb and seemingly dead in his. She looked as though she were in the power of some dream and struggling to wake up. At last she briskly loosed herself from that grasp, and looking at the hollow of her hand, she saw the imprint of her mother's cross. "So this is the man I've loved," she said, with the melancholy smile of holy ingenuousness.
"That is indeed so. I've loved him tenderly, madly, but it was a dream.
I thought Albert was no more, and you told me that this man was worthy of my respect and confidence.
Then I saw Albert again.
I thought I understood from what he said that he no longer wished to be my husband, and I couldn't help loving this stranger whose missives and attentions intoxicated me with a mad desire. But I was told that Albert still loved me, that he was giving me up out of virtue and generosity.
And why then was Albert convinced that my sense of devotion would be less than his? What crime have I committed thus far to be thought capable of shattering his soul by accepting a selfish happiness?
No, I'll never sully myself with such a crime. If Albert deems me unworthy of him for having loved someone else in my heart, if he has a scruple about destroying that love and doesn't want to inspire a greater love in me, I'll submit to his decree, I'll accept the sentence of divorce against which my heart and conscience rebel, but I'll be neither wife nor lover to another man. Farewell, Liverani, or whoever you may be, to whom I entrusted my mother's cross in a day of abandon that leaves me neither shame nor remorse. Give me back this token so that there is nothing more between us than a memory of mutual respect and the sense of a duty fulfilled without bitterness or effort. We don't recognize such morals, you know, said the Sibyl.
We don't accept such sacrifices. We want to inaugurate and sanctify love, lost and profaned in the world, the free choice of the heart, the holy and voluntary union of two beings equally in love. Over our children we have the right to mend consciences, forgive faults, match up affinities, break the shackles of the old society. You therefore don't have the right to sacrifice yourself. You cannot stifle the love in your breast and deny the truth of your confession without our having authorized you to do so. Why are you talking to me about liberty, about love and happiness? Exclaimed Consuelo, taking a step toward the judges in an explosion of enthusiasm, her physiognomy radiantly sublime. Haven't you just made me undergo ordeals that must leave the brow eternally wan and the soul invincibly austere? What kind of callous, cowardly person do you take me for if you think I'm still capable of dreaming of personal pleasures and pursuing them after what I've seen, after what I've understood, after what I now know about people's lives and my duties in this world? No, no. No more love, no more marriage, no more liberty, no more happiness, glory, or art, nothing more for me if I have to make the least of my peers suffer. And hasn't it been proven that every joy in today's world is bought at the price of someone else's? Isn't there something better to do than to seek one's own gratification? Isn't that the way Albert thinks, and don't I have the right to think as he does? Doesn't he hope to find, even in the sacrifice of himself, the strength to work for humanity with more ardor and intelligence than ever? Let me be as great as Albert. Let me flee the lying, criminal illusion of happiness. Give me work, weariness, pain, and enthusiasm. I no longer understand joy except in suffering. I yearn for martyrdom ever since you've imprudently shown me the trophies of torture. Oh, shame on those who have understood their duty and still worry about enjoying their share of happiness and repose on earth. I'm talking about us, about me. Oh, Liverani, if you're in love with me after having undergone the ordeals that bring me here, you're mad. You're nothing but a child unworthy of being called a man, surely unworthy that I should sacrifice to you Albert's heroic affection. And you, Albert, if you're here, if you can hear me, you ought not refuse at least to call me your sister, to offer me your hand and help me walk the arduous path that leads you to God. Consuelo's enthusiasm was at its peak, words no longer sufficed to express it. A sort of vertigo came over her and, like the priestesses of Apollo who in the paroxysm of their divine crises would abandon themselves to cries and strange frenzies, she was swept away to the point of manifesting her overwhelming emotion in the way most natural to her. She began to sing in a resounding voice, enraptured at least as much as she had been singing this same aria in Venice, in public for the first time in her life, and in the presence of Marcello and Porpora.
I cieli immensi narrano del grande Dio la gloria.
This hymn came to her lips because it may be the most naive and striking expression that music has ever given to religious enthusiasm. But Consuelo was not composed enough to contain and control her voice. After these two verses her intonation became a sob in her throat, she dissolved in tears and fell to her knees. The Invisibles, galvanized by her fervor, had stood up all at once as though to hear on their feet, in the posture of respect, the song of the inspired one. But seeing her succumb to her emotion, they all came down from their box and gathered round while Wanda seized Consuelo, threw her into Liverani's arms and exclaimed, "Now then! Take a look at him, and know that God has granted you to reconcile love and virtue, happiness and duty.
Consuelo, deaf for an instant, and as though carried off to another world, finally looked at Liverani, whose mask has just been ripped off by Marcus. She uttered a piercing cry and nearly expired on his breast as she recognized Albert.
Albert and Liverani were the same man.
Chapter 41.
At that moment the doors of the temple swung open with a metallic click, and the invisibles marched in 2 by 2. The magical voice of the glass harmonica, this instrument of recent invention, one whose penetrating vibration was a marvel unknown to Consuelo's senses, issued forth, apparently wafting down from the cupola whose windows stood ajar to moonbeams and the night's refreshing breezes. Flower petals gently rained down on the happy couple at the center of this solemn procession. Standing beside a golden tripod, Wanda was making bright flames and clouds of incense billow forth with her right hand, and in her left she held the 2 ends of a chain of symbolic flowers and leaves that she had thrown around the lovers. The leaders of the Invisibles, their faces draped with their long red veils and their brows wreathed with the same leaves of oak and acacia hallowed by their rites, were on their feet, their arms stretched out as though to welcome the brethren who bowed as they passed by. These leaders had the majesty of ancient druids, but their hands, which had never known the stain of blood, were open only to bestow blessings, and in the hearts of the disciples religious respect took the place of the fanatic terror of past religions.
As the initiates stepped up to the venerable tribunal, they removed their masks to greet barefaced these august characters whose identities remained secret, never having made themselves known to the initiates except through acts of merciful justice, fatherly love, and great wisdom.
Faithful to the religion of their oaths, without regret or mistrust, the disciples did not attempt to read beneath these impenetrable veils with a curious glance. No doubt these high priests of a new religion were known to their disciples without the latter realizing it. They mingled with them in society, and in the very midst of their assemblies, they were the best friends, the most intimate confidants of most of them, perhaps of each one in particular. Yet when they came together in worship, the person of the priest was always veiled, like the oracle in antiquity. O happy childhood of naive belief, O quasi-fabulous dawn of sacred conspiracies, that the night of mystery has always enveloped in poetic uncertainties. Even though scarcely 100 years separate us from these invisibles, they pose a problem for the historian, but 30 years later Illuminism revived these forms unknown to the crowd and, drawing on the inventive genius of its leaders as well as the tradition of secret societies in mystical Germany, it terrified the world with the most tremendous, the most clever of political and religious conspiracies. For an instant it shook all the dynasties on their thrones, then succumbed in its turn, while passing on to the French Revolution something like an electric current of sublime enthusiasm, ardent faith, and terrible fanaticism. Half a century before these fateful days, and while the gallant monarchy of Louis XV, the philosophical despotism of Frederick II, the skeptical, mocking sovereignty of Voltaire, the ambitious diplomacy of Maria Theresa and the heretical tolerance of Ganganelli seemed to announce that for a long time to come the world would know nothing but decrepitude, antagonism, chaos, and dissolution, the French Revolution was brewing in the dark and germinating underground. It was looming in the minds of fanatic believers as a dream of universal revolution, and while debauchery, hypocrisy, or unbelief officially reigned over the world, a sublime faith, a magnificent revelation of things to come, plans for organization as profound and perhaps more sophisticated than our present-day Fourierism and Saint-Simonism, were already bringing forth in a few groups of exceptional men the ideal conception of a future society, diametrically opposed to the one that covers and still conceals their action in history. This contrast is one of the most striking features of the 18th century, brimming over with so many ideas and intellectual labor of all sorts that the philosophical historians of our times have not yet been able to produce any clear and useful synthesis of it. There is such a mass of contradictory documents and misunderstood facts, at first impossible to grasp, springs roiled up by the turbulent times and requiring patient filtering in order to find the solid bottom. Many energetic laborers have remained obscure, carrying their secret missions to the grave. So many dazzling glories absorbed their contemporaries' attention, and still today so many brilliant works monopolize the critics' look back in time. But bit by bit light will emerge from this chaos, and if our century manages to sum itself up, it will also sum up the life of its father, the 18th century, this enormous logograph, this brilliant nebula, where so much cowardliness contrasts with such grandeur, so much knowledge with such ignorance, so much barbarism with such civilization, so much enlightenment with such errors, so much seriousness with such intoxication, so much unbelief with such faith, so much learned pedantry with such frivolous mockery, so much superstition with such proud reason, this century, which saw the reigns of Madame de Maintenon and Madame de Pompadour, Peter the Great, Catherine II, Maria Theresa and that Dubarry woman, Voltaire and Swedenborg, Kant and Mesmer, Jean-Jacques Rousseau and Cardinal Du Bois, Schroepfer and Diderot, Fenelon and Law, Zinzendorf and Leibniz, Frederick II and Robespierre, Louis XIV and Philippe Gallaté, Marie Antoinette and Charlotte Corday, Weishaupt, Babeuf and
Napoleon.
A terrifying laboratory where so many heterogeneous forms were thrown into the crucible that their monstrous ebullition belched forth a torrent of smoke through which we are still marching, enveloped in darkness and confusion.
Consuelo no more than Albert, the leaders of the Invisibles no more than their disciples cast a very lucid gaze on this century into which they yearned to throw themselves in the enthusiastic hope of regenerating it at one fell swoop. They believed themselves on the eve of an evangelical republic, like the disciples of Jesus eagerly awaiting the kingdom of God on earth, like the Bohemian Taborites, who thought paradise close at hand, like the French Convention that years later felt it would soon win over the entire planet. Yet, without such mad confidence, where would the great sacrifices be? Without great madness, where the great achievements? Without the utopia of the divine dreamer Jesus, where would the notion of human brotherhood be? Without the contagious visions of the ecstatic Joan of Arc, would we still be French? Without the noble chimeras of the 18th century, would we have conquered the rudiments of equality? This mysterious revolution, every sect in times past having dreamed that it would happen in their day, and the mystical conspirators of the last century having vaguely predicted that it would occur 50 years earlier, as a time of political and religious renovation, neither Voltaire nor the calm philosophical minds of his time nor Frederick II himself, relying on cold, logical force to realize his ambitions, foresaw its sudden storms, its abrupt miscarriage. The most ardent as well as the most sage were far from reading clearly in the future. Jean-Jacques Rousseau would have repudiated his works, had the mountain, with the guillotine looming over it, appeared to him in a dream. Albert von Rudolstadt would all of a sudden have reverted to the cataleptic madman of Schreckenstein, had these bloody glories, followed by Napoleon's despotism, the restoration of the old regime, and then the reign of the most vile material interests been revealed to him, he who believed that he was laboring to overturn, now and forever, scaffolds and prisons, barracks and convents, brokerage houses and citadels. So they dreamed, these noble children, and they acted on their dreams with all the strength of their souls. They were neither more nor less of their century than the clever politicians and sage philosophers, their contemporaries. They saw neither more nor less than these the absolute truth of the future, that great unknown that we all invest with the attributes of our own power, who deceives every one of us, at the same time validates us when she appears to our sons, clad in her imperial gown of many colors of which we have each prepared a piece. Fortunately,
every new century sees her as more majestic, given that each one produces more people laboring for her triumph. As for those who wish to shred her royal purple and dress her in eternal mourning, they can do nothing against her, they do not understand her. Slaves to present-day reality, they do not know that the immortal one has no age, and that those who do not dream of her as she may be tomorrow do not see her at all as she must be today. Albert, in that moment of supreme happiness when Consuelo's eyes, full of delight, at long last fastened on his, Albert, rejuvenated by the benefits of health and handsome in the intoxication of bliss, felt imbued with that almighty faith that would move mountains if in such moments there were other mountains to move than the weight of our minds reeling with joy. Consuelo was finally before him, like Galatea, that creation of the artist beloved by the gods, waking at one and the same time to love and life. Wordless and wrapped in meditation, her physiognomy haloed with celestial light, she was totally, incontestably beautiful for the first time in her life, because she was indeed totally and truly alive for the first time. A sublime serenity shone on her brow, and her large eyes were brimming with that deep pleasure of the soul of which sensual delight is but a feeble reflection. She was so beautiful only because she had no idea what was going on in her heart and on her face. Albert alone existed for her, rather, she now existed only in him, and to her he alone seemed worthy of immense respect and boundless admiration. Albert too was transformed, as if he were invested with supernatural radiance as he contemplated her. Deep in his eyes she could see all the solemn grandeur of the noble pains he had endured, but this past bitterness had left no trace of physical suffering on his features. He had the placid brow of a resurrected martyr who sees the earth red with his blood falling away beneath his feet and the heaven of infinite rewards opening overhead. Never had an inspired artist created a nobler face of a hero or saint in the finest days of ancient or Christian art. All of the invisibles, awestruck in their turn, gathered round, then stopped and for a few instants surrendered to the noble pleasure of contemplating this beautiful couple, so pure in the presence of God, so chastely happy in the presence of man. Then 20 generous male voices sang in chorus to a broad rhythm of ancient simplicity, Hymen o Hymen. The music was by Purpura, to whom the words had been sent along with the request that he compose an epithalamium for an illustrious wedding, and he had been worthily compensated without ever knowing by whom. Just as Mozart, on the eve of his death, was one day to find his most sublime inspiration for a mysteriously commissioned requiem, old Purpura had rediscovered all the genius of his youth to write a wedding song whose poetic mystery had reawakened his imagination. From the first measures Consuelo recognized the style of her beloved teacher and, struggling to pull away from her lover's gaze, she turned toward the coryphée to find her adoptive father, but he was there only in spirit. Among those who had become the worthy interpreters of his piece Consuelo recognized several friends, Frederick von Trenck, Porporino, Benda the Younger, Count Gallican, Schubart, the Chevalier d'Eon, whom she had met in Berlin and whose true sex remained unknown to her as well as to all of Europe, the Count de Saint-Germain, Chancellor Coquille, Barberini's husband, Nikolai the bookseller, Gottlieb, whose beautiful voice dominated all the others, and finally Marcus, whom Wanda vigorously pointed out. An instinctual affinity had already led Consuelo to recognize him as the guide who had introduced her and acted as her godfather or putative father. All of the invisibles had parted their long, gloomy black robes and thrown them over their shoulders. Simple, elegant suits of white and crimson with gold chains bearing the order's insignia gave the group a festive look. Their masks were wrapped around their wrists, all ready to be slipped back on at the slightest signal from the watchman posted as a sentry on the dome. The orator, who acted as the intermediary between the leaders of the invisibles and the disciples, removed his mask as well and congratulated the happy spouses. It was the Duke of the rich prince who had devoted his fortune, mind, and enthusiastic zeal to the Invisibles. He was their host, and for a long while his residence had welcomed Wanda and Albert, hidden from profane eyes. It was also the headquarters for the Order's tribunal, even though it had several other venues, and rather numerous gatherings took place there only once a year, for a few days of summer, except in extraordinary cases. Initiated into all the leaders' secrets, the Duke acted for and with them, although he never betrayed their incognito. Taking upon himself alone all the dangers of the enterprise, he was their interpreter and visible means of contact with the members of the association. After the bride and groom had exchanged sweet expressions of joy and affection with their brothers, they all went back to their places, and the Duke, acting as the orator once again, said these words to the couple crowned with flowers and kneeling at the altar: "My dear, beloved children, in the name of the true God, all power, love, and intelligence, and after him, in the name of the three virtues that are God's reflection in the human soul, action, charity, and justice, which in practice are translated by our formula, liberty, fraternity, equality, finally, in the name of the tribunal of the Invisibles that has devoted itself to the triple duty of zeal, faith, and study, in other words, to the triple pursuit of political, moral, and divine truths, Albert Podiebrad, Consuelo Porporina, I pronounce the ratification and confirmation of the marriage that you previously contracted before God and family, and even before a priest of the Christian religion, at the Castle of the Giants, on *. Of the year 175 *. This marriage, valid in the eyes of men, was not valid in the eyes of God. 3 things were lacking. First, the absolute commitment of the wife to live with a husband who seemed on the point of death. Second, the sanction of a moral and religious authority recognized and accepted by the husband. Third, the consent of a person here present, whose name I am not permitted to say, but who is a close blood relation to one of the spouses. If these 3 conditions are now fulfilled, and if neither one of you has any complaints or objections, join hands and stand to take heaven as your witness to the liberty of your act and the holiness of your love. Wanda, retaining her incognito in front of the brothers of the order, took the hands of her 2 children. The 3 of them stood up, all moved by the same impulse of love and enthusiasm, as though they were one. The wedding formulas were spoken, and the simple, touching rites of the new religion were fulfilled in a meditative, fervent spirit. This pledging of mutual love was not an isolated act amid indifferent spectators, strangers to the spiritual bond being contracted. They were all called to sanction this religious consecration of 2 beings bound to them by a common faith. They raised their arms over the bride and groom to bless them, then all joined hands to form a vibrant circle, a chain of fraternal love and religious fellowship around them, while promising to help and protect them, to defend their honor and their lives, to sustain their needs if need be, to do everything to redeem them if they ever faltered along virtue's arduous path, to preserve them as much as possible from persecution and the world's seductions, in every occasion and at every juncture. Finally, to give them a love so holy, cordial, and earnest as though they were all joined by name and blood. Handsome Trink uttered this formula for all the others simply and eloquently, then turned to the groom and added, "Albert, it is the profane and criminal custom of the old world, from which we secretly withdraw so to bring it round to us one day, for the husband to impose fidelity on his wife in the name of a humiliating, despotic authority. If she succumbs, he must kill his rival, he even has the right to kill his wife, which is called washing in blood the stain on one's honor. Also, in the old world, in its blindness and corruption, every man is the natural enemy of this happiness and honor, so ferociously guarded. Friends, even brothers, assume the right to rob a friend and brother of his companion's love, or at least they give themselves the cruel and cowardly pleasure of stirring up his jealousy, rendering his surveillance ridiculous and sowing mistrust and mischief between him and the object of his love. Here, as you know, we have a better understanding of friendship, honor, and family pride. We are brothers before God, and he among us who would cast a bold, disloyal glance at his brother's wife has, in our eyes, already committed the crime of incest in his heart. All the brothers, carried away by emotion, drew their swords and swore to turn these arms against themselves rather than to break the vow that they had just uttered in the words of Trenck. But the Sibyl, in the throes of one of those inspired transports that gave her such a hold on their imagination and often modified the opinions and judgments of the leaders themselves, broke the circle and sprang into the center. Her words, always brisk and fiery, enthralled their assemblies. Her great stature, the ample gowns floating over her gaunt body, her majestic though unsteady bearing, the convulsive tremor of her head with its ever-present veil, and yet a sort of grace that revealed her past beauty, this charm so powerful in a woman that it lingers on even once it has disappeared and still moves the soul even though it can no longer arouse the senses. Finally, even her feeble voice that suddenly, with the intensity of her feeling, burst forth in strange, strident tones. All this contributed to her mystery, almost frightening at first, and soon invested with persuasive power and irresistible fascination.
Everyone fell silent to hear the inspired one speak.
Consuelo was as moved as they were, and perhaps more so, knowing as she did the secret of that strange life. She wondered, with an involuntary shudder of horror, if this spectre who had escaped the tomb was really part of this world and if, after having issued her oracle, she would not vanish into thin air with the flame of the tripod that gave her a bluish, transparent cast.
"Hide from me the glint of these swords," exclaimed Wanda, all a-quiver.
"These are unholy oaths, sworn on instruments of hatred and murder. I know well that the old world was wont to gird the flank of every man reputed to be free, as a mark of independence and pride. I know well that, among the old world ideas that you've preserved to spite yourselves, the sword is the symbol of honor, that you believe you're undertaking sacred commitments when you swear by the sword like the citizens of ancient Rome. But here that is to profane an august oath. Swear instead by this tripod's flame, the symbol of life, light, and divine love."
"But do you still need emblems and visible signs? Are you still idolaters? And the figures adorning this temple, do they represent for you something other than ideas?
Ah, swear instead by your own feelings, by your better instincts, by your own hearts, and if you dare not swear by the living God, by the true, eternal, and sacred religion, swear by holy humanity, by the glorious impulses of your courage, by this young woman's chastity and her husband's love. Swear by Consuelo's genius and beauty that your desires and even your thoughts will never profane this sacred ark of marriage, this invisible, mystical altar on which the hands of the angels are engraving and recording the oath of love."
"Do you really know what love is?" added the Sibyl, after having drawn into herself an instant.
With every passing moment her voice was clearer and more penetrating. "If you knew, O you venerable leaders of our order and ministers of our worship, you would never have anyone utter before you this formula of eternal commitment that God alone can ratify, which, consecrated by man, is a sort of profanation of the most divine of all mysteries.
What strength can you impart to a commitment that by itself is a miracle?"
"Yes, it is a miracle when two wills abandon themselves to each other and become one, for every soul is eternally free by divine right. And yet, when two souls give and bind themselves by love one to the other, their mutual possession becomes as sacred, as much a matter of divine right as individual liberty. You can see that it's a miracle, and one that God keeps forever a mystery, like life and death. You're going to ask this man and this woman if they want to belong to each other exclusively in this life, and their fervor is such that they'll reply, not just in this life, but for all eternity. God, by the miracle of love, inspires them with far more faith, strength, and virtue than you could or would dare ask of them.
Away then with sacrilegious oaths and crude laws.
Leave them their ideal, and don't fasten them down to reality with the chains of law. Let God take care of making the miracle last. Prepare souls for this miracle to happen in them, mold them to the ideal of love, exhort, instruct, praise, and demonstrate the glory of fidelity, without which there is no inner strength for sublime love.
But don't interfere, like Catholic priests, like judges back in the old world, in the oath's fulfillment. For, I'm telling you once again, man can neither guarantee nor ensure that a miracle will last forever. What do you know about the Eternal One's secrets? Have we already entered that temple of the future, that celestial realm where man, we are told, will converse with God in the sacred grove as a friend with his friend? Has the law of indissoluble marriage issued forth from the mouth of the Lord? Have his designs in this regard been proclaimed on earth? And you yourselves, O children of man, have you promulgated this law with one accord? Have the pontiffs of Rome, who claim to be infallible, never dissolved a marriage? On the pretext that certain commitments were null and void, these pontiffs have consecrated veritable divorces whose scandal has gone down in history. Plus, following the example of the teachings of Moses and all the ancient religions, some Christian societies and Reformed sects, the Greek Church as well, have frankly inaugurated the law of divorce in our modern world. So what happens to the sanctity and efficacy of an oath made to God when it is a matter of record that man will be able to release us from it one day? Ah, don't touch love by profaning marriage. You would only succeed in extinguishing love in pure hearts. Consecrate marriage by exhortations, prayers, public displays that give it respect, by poignant ceremonies. You must do so if you are our priests, which is to say, our friends, guides, counselors, consolers, and beacons. Prepare souls for the sanctity of a sacrament, and just as the Father seeks to establish his children in conditions of comfort, dignity, and security, so should you, our spiritual fathers, work hard to establish your sons and daughters in conditions that favor the development of true love, virtue, and sublime fidelity. And when you have put them through religious ordeals to see that in their pursuit of each other there is neither cupidity nor vanity, frivolous intoxication nor sensual blindness devoid of idealism, when you are sure that they understand the grandeur of their feelings, the sanctity of their duties and the freedom of their choice, then let them give themselves to each other and alienate one to the other their inalienable liberty. Let their families, friends, and the great family of the faithful intervene with you to ratify this union that the solemnity of the sacrament must make worthy of respect. But heed my words, let the sacrament be a religious permission, a paternal and social authorization, an encouragement and exhortation to the commitment's perpetuity, and never a commandment, an obligation, a law with threats and punishments, imposed slavery, with scandal, prison, and chains in the case of infractions. Otherwise you'll never see the miracle happen wholly and lastingly on earth. Providence, eternally fruitful, God, tireless giver of grace, will always bring before you young couples, fervent and naive, ready to make sincere commitments in time and eternity. But your anti-religious laws and anti-human sacraments will always destroy in them the work of grace. The inequality of conjugal rights according to one's sex, and impiety consecrated by the laws of society, the difference between their duties and public opinion, the false distinctions of conjugal honor, and all the absurd notions born of prejudice in the wake of wicked institutions will always snuff out faith and chill the couple's enthusiasm, and the most sincere, the most inclined to fidelity will be the first to lose heart, to have qualms about the length of their commitment and grow disenchanted with each other. Indeed, it goes against the will of nature and the cry of conscience to renounce one's liberty whenever man gets involved, for he brings in the yoke of ignorance and brutality.
it is in accord with the wish of noble hearts and necessary to the religious instincts of strong wills when it is God giving us the means to struggle against all the pitfalls that man has set up around marriage, so as to make it the tomb of love, happiness,
and virtue, to turn it into sworn prostitution, as our forefathers the Lollards used to say, whom you know well and often invoke.
Render unto God what is God's, and take from Caesar that which is not Caesar's. And you, my sons, she said, returning to the center of the group, you who have just sworn to do no harm to the marriage bond, you may not have understood that this oath means. You've obeyed a generous impulse and enthusiastically responded to the appeal to honor. That is worthy of you, disciples of a triumphant faith. But now I must tell you that in so doing you've gone beyond individual virtue and consecrated a principle without which there can never be any possibility of conjugal chastity or fidelity. So enter into the spirit of the oath and recognize that there will never be any true individual virtue until everyone stands together in this regard.
O love, O flame sublime! So mighty and so frail, so sudden and so fleeting. A bolt out of the heavens, it seems that you have to flash through our lives and burn out in us before we ourselves die, for fear of consuming and destroying us. We all feel that you are the vital fire emanating from God Himself, and that He among us who could keep you burning bright and whole in His breast up to the hour of death would be the happiest and greatest of men. That is why disciples of the ideal will always seek to make you pleasing sanctuaries in their souls so that you won't hasten to abandon them for home. But alas! You of whom we've made a virtue, one of the foundations of our human societies, so as to honor you as we would desire, you've nonetheless refused to let yourself be chained as our institutions would have it, and you've remained free as a bird in the sky, capricious as a flame on the altar. You seem to laugh at our oaths, our contracts, even our willpower. You fly from us, despite everything we've invented to fix you in our ways and habits. You dwell neither in the harem over which vigilant sentries keep watch nor in the Christian family amidst the priest's threats, the judge's verdicts and opinion's yoke. Why are you so fickle, so ungrateful, O mysterious charm, O love cruelly symbolized as a god both infant and blind? What tenderness and scorn do these human souls inspire in you by turns? First you set them all ablaze with your fire, then you forsake nearly every one, leaving them to perish in the throes of regret, repentance or disgust, even more dreadful. Why do people all over the face of our globe invoke you on their knees, exalt and defy you? Why do divine poets sing of you as the world's soul, and barbarians make human sacrifices to you by throwing widows onto their husbands' funeral pyres? Why do young hearts call out to you in their sweetest dreams, and old people curse life when you abandon them to the horrors of solitude? Why this cult by turns sublime or fanatic that has been rendered you since the golden days of humanity's youth up though our age of iron, if you're nothing but a chimera, a drunken moment's dream, the delusion of an imagination excited by sensual delirium? Oh, that is so because you're not a vulgar instinct, a simple animal need. No, you're not the blind infant of paganism, you are the son of the true God and the very element of divinity. But thus far you've revealed yourself to us only through the clouds of our errors, and you've refused to dwell among us because you won't be profaned. You'll return, as in the mythic age of Astrea and the poet's visions, and make your home in our earthly paradise when by sublime virtues we've made ourselves worthy of a guest such as you. Oh, then life on this earth will be sweet, and it will be good to be born here. Then we'll all be sisters and brothers, and marriages will be freely consented and freely maintained just through the strength we draw from you. Then, instead of the dreadful, impossible struggle that conjugal fidelity now has to conduct against the ungodly endeavors of debauchery, hypocritical seduction, unbridled violence, treacherous friendship, and sophisticated depravity,
every husband will find himself surrounded by nothing but chaste sisters, jealous and discerning guardians of the happiness of a sister they've given him to be his companion, while every wife will find in other men her husband's brothers, happy and proud of his happiness, born protectors of his repose and dignity. Then the faithful wife will no longer be the lonely flower hiding herself away to preserve her honor's fragile treasure, the often forsaken victim pining away alone with her tears, unable to revive in her beloved's heart the flame that she has kept pure in her own. Then the brother will no longer be forced to avenge his sister and kill the man she loves, for whom she yearns, in order to give her back a semblance of false honor. Then the mother will no longer tremble for her daughter, and the daughter will no longer be ashamed of her mother. Then, above all, the husband will no longer be suspicious or despotic, and the wife will renounce the victim's bitterness or the slave's rancor. Atrocious suffering, abominable injustice will no longer blight the pleasant, peaceful sanctuary of the home. It will be possible for love to endure, and then who knows? Perhaps one day priests and judges, rightly counting on the permanent miracle of love, will be able to consecrate indissoluble unions in the name of God Himself with as much wisdom and justice as they unwittingly do today with impiety and madness. But these days of reward have not yet to come to pass. Here, in this mysterious temple where we are gathered, according to the words of the Gospel, 3 or 4 together in the name of the Lord, we can only dream and experiment virtue among ourselves. We cannot invoke as a sanction of our promises, as a guarantee of our institutions, the outside world that would condemn us to exile, prison, or death if it were to penetrate our secrets. Rather than imitating its ignorance and tyranny, let us consecrate the conjugal love of these 2 children who have come to ask for the blessing of paternal and fraternal love, in the name of the living God, the giver of all love. Let us authorize them to promise each other eternal fidelity, but without inscribing their vows in a book of death, to remind them of it later through terror and constraint. Let God be the guardian of their vows. Let them pray to God every day of their lives that He keep burning in their hearts the sacred fire that He has sent down to them. That's what I was waiting to hear from you, O inspired Sibyl, exclaimed Albert, reaching out for his mother, exhausted from having spoken so long with such conviction. I was waiting for you to acknowledge my right to promise everything to the woman I love. You recognize that this is my dearest and most sacred right. Therefore I promise her, I swear to her that I will faithfully love her and her alone my whole life long, with God as my witness. Tell me, O prophetess of love, that this is not blasphemy. You are under the power of the miracle, replied Wanda. God is blessing your vow since He's the one inspiring you with the faith to utter these words. Always is the most passionate word on the lips of lovers, in the ecstasy of their most divine joys. It is then an oracle escaping from their breasts. Eternity is the ideal of love, as it is of faith. Never does the human soul come any closer to reaching the height of its power and lucidity than when inspired by a great love. The always of lovers is an inner revelation, a divine manifestation that will shed its sovereign radiance and salutary warmth over every instant of their union. Woe to him that profanes these sacred words! He falls from grace into sin, extinguishing his heart's faith, light, strength, and life. And I, said Consuelo, I receive your vow, O Albert. And I beseech you to receive mine. I too am under the power of the miracle, and this always of our short lives seems nothing to me in comparison with eternity, and it's for eternity that I want a promise to be yours. Woman of sublime daring, said Wanda, with a smile of enthusiasm that seemed to shine through her veil, ask God for eternity with the man you love as a reward for being faithful to him in this brief life. Oh, yes, exclaimed Albert, lifting to the heavens his wife's hand clasped in his.
That's the goal, the hope, and the reward. To love each other greatly and ardently in this phase of life so as to be together once again in the others. Oh, I know in my heart that this is not the first day of our union, that we've already loved, already possessed each other in an earlier life. Such happiness is no mere accident. It's the hand of God bringing us back together like the two halves of one being inseparable in eternity. After the celebration of the wedding, and even though it was very late, they proceeded with the ceremonies for Consuelo's definitive initiation into the Order of the Invisibles. Thereafter, the members of the tribunal having disappeared, they strolled through the sacred wood, soon to gather round a banquet of fraternal communion. Presiding over the banquet was the prince, brother orator, who undertook to explain to Consuelo its deep and moving symbols. The meal was served by faithful attendants who had attained a certain degree in the order. Carl introduced Matthias to Consuelo, and she finally saw his honest, gentle face without a mask, but she noted with admiration that these worthy valets were not treated as inferiors by their brothers who occupied other degrees. There was no distinction between them and the eminent members of the order, whatever their rank in the world. The ministering brothers, as they were called, were willing and eager to fulfill their duties as cupbearers and servers. They attended to the order of the courses as aides skilled in the art of preparing a feast, which they moreover considered a religious ceremony, a Eucharistic meal. So they were no more demeaned by this function than temple Levites presiding over the details of the sacrifices. Whenever they finished serving at table, they sat down themselves, not at places set apart and isolated from the others, but laid for them among the other guests. Everyone called out to them, vying for the pleasure and duty of filling their cups and plates. As in Masonic banquets, a cup was never lifted to the lips without a noble idea, a generous sentiment, or some august patronage being invoked. But the rhythmic outbursts of noise, the childish gestures of the Freemasons, the mallet, the jargon of the toasts, and the vocabulary of tools were excluded from this expansive yet solemn feast. The ministering brothers maintained a bearing that was respectful without servility, modest without constraint. Carl sat between Albert and Consuelo during one course. She was moved to see not only his sobriety and good behavior, but also the extraordinary progress that had taken place in this worthy peasant's mind. Capable of learning through the heart, he had been initiated into healthy notions of religion and morality through a rapid and admirable education of feeling. "Oh, my friend," she said to her husband, when the deserter had changed places and Albert returned, "that was the slave beaten by the Prussian militia, the wild woodcutter from the Bohemian forest, the would-be assassin of Frederick the Great. Enlightened, charitable lessons have in such a short time turned him into a sensible, pious, and just man, instead of a bandit that the ferocious justice of nations would have driven to murder and punished with the whip and the gallows." "Noble heart," said the prince who had taken his place to the right of Consuelo, "at Roswald you gave great lessons of religion and mercy to this heart bewildered by despair, yet endowed with the noblest instincts." After that his education was quick and easy, and every time we had a good lesson for him, he would immediately take us at our word and exclaim, "That's what the signora used to say." You may be sure that it would be easier than one thinks to enlighten and edify the coarsest of men if one were really willing to do so. Improving their situation and instilling them with self-respect by starting to value and love them requires nothing more than sincere charity and respect for human dignity. But you see that these good men have so far been initiated only into the lowest degrees, for we test the capacity of their minds and their progress in virtue to admit them more or less into our mysteries. Old Matthias is 2 degrees beyond Carl, and if he doesn't advance, it will be because his mind and heart won't have been able to go any further. We won't ever be stopped by low extraction or humble station, and here you see Gottlieb the shoemaker, the jailer's son at Spandau,
admitted to a degree equal to yours, even though he fulfills, by taste and habit, lowly functions in my house. His vivid imagination, passion for study, enthusiasm for virtue, in a word, the incomparable beauty of the soul dwelling in that ugly body made him very quickly worthy of being treated like an equal and brother inside the temple. There was almost nothing in the realm of ideas or virtues to be transmitted to this noble child. On the contrary, he had too many of them. We had to calm the excesses of his feeling and treat the maladies of his body and mind that would have driven him mad. The immorality of his entourage and the perversity of official life would have exasperated him without corrupting him, but we alone, armed with the spirit of Jacob Boehme and the true explanation of his profound symbols, we could convince him without disenchanting him and correct the aberrations of his mystic poetry without chilling his zeal and faith. You must have noticed that curing the soul has had effects on the body. He was restored to health as though by magic, and his bizarre appearance has already been transformed. After the meal they again took their cloaks and strolled on the far and gentler side of the hill shaded by the sacred wood. The ruins of the old castle reserved for the ordeals dominated this beautiful sight, and little by little Consuelo recognized the trails over which she had raced during a stormy night a short time before. The abundant spring once consecrated to superstitious devotions came pouring out of a grotto rustically carved into the rock and babbled through the heather to the far end of the valley where it became the beautiful brook so well known to the captive in the lodge. Crossing back and forth under the lovely shade trees, paths naturally covered with fine-grained sand had a silvery sheen in the moonlight, and their groups of wanderers met and mingled in sweet conversation. The enclosure with the vast, sumptuous summer house that passed as a study, the prince's favorite retreat, was surrounded by a high lattice-work fence, forbidden to the idle and indiscreet. The ministering brothers strolled about as well, in groups, but along the fence, keeping watch in order to warn the brothers if anyone profane were to approach. This danger was not the object of much fear. The Duke seemed to busy himself only with Masonic mysteries, as he in fact did secondarily, but Freemasonry at that time was tolerated by the law and protected by the princes who had been initiated or thought they had been. No one suspected the importance of the superior degrees that led step by step up to the tribunal of the invisibles. Besides, at that moment the highly visible festivities illuminating the facade of the ducal palace in the distance were absorbing the prince's numerous guests so completely that no one thought to leave the glittering rooms and new gardens for the rocks and ruins of the old grounds. The young Margravine von Bayreuth, the Duke's close friend, was doing the honors for him at the gala. He had feigned a malaise so that he might disappear, and immediately after the Invisibles' banquet he went back to preside over his illustrious guest's supper at the palace. As Consuelo, leaning on her husband's arm, saw these lights shimmering from afar, she again remembered Anzelito and candidly accused herself, in front of Albert who was taking her to task for it, of having been momentarily cruel and ironic toward the cherished companion of her childhood. Yes, it was wrong of me, she told him, but I was so unhappy just then. There I was determined to sacrifice myself to Count Albert, and the mischievous, cruel Invisibles were again throwing me into the arms of dangerous Liverani. I was sick at heart. It delighted me to find him once more, it drove me to despair having to part with him, and all the while Marcus was trying to distract me from my pain by making me admire handsome Anzelito. Ah, never would I have dreamed of seeing him again with such indifference. But I thought I was doomed to the ordeal of singing with him, and I was ready to hate him for stealing my last moment, my last dream of happiness. Right now, my friend, I could set eyes on him again without bitterness and treat him with indulgence. Happiness makes one so kind and merciful. Let me one day render Anzelito service and inspire him with a serious love of art, if not a taste for virtue.
"Why despair of it?" said Albert. "Let's wait for a day when he's down on his luck and alone. Now, in the midst of his triumphs, he'd be deaf to sage advice. But let him lose his voice and his looks, and we may take hold of his soul. That's a conversion for you to undertake, Albert." "Not without you, my Consuelo." "So you have no fear of old memories?"
"No, I'm presumptuous to the point of fearing nothing."
"I'm under the power of the miracle."
"I am too, Albert, I feel so sure of myself."
"Oh, how right you are to be so tranquil."
Day was breaking, and 1,000 charming fragrances were stirring in the pure morning air.
It was the loveliest time of summer.
Nightingales were singing in trees, calling back and forth from one hill to the next. The groups that formed at every moment around the couple, far from annoying them, added to their pure delight the sweetness of fraternal affection or, at the very least, the most exquisite sympathies. All of the invisibles present at these festivities were introduced to Consuelo as members of her new family. They were the best of the order's talents, minds, and virtues, some being illustrious in the outside world and others quite obscure, but renowned within the temple for their labors and lights.
Plebeians and patricians mingled in tender intimacy.
Consuelo had to learn their real names as well as the more poetic ones they bore in the secrecy of their fraternal relations: Vesper, Elops, Pion, Hylas, Euryalus, Bellerophon, and the like. Never had she found herself surrounded by so numerous a choice of noble souls and interesting personalities. The tales they told about their proselytizing, the dangers they had faced, and the results they had achieved charmed her like poems whose reality she would not have believed compatible with the ways of the insolent, corrupt world she had traversed. These tokens of affection and esteem, even to the point of tender effusions, without the slightest taint of trite gallantry or insinuation of dangerous familiarity, this elevated language, this charming commerce where equality and fraternity were realized in their most sublime forms, the lovely golden light that was dawning on life and in the heavens at the same moment, it was all like a divine dream in the lives of Consuelo and Albert. Arm in arm, they gave no thought to leaving their beloved brothers. An inner joy, sweet and suave as the morning air, filled their breasts and souls, and their hearts were so brimming with love that nothing could make them shudder. Trenck recounted his sufferings in prison at Glatz and his dangerous escape. Like Consuelo and Haydn in the Bohemian forest, he had made his way across Poland, but in bitterly cold weather and covered in rags, with a wounded companion, the amiable Shells, that Trenck's memoirs have since portrayed as the most gracious of friends. He had fiddled for peasants in exchange for bread, like Consuelo on the banks of the Danube. Then he lowered his voice to talk about Princess Amalia, his love and his hopes. Poor Trenck! He did not foresee the dreadful storm gathering over his head any more than the happy couple destined to go forth from this beautiful summer night's dream into a life of struggle, disappointment, and suffering. Under the cypresses, Porporino sang an admirable hymn that Albert had composed to the memory of the martyrs of their cause. Young Benda accompanied him on his violin, and Albert himself took the instrument and delighted the listeners with a few notes. Consuelo could not sing, for she was weeping tears of joy and enthusiasm. The Count de Saint-Germain related the conversations of Jan Hus and Jerome of Prague with such fervor, eloquence, and verisimilitude that it was impossible while listening not to believe that he had been there. In such hours of deep emotion and delight, gloomy reason is defenseless against the magic of poetry. With sharp, subtle strokes and enchanting taste the Chevalier d'Eon painted the wretchedness and folly of the most illustrious tyrants of Europe, the vices of the courts, and the weakness of this social structure that enthusiasm deems so pliable in its blazing flight. Count Gallican drew a charming portrait of his friend Jean-Jacques Rousseau's great soul and artless foibles. This philosophic nobleman, these days he would be called an eccentric, had a very beautiful daughter whom he was rearing as he saw fit, and she was both Emile and Sophie, sometimes the most handsome boy, sometimes the most appealing girl. He was to introduce her at the initiation and put Consuelo in charge of her education. The illustrious Zinzendorf explained how his colony of Moravian Herrnhuters was organized and their evangelical way of life. With deference he consulted Albert about several difficulties, and wisdom seemed to issue forth from Albert's lips. This was so because he was inspired by Consuelo's presence and gentle gaze. For her he was a god. He enjoyed every sort of prestige in her eyes, a philosopher and artist, a martyr who had been put to the test, a triumphant hero, solemn as an ancient Greek Stoic, beautiful as an angel, playful on occasion and naive as a child, as a blissful lover, perfect, in short, as is the man one loves. Consuelo had thought she would die of exhaustion and emotion knocking at the door of the temple. Now she felt strong and spirited as in the days when she used to play on the shores of the Adriatic with all the vim of adolescence, under a burning sun tempered by the breeze from the sea. It seemed that life in all its power, happiness in all its intensity had seized her by every one of her fibers and that she was sucking them in through all her pores. She was not counting the hours, she would have wanted this enchanted night never to end. Why can't one keep the sun below the horizon on certain nights when one feels all the fullness of being, when every dream of enthusiasm seems to have come true or to be within the realm of possibility? Finally the sky turned purple and gold, and a silver bell warned the invisibles that night was taking back its protective veils. They sang a last hymn to the rising sun, an emblem of the new day that they were dreaming and preparing for the world. Then they bid each other fond farewells and arranged various meetings, some in Paris or London, others in Madrid, Vienna, Petersburg, Warsaw, Dresden, and Berlin. They all promised to come together the following year, on the same day, at the door of this blessed temple, with new neophytes or old brothers now absent. Then they wrapped themselves in their cloaks to hide their elegant attire and silently scattered over the shady trails of the grounds. Albert and Consuelo, guided by Marcus, went down the ravine to the stream. Karl welcomed them into his closed gondola and conveyed them to the lodge. On the threshold they paused a second to contemplate the majesty of the rising sun. Up until that moment Consuelo, replying to Albert's passionate words, had always given him his true name, but when he tore her away from the meditation in which she seemed wrapped, she could only say to him, leaning her burning brow on his shoulder, "O Livorani." Everyone knows that the glass harmonica created such a sensation when it first appeared in Germany that poetic imaginations wanted to think that they were hearing the supernatural voices evoked by the consecrators of certain mysteries. There was a time when German disciples of theosophy exalted this instrument, hailed as magical before it became fashionable, to the same divine honors as the lyre in antiquity as well as several other musical instruments used by the primitive Himalayans. They turned it into a hieroglyph, representing a fantastic chimera, in their mysterious iconography. Hearing it for the first time after the terrors and emotions of their arduous ordeals, the neophytes of secret societies were so awed that several fell into trances of ecstasy. They believed that they were hearing the music of invisible forces, for the performer and the instrument were very carefully concealed from their sight. There are extremely curious details about the extraordinary role of the glass harmonica in the Illuminati's initiation ceremonies. Translators note, this instrument invented in the 18th century was made up of a set of glass strips struck by a little hammer or crystal glasses filled with water and made to vibrate with the tips of one's fingers. Epilogue. If, With regard to the lives of Albert and Consuelo after their wedding, we had been able to obtain the faithful, detailed documents that have guided us thus far. We could no doubt go on recounting their travels and adventures a good while longer. But, O persevering reader, we cannot satisfy you, and you, weary reader, we ask just a moment more of your patience. For this we deserve from you neither reproach nor commendation. The truth is that the materials that have allowed us to coordinate the events in this history up to the present moment disappear in large part for us after the romantic night when the union of our two heroes was blessed and consecrated at the Invisibles' gathering. Whether the commitments they made in the temple prevented them from confiding in friends in their letters, whether their friends, themselves members of secret societies, thought it prudent to destroy their correspondence in times of persecution, we no longer see them except through a cloud, under the temple's veil or the disciples' masks. If we were to rely uncritically upon the rare traces of their lives in our manuscripts, we would often go astray in their pursuit, for contradictory evidence shows that two of them in different spots simultaneously or headed in different directions at one and the same time. But we can easily guess that they willfully gave rise to these errors, now engaged in some secret enterprise directed by the Invisibles, now forced to elude, amid 1,000 perils, the government's inquisitorial police. This much we can affirm regarding the existence of this soul in two persons bearing the names Consuelo and Albert. Their love kept its promises, while destiny cruelly belied those that it had seemed to make them in those delightful hours they called their midsummer's night's dream. Yet they were not ungrateful to Providence that had given them this fleeting happiness in all its plenitude and which, amid their setbacks, kept alive in them the miracle of the love that Wanda had proclaimed. In poverty, suffering, and persecution they always hearkened back to the sweet memory that stood out in their lives like a celestial vision, a covenant with God that they would enjoy a better life after a phase of toil, trial, and sacrifice. Everything, moreover, becomes so mysterious for us in this history that we have not even been able to discover in what part of Germany the enchanted estate was located. It was there that, cloaked by the commotion of hunts and galas, a prince who remains anonymous in our documents acted as the rallying point and principal mover in the Invisibles' social and philosophical conspiracy. They had given this prince a symbolic name which, after much painstaking work to divine the code used by the disciples, we presume to be Christopher, Christ-bearer, or perhaps Chrysostom, mouth of gold. They poetically referred to the temple where Consuelo was married and initiated as the Holy Grail and the leaders of the tribunal as the guardians of the temple, romantic emblems revived from ancient legends about the golden age of chivalry. Everyone knows that, according to these lovely fictions, the Holy Grail was hidden in a mysterious sanctuary deep in a cave unknown to mortals. It was there that the guardians of the temple, those illustrious saints of early Christianity who already in this world were devoted to immortality, kept the precious cup that Jesus had used to consecrate the miracle of the Eucharist while eating the Passover with his disciples. That cup no doubt contained heavenly grace, represented now by the blood, now by the tears of Christ, a divine potion, in short, a Eucharistic substance whose mystical nature was not explained, yet the mere sight of it was enough for one to be transformed inside and out, to be forever safe from death and sin. These pious paladins, after dreadful vows, terrible mortifications, and earth-shaking feats, took up ascetic lives as knights-errant, and it was their ideal to find the Holy Grail at the end of their peregrinations. They searched for it in the icy north, on the shores of Brittany, deep in the forests of Germany. In order to carry out this sublime conquest they had to face dangers comparable to those of the Garden of the Hesperides, to overcome monsters, the elements, barbarian peoples, hunger, thirst, even death. It is said that a few of these Christian Argonauts discovered the sanctuary and were regenerated by the divine cup, but they never betrayed this awful secret. Their triumph was known by the strength of their arms, the holiness of their lives, their invincible weapons, and the transfiguration of their whole beings, but they did not long survive. Among us, such a glorious initiation, they disappeared from our midst, like Jesus after his resurrection, and left earth for heaven without undergoing the bitter transition of death. Such was the magic symbol that in fact adapted quite well to the Invisible's work. For several years the new guardians of the temple preserved the hope of making the Holy Grail accessible to all mankind. Albert undoubtedly worked hard and well to spread the doctrine's main ideas. He attained the order's highest degrees, for we have somewhere the list of his titles, which would be evidence that he had time to win them. Now, as everyone knows, it took 81 months just to rise up through the 33 degrees of Freemasonry, and we are sure that much more was then required to complete the limitless number of the Holy Grail's mysterious degrees. The names of the Masonic degrees are no longer a mystery to anyone, but perhaps one wouldn't mind if we were to recall a few of them here, for they are a rather good illustration of the inspired genius and felicitous imagination that presided over their creation one after the other. Apprentice, Fellow of the Craft and Master Mason, Secret Master and Perfect Master, Secretary, Provost and Judge, English Master and Irish Master, Master in Israel, Master-elect of the 9 and 15, Elect of the Unknown, Sublime Chevalier-elect, Grand Master Architect, Royal Arch, Great Scott of the Sacred Lodge or Sublime Mason, Chevalier of the Sword, Chevalier of the Orient, Prince of Jerusalem, Chevalier of the Orient and Occident, Rose-Croix of France, Heer-Dam and Kilwinning, Grand Pontiff or Sublime Scott, Architect of the Sacred Arch, Pontiff of the Celestial Jerusalem, Sovereign Prince of Masonry or Master ad Vitam, Nochite, Prince of Lebanon, Head of the Tabernacle, Chevalier of the Bronze Serpent, Trinitary Scott or Prince of Mercy, Grand Commander of the Temple, Chevalier of the Sun, Patriarch of the Crusades, Grand Master of the Light, Chevalier Kadosh, Chevalier of the White and Black Eagles, Chevalier of the Phoenix, Chevalier of the Iris, Chevalier of the Argonauts, Chevalier of the Golden Fleece, Grand Inspector Inquisitor Commander, Sublime Prince of the Royal Secret, Sublime Master of the Ring of Light, etc. 1. Next to these, or at least most of them, we find lesser-known titles joined to the name of Albert Podiebrad, written in a code less legible than that of the Freemasons, such as Chevalier of St. John, Sublime Joan Knight, Master of the New Apocalypse, Doctor of the Eternal Gospel, Elect of the Holy Spirit, Guardian of the Temple, Areopagite, Magus, Man-People, Man-Pontiff, Man-King, Newman, etc. We were surprised to see here some titles that would seem to be advance borrowings from Weishaupt's Illuminism, but that particularity was later explained to us and will not require comment for our readers by the end of this history. Working through the labyrinth of obscure but significant facts regarding the Invisible's labors and accomplishments, dispersion and apparent extinction, we find it quite difficult to follow from afar the adventurous star of our young couple. Still, with a prudent commentary making up for the missing pieces, here is more or less a brief history of the main events in their lives. The reader's imagination will help fill things in. For our part, we have no doubt that the best endings are those that the reader is willing to undertake himself, in the narrator's stead. Point 2. It was probably after leaving the Holy Grail that Consuelo went to the little court of Bayreuth, where Frederick's sister the Margravine had palaces, gardens, summer houses, and waterfalls in the style of Count Hauditz at Roswald, although less sumptuous and expensive, for this clever princess had been married without a dowry to a very poor prince, and only for a short while had she been enjoying dresses with reasonable trains and pages without threadbare doublets. Her gardens, rather her garden, to speak plainly, was set in an admirable landscape, and there, in an ancient temple, she indulged in the pleasure of an Italian opera house of somewhat pompadour style. The Margravine was very philosophical, meaning Voltairian. The young hereditary Margrave, her husband, was the zealous leader of a Masonic lodge. I don't know whether Albert was in communication with the Margrave, with his incognito under the protection of the brother's secrecy, or whether he stayed away from that court and rejoined his wife a bit later.
Consuelo no doubt had some secret mission there.
It may be as well that she did not openly live with her husband at first so as to avoid drawing him into the limelight that was everywhere fixed on her. At that point their love undoubtedly had all the attraction of mystery, and if the public celebration of their union, consecrated by the fraternal sanction of the guardians of the temple, had seemed to them sweet and exhilarating, the secrecy with which they surrounded themselves in a hypocritical, licentious world was in the beginning a necessary shield for them, a sort of silent protest from which they drew their inspiration and strength.
Several Italian singers were then the delight of the little court at Bayreuth.
Carilla and Anzelito appeared there, and the inconsequent prima donna again burned with passion for the traitor whom she had consigned to all the furies of hell a short while before. But Anzelito, while cajoling the tigress, cautiously strove, and with a mysterious reserve, to find favor with Consuelo, whose talent, expanded by so many secret and profound revelations, eclipsed all rivalry. Ambition had become the young tenor's dominant passion, love having been smothered under spite, even pleasure under surfeit. So he loved neither chaste Consuelo nor impetuous Carilla, but he tactfully managed the two of them, all prepared to hook up ostensibly with whichever one would help him along to fame.
Consuelo showed him tranquil friendship and spared him neither the good advice nor the conscientious lessons that could make his talent soar. But she no longer felt any stirrings of emotion around him, and being able to forgive him with such mansuetude made her realize how absolute was her detachment from him.
Anzelito made no mistake about it. After having benefited from the artist's lessons and feigned heartfelt attention to the friend's advice, he lost patience at the same time as he lost hope, and his deep resentment and bitter disappointment permeated his words and bearing despite himself.
In the meantime it seems that the young Baroness Amalia von Rudolstadt arrived at the court of Bayreuth with the Princess von Kulmbach, Countess Hodit's daughter.
If several indiscreet or exaggerating witnesses are to be believed, some rather strange little dramas took place among these four individuals, Consuelo, Amalia, Carilla, and Anzelito.
Seeing the handsome tenor unexpectedly appear on the stage of the Bayreuth Opera House, the young Baroness fell into a faint.
No one thought to note the coincidence, but Carilla, sharp-eyed as a lynx, had caught a particular glow of smug self-satisfaction on the tenor's brow. He had botched the passage meant to create an effect. The court, distracted by the swooning Baroness, had not encouraged the singer, and instead of cursing between his teeth as he always did in such cases, an unequivocal smile of triumph played on his lips.
"Well,"
Carilla whispered to Consuelo back in the wings, "it's not you or me that he loves, but that little fool who just made a scene for him."
"Do you know her? Who is she?"
"I don't know," replied Consuelo, who had not seen a thing, "but I can assure you that it's neither she nor you nor I who matters to him."
"Who then?"
"Himself, Anzelito," said Consuelo with a smile. The chronicle adds that the next morning Consuelo was summoned to a grove at some distance from the residence for a conversation with Baroness Amalia that went more or less as follows.
"I know everything," said the latter testily before Consuelo could even open her mouth.
"You're the one he loves. You wretched woman, scourge of my life, you've robbed me of Albert's heart as well as his."
"His, madam? I don't know."
"Don't pretend with me, Anzelito loves you, you're his mistress, you already were in Venice and you still are."
"That's a vile calumny or a conjecture unworthy of you, madam." "It's the truth, I tell you. He told me so last night." "Last night? Oh, madam, What are you telling me?" Consuelo exclaimed, blushing with shame and chagrin.
Amalia dissolved in tears, and when Consuelo had succeeded in calming her jealousy, she learned despite herself the secrets of this unhappy passion. Having seen Angelito sing on stage in Prague, Amalia became intoxicated with his handsome looks and success. Knowing nothing about music, she did not hesitate to take him for the best singer in the world, all the more so that in Prague he was quite the vogue. She had him come give her singing lessons, and while her poor father, old Baron Frederick, paralyzed by idleness, snoozed in his armchair and dreamed of furious packs of hounds and boars at bay, she succumbed to seduction.
Boredom and vanity drove her to her ruin.
Angelito, flattered by this illustrious conquest, and wanting to make himself all the rage by means of scandal, persuaded her that she had the stuff to become the greatest singer of the century, that the life of the artist was paradise on earth, and that she had nothing better to do than run away with him and make her debut at Haymarket in Handel's operas. At first Amalia rejected with horror the idea of abandoning her elderly father, but just when Angelito was about to leave Prague, feigning a despair he did not feel, she surrendered to a sort of vertigo and went off with him. Her intoxication was brief. Angelito's insolence in crude ways once he had ceased to play the seducer made her come to her senses. So it was with a sort of joy that 3 months later she was arrested in Hamburg, brought back to Prussia, and mysteriously incarcerated at Spandau at the request of the Saxon Rudolstadts, but her punishment was too long and too severe. Amalia grew weary of repentance as quickly as she had tired of passion. She yearned for liberty, comfort, and respect for her rank, of which she had been so suddenly and cruelly deprived. Amidst her own suffering she scarcely felt the pain of losing her father. Upon learning that she had been freed, she finally realized all the troubles that had befallen her family, but not daring to go back to the canoness and fearing the galling tedium of a life of reprimands and sermonizing, she begged the Margravine von Bayreuther's protection, and the Princess von Kulmbach, who was then at Dresden, undertook to bring Amalia to her relative. In this philosophizing, frivolous court Amalia discovered the amiable tolerance that the fashionable vices made the future's only virtue. But when she again set eyes on Angelito, she had already fallen victim to the diabolical sway that he knew how to exercise over women, against which chaste Consuelo herself had waged such a struggle. At first her heart was stricken with terror and chagrin, but after her swooning fit she went out alone at night for a breath of air in the gardens and happened to run into him. He felt emboldened by her emotion, and his imagination chafed against the obstacles that had cropped up between them. Now she was in love with him again. She was red with embarrassment and frightened, and she confessed her faults to Consuelo, her former singing teacher, with a mixture of feminine modesty and philosophical cynicism. It seems certain that Consuelo was able to find the way to Amalia's heart with ardent exhortations, convincing her to return to the castle of the giants to extinguish her dangerous passion there in solitude and to look after her elderly aunt.
After this adventure Consuelo could no longer bear to stay in Bayreuth.
She was singularly weary of the stormy jealousy of Carilla who, still foolish as ever and still basically good-hearted, would heap gross accusations on Consuelo, then throw herself at her feet an instant later. Angelito, for his part, who had figured that he could take revenge on Consuelo for her disdain by affecting passion for Amalia, was not about to forgive her for having rescued the young baroness from danger. He played 1,000 nasty tricks on her, such as making her miss all of her stage entrances as well as taking her part in the middle of a duet so as to throw her off and, by his own aplomb, make the ignorant public think that she was in the wrong. If she had stage business with him, he would go right instead of left, try to trip her, or get her tangled up with the extras. These mean pranks fell flat in front of Consuelo's composure and presence of mind, but she was less stoical, finding that he was spreading the most shameful calumnies about her and that the idle great lords, in whose eyes a virtuous actress was a phenomenon impossible to admit or at least tiresome to acknowledge, were lending him an ear. She saw libertines of every age and rank make bold with her and, refusing to believe that her resistance was sincere, they joined forces with Anzelito to malign and disgrace her in a spirit of cowardly vengeance and ferocious spite. These cruel, miserable persecutions were the beginning of a long martyrdom that the unfortunate prima donna suffered heroically throughout her career in the theater. Whenever she ran into Anzelito, he caused her 1,000 troubles, and it is sad to say that she ran into more than one Anzelito in the course of her life. Other Carillas tormented her with their envy and ill will, more or less treacherous or brutal, and of all these rivals the first was still the least nasty and the most capable of a good impulse. But whatever may be said about the spitefulness and jealous vanity of women in the theater, Consuelo felt that when these vices entered a man's heart, he was even more degraded by them and became more unworthy of his role in humanity. The haughty, debauched lords, the theater directors and the gazetteers, depraved as well by contact with so much filth, the fine ladies, curious and whimsical protectresses, quick to impose, but soon peeved to find a girl of that sort with more virtue than they had or wished to have. Lastly, the audience is often ignorant, almost always ungrateful or biased. These were the enemies against which Liverani's austere wife had to struggle with incessant bitterness. Persevering and faithful, in art as in love, she never lost heart and carried on, ever more adept in music and virtue, often failing in the thorny pursuit of success, often lifting herself up as well through deserved triumphs, remaining despite everything the priestess of her art, better than Porpora himself understood it, and always drawing new strength from her religious faith, immense consolation from her husband's ardent, devoted love. The husband's life, albeit parallel to hers, for he accompanied her on all her travels, lies under a thicker cloud. The presumption is that he did not make himself a slave to his wife's riches and devote all his energy to keeping track of her income and expenses. Besides, Consuelo had rather small gains from her profession.
Audiences did not remunerate artists back then with the prodigious bounty that distinguishes our times.
Artists got rich mainly through gifts from princes and prominent people, and women who knew how to make the most of things were already acquiring great wealth, but chastity and disinterestedness are the worst enemies of prosperity for a woman in the theater. Consuelo earned high levels of respect, sometimes enthusiasm, for her singing when by chance the perversity of her entourage did not come too much between her and the real audience, but she had no success as a coquette, and infamy did not crown her with diamonds and millions. Her laurels remained immaculate, and they were not tossed up on stage to her by self-serving hands. After working and traveling 10 years long, she was no richer than at the start. She had not known how to speculate and, what is more, she had not wanted to, and in such conditions wealth does not come seeking workers of any class against their will. Plus, she had not saved the often contested fruit of her labors, but constantly used it for good works, and in a life secretly devoted to active proselytizing, her resources alone had not always been enough. Sometimes the invisible central authority had provided additional funds.
What was the real success of Albert's and Consuelo's ardent, tireless pilgrimage through France, Spain, England, and Italy?
None was obvious to the world, and I believe that one must look ahead 20 years to discover, by induction, what was wrought by secret societies in the history of the 18th century.
Did these societies have more effect in France than in the womb of Germany which gave birth to them? The French Revolution energetically replies in the affirmative.
Yet the Illuminist conspiracy all over Europe and Weishaupt's gigantic notions also show that the divine dream of the Holy Grail had kept on stirring German imaginations for 30 years, despite the first disciples' dispersion or defection. We read in old gazettes that Porporina made a great splash in Paris in Pergolesi's operas, in London in Handel's oratorios and operas, in Madrid where she appeared with Farinelli, in Dresden with Faustina and Mingatti, and in Venice, Rome, and Naples in the operas and sacred music of Porpora and other great masters.
We know nothing about Albert's moves.
A few notes from Consuelo to Trancor Wanda show us this mysterious character full of faith, confidence, activity and enjoying lucid thoughts more so than any other man up until a time when we utterly lack reliable documents. Here is what was said among a certain group of people, now nearly all dead, about Consuelo's last appearance on stage. It was in Vienna around 1760. The singer could have been about 30, she was, people said, more beautiful than in her early youth. A pure life, habits of inner calm, and physical sobriety had preserved her in all the power of her grace and talent. She was accompanied by beautiful children, yet her husband was nowhere to be seen, though she was said to have one and to be irrevocably faithful to him. Porpora, after several trips to Italy, had returned to Vienna and was putting on a new opera at the Imperial Theatre. So little is known about the last 20 years of this great composer's life that we have been unable to find the name of this last work in any of his biographies. We only know that Porporina took the leading role with undeniable success and drew tears from the entire court. The Empress deigned to be satisfied. But in the night following this triumph some invisible messenger brought Porporina some news that horrified and dismayed her. At 7 in the morning, that is to say at the moment when the Empress was alerted by the faithful servant known as Her Majesty's Polisher, given that his functions in actual fact consisted in opening the shutters, making the fire, and polishing the room, while Her Majesty gradually awoke, Porporina, having won over all the guardians of the sacred avenues with gold and eloquence, appeared at the very door of the august bedroom. "My friend," she said to the polisher, "I must throw myself at the Empress's feet.
A good man's life is in danger, and a family's honor in jeopardy.
A great crime may be consummated a few days from now if I don't see Her Majesty this very instant. I know that you are incorruptible, but I know as well that you are a generous and magnanimous man. Everyone says so. You have obtained many graces that the haughtiest courtiers would not have dared solicit."
Good heavens!
"Is it you again, at long last, oh my dear mistress?" exclaimed the polisher, joining his hands and dropping his feather duster.
"Karl," she exclaimed in turn, "oh, thank you, God, I'm saved. Albert has a good angel even in this palace."
"Albert?"
"Albert," said Karl, "my God, is he the one in danger?"
"Then hurry up and come right in, Signora, even if it gets me sacked. And God knows I'd miss this position, for here I'm doing some good in serving our holy cause better than I've been able to do anywhere else so far."
"But Albert, look, the Empress is a kind woman when she's not ruling," he added in a low voice.
"Go on in, the valets will think you were here before I was. Let the blame fall on these rascals that don't deserve to serve a queen, for they tell her nothing but lies." Consuelo went in, and when the Empress opened her eyes heavy with sleep, she saw Consuelo on her knees, prostrate as it were, at the foot of the bed. "What's this?" exclaimed Maria Theresa, draping her coverlet over her shoulders with a majestic bearing that was not at all affected in sitting up, as superb and daunting in bed with her nightcap as she would have been on her throne, with a crown on her head and a sword at her side. "Madam," replied Consuelo, "a humble subject, an unfortunate mother, a desperate wife is begging you on bended knee for her husband's life and liberty."
Just then Karl came in, feigning great surprise.
"Wretched woman," he thundered, with a show of horror and rage, "who let you in here?"
"Bravo, Karl, for your vigilance and fidelity," said the Empress. "Never in my whole life has such a thing happened to me, to be awakened with a start and face such insolence." "A word from your Majesty," said Karl boldly, "and I'll kill this woman before her very eyes." Karl knew the Empress very well. He knew that she liked to perform acts of mercy in front of witnesses, that she knew how to be a great queen and great woman, even in front of her valets de chamber. "That is too much zeal," she replied with a smile that was both majestic and maternal. "Go away, and let this poor weeping woman have her say. I'm not in danger with any of my subjects." "What do you want, madam?" Well, it's you, my lovely Porporina. You're going to ruin your voice sobbing like that." "Madam," said Consuelo, "I've been married in the Catholic Church for 10 years now. I don't have a single offense against honor on my conscience. My children are legitimate, and I'm bringing them up in virtue. So I dare." "In virtue, I know," said the Empress, "but not in religion. You're well behaved, that I've been told, but you never go to church. Still, have your say. What misfortune has befallen you?" "My husband, whose side I've never left," the supplicant went on, "is currently in Prague and, through what vile machination I know not, has just been arrested, thrown into a dungeon, accused of wanting to take a name and title that are not his and to despoil an inheritance, of being, in short, a schemer, an impostor, and a spy, accused therefore of high treason, and condemned to life in prison, perhaps to death at this very moment." "In Prague? An impostor," said the Empress calmly. "There's a similar story in my secret police reports. Now, by what name does your husband go, since you people don't take your husband's names?" "Liverani is his name." "That's the one. Well, my child, it saddens me to know that you're married to such a wretched man. This Liverani is indeed a crook or a madman who, thanks to a perfect resemblance, is trying to pass himself off as a Count von Rudolstadt who died over 10 years ago, which is an established fact. He weaseled his way in with an elderly Countess von Rudolstadt, making so bold as to claim to be her nephew, and he would surely have usurped her estate if, just as she was drawing up her will in his favor, good people devoted to the family hadn't freed the poor lady, now in her dotage, from her obsession. He was arrested, of which I heartily approve. I understand your chagrin, but that I cannot remedy. The case is under investigation. If it is recognized that the man, as I wish to believe, is insane, he'll be placed in an asylum, where you'll be able to see and look after him. But if he's merely an underhanded thief, as I fear, he'll have to be detained on somewhat harsher terms to prevent him from making trouble for the true Rudolstadt heir, a Baroness Amalia, I believe, who after a few youthful indiscretions, is about to marry one of my officers. I prefer to think, mademoiselle, that you are unaware of your husband's conduct and that you're deluding yourself about his character, otherwise, I would find your entreaties most unseemly. But I feel too much pity for you to want to mortify you. You may go." Consuelo saw that she had nothing to hope for, that any attempt to prove that Liverani and Albert von Rudolstadt were one and the same person would only put her cause in greater and greater jeopardy. She stood up and walked toward the door, pale and ready to faint. Following her with a searching eye, Maria Theresa felt sorry for Consuelo and called her back. "You are much to be pitied," she said less curtly. "All this is not your fault, I'm sure. Calm down, and take care of yourself. The matter will be conscientiously examined, and if your husband doesn't wish to consummate his own ruin, I'll arrange for him to be considered insane. If you can communicate with him, make him understand that. That's my advice to you." I'll follow that advice, blessing your majesty. But without your majesty's protection I won't be able to do a single thing. My husband is locked up in Prague, and I'm under contract at the Imperial Theatre here in Vienna. If your majesty deigns not grant me leave and deliver me orders allowing me to communicate with my husband who is being held in solitary confinement. You're asking a great deal. I don't know if Her Von Kaunitz will wish to grant you this leave nor if it will be possible to replace you at the theater. We'll see about that in a few days. In a few days, exclaimed Consuelo, recovering her courage. But in a few days' time will have run out. I have to leave this very instant. That's enough, said the Empress. Your insistence will do you harm if you bring it before judges less calm and indulgent than I. Go, mademoiselle. Consuelo ran to the home of Canon and entrusted her children to him, announcing that she was leaving, not knowing for how long. If you're away a long time, too bad for us, replied the kind old man. As for the children, I won't complain. They're perfectly well behaved, and they'll be company for Angela, who gets a bit bored with me. Listen. Consuelo went on, unable to keep back her tears after having gone to hug her children one last time. Don't tell them that I'll be away a long time, but I'll have you know that it could be forever. I may be about to undergo suffering from which I won't recover unless God works me a miracle. Pray for me, and have my children do the same. The good canon did not attempt to pry her secret out of her, yet, as his peaceful, nonchalant soul did not easily admit the idea of misfortune without remedy, he did his best to console her. Seeing that he was not succeeding in giving her hope, he at least wanted to reassure her about her children. My dear Bertoni, he said in a heartfelt tone, striving for a playful note through his tears, if you don't return, just remember that your children are mine. I'll see to their education. I'll marry off your daughter, which will reduce Angela's dowry a bit and make her more industrious. As for the boys, I'm warning you that I'll make musicians out of them. Joseph Haydn will share the burden, said Consuelo, kissing the canon's hands, and old Porpora will surely give them a few more lessons. My poor children are docile and show signs of intelligence. I'm not worried about their material existence. One day they'll be able to earn an honest living. But my love and advice. You alone can stand in for me there. And that's my promise to you, exclaimed the canon. I certainly hope to live long enough to see them all settled. I'm not too fat yet, I've still got good legs. I'm only 60, even though that wicked Bridget once tried to make me older so that I'd have to draw up my last will and testament. There now, daughter. Courage and health to you. Go now and come back to us. The good Lord is on the side of decent folks. Consuelo, without bothering about her leave, had post horses hitched up to her carriage. Yet, just as she was climbing in, Porpora, who was alarmed to see her departing, held her up. Foreseeing the storm, she had wanted to avoid him. He was afraid, despite the stiff, preoccupied promises she gave him, that she would not be back for the opera the next day. Who the devil dreams of a trip to the country in the dead of winter, he said with a nervous tremor, half from old age, half from anger and apprehension. If you catch cold, my success is jeopardized, and things were going so well. I don't understand you. A triumph yesterday, and today you're off on some trip. This quarrel delayed Consuelo a quarter of an hour and gave the theater management, already on the alert, time to warn the authorities. A squad of Uhlans arrived and unhitched the carriage. Consuelo was begged to return home, and her house put under guard to prevent her from fleeing.
She was taken with fever, of which she took no notice, pacing back and forth in her rooms, prey to a sort of frenzy, and making no reply, aside from somber stares, to Purpora's irritating questions and those of the director. She did not go to bed and spent the night in prayer. Come morning she seemed calm and went to rehearsal on orders. Her voice had never been lovelier, but she had bouts of absent-mindedness that terrified Purpora. Oh blasted marriage! Oh infernal folly of love, he muttered in the orchestra, pounding on his harpsichord hard enough to break it. Old Purpora was still the same. Gladly would he have said, better that all the lovers, all the husbands on this earth perish rather than my opera. In the evening Consuelo dressed as usual and went on stage. She assumed her pose, and her lips formed a word, but no sound came from her throat. She had lost her voice. The dumbfounded audience rose to its feet. The courtiers, who had begun to hear something or another about her attempted flight, declared that this was an intolerable caprice. There was shouting, booing, clapping each time the singer tried again. She attempted to say something and could not utter a single word. Yet she remained upright and dejected, not thinking about her lost voice, not feeling humiliated by her tyrant's indignation, but resigned and proud like an innocent condemned to iniquitous torture, and thanking God for sending her this sudden infirmity that would let her leave the theater and go to Albert. It was suggested to the Empress that she put the recalcitrant artist in prison to make her recover her voice and goodwill. Her Majesty had been briefly angry, and people thought that they were paying her court by heaping reproach on the accused. But Maria Theresa, who sometimes allowed crimes from which she drew advantage, was not fond of making others suffer unnecessarily. Countess, she said to her Prime Minister, have a passport delivered to that poor creature, and I don't want to hear anything more about it. While losing her voice may be a stratagem of war, it's at least an act of virtue. Few actresses would sacrifice an hour of success to a life of conjugal love. Consuelo, provided with all the necessary papers, finally departed, still ill, but oblivious to it. Here we once again lose the thread of the events. Albert's trial could have been a cause célèbre, but it was handled as a secret matter. It was probably a trial similar in substance to the one that Frederick von Trenck at about the same time began, endured and lost after many years of struggle. Who today in France would know the details of that iniquitous affair if Trenck himself had not taken the trouble to publish them and reiterate his heated complaints during 30 years of his life? But Albert did not leave behind any documents. For that reason we are forced to refer to Baron von Trenck's story since he is one of our heroes as well, and perhaps his troubles will shed some light on those of Albert and Consuelo. Scarcely a month after the reunion of the Holy Grail, about which Trenck kept the deepest secret in his memoirs, he had been recaptured and locked up at Magdeburg, where he wasted the 10 best years of his youth in a dreadful dungeon, sitting on a stone already bearing his epitaph, "Here lies Trenck," and laden with 80 pounds of irons. Everyone is familiar with this notorious calamity and the odious circumstances that went along with it, such as being made to suffer pangs of hunger for 18 months and having his prison built at his sister's expense to punish her with financial ruin for having given him asylum, his miraculous attempts to escape, the incredible energy that, never abandoning him, was foiled by his acts of chivalrous imprudence, the artwork that he accomplished in prison, the marvelous engravings that he managed to do with the point of a nail on pewter goblets, whose allegorical subjects and versified mottos are so profound and so poignant. Finally, his secret contacts, in spite of everything, with Princess Amalia of Prussia, the despair that consumed her, the pains that she took to make herself ugly with a corrosive liquid that nearly blinded her, the deplorable state of health to which she deliberately reduced herself in order to elude the obligation to marry, the dreadful revolution in her disposition. Finally, the 10 years of tribulation that made Trenck a martyr and his illustrious lover, an old, ugly, and nasty woman, instead of the angel of sweetness and beauty that she had once been, that she could have continued to be in a happy state. Point 4. This is all a matter of history, but people have not borne this sufficiently in mind when drawing the portrait of Frederick the Great. This crime, accompanied by acts of gratuitous and refined cruelty, is an indelible blot on the philosopher-tyrant's memory. Trenck was ultimately freed, as everybody knows, thanks to Maria Theresa, who claimed him as her subject, and he finally acquired that belated protection through the efforts of Her Majesty's bedchamber polisher, none other than our Karl. There are, on the subject of this magnanimous plebeian's ingenious schemes with regard to his sovereign, some very curious and very touching pages in the memoirs of the time.
During the first years of Trenck's captivity, his cousin, the notorious Pander, the victim of accusations more deserved but no less hateful and cruel, died of poisoning at Spielberg.
Trenck the Prussian had scarcely been freed from prison when he arrived in Vienna to lay claim to Trenck the Austrian's immense estate. But Maria Theresa was of no mind to turn it over to him. She had benefited from the Pander's exploits, she had punished his acts of violence, she meant to profit from his plundering, and indeed she did. Like Frederick too, like all crowned heads with great minds, while the powers of her role were dazzling the masses, she did not deny herself those secret iniquities for which God and man will require reckoning on the day of judgment, which will weigh as heavily on one side of the scales as official virtues on the other. Conquerors and sovereigns, in vain you use your treasures to raise up temples. This doesn't make you any less wicked when a single piece of that gold comes at the cost of blood and suffering. In vain you subject whole races by the splendor of your arms. The men most blinded by the prestige of glory will reproach you a single man, a single blade of grass broken in cold blood. The muse of history, still blind and uncertain, all but concedes that the past holds great crimes that were necessary and justifiable, but humanity's inviolable conscience protests against its own error, reproving at least the crimes that contributed nothing to the success of great causes. The Empress's greedy designs were marvelously seconded by her deputies, the ignoble agents that she had appointed as administrators of the Pander's estate, and the dishonest judges who adjudicated the heir's rights. Each one had his share of the spoils. Maria Theresa thought to take the lion's share for herself, but it was in vain that a few years later she sent off to prison and the galleys the unfaithful accomplices in that great misappropriation. She was not able to recover all the profits.
Trenck was ruined and never obtained justice.
Nothing has taught us more about Maria Theresa's character than the part of Trenck's memoirs where he gives an account of his discussions with her on this subject. Without departing from respect for royalty, which was then an official religion for patricians, he makes us feel the great woman's coldness, hypocrisy, and greed, a reunion of contrasts, a character sublime and petty, naive and deceitful, like every beautiful soul doing battle with the corruption of absolute power, this anti-human cause of all evil, this inevitable reef against which all the noble instincts are fatally drawn to their destruction. Determined to send the plaintiff away empty-handed, the sovereign often deigned to console him, give him back hope, promise him her protection against the vile judges who were fleecing him, and when it was all over, pretending that she had failed in the pursuit of truth and no longer understood a thing about the maze-like intricacies of this interminable trial, she offered him, in compensation, a meager grade of adjutant and the hand of an old maid, ugly, churchy, and coquettish. Upon Trenck's refusal, the matrimoniomaniacal empress told him that he was mad, presumptuous, that she knew of no way to satisfy his ambition, then turned her back on him and had nothing more to do with the man. The reasons put forward for confiscating the Pander's estate had varied according to the persons and circumstances. One tribunal had found that the Pander, who died condemned of a crime that stripped him of his civil rights, had not been entitled to make a will. Another one,
that while the will was valid, the rights of the heir, and his quality as a Prussian subject, were not. Yet another, finally, that the debts of the deceased absorbed the entire estate and more, etc. Points of law were raised one after the other. Justice was sold to the plaintiff several times, and he was never done justice. Point 5. There was no need of all these artifices to despoil and proscribe Albert, and the spoliation no doubt took place with less ado. It was enough to consider him dead and forbid him the right to come back to life in untimely fashion. Albert had most certainly not laid claim to anything. We only know that at the time of his arrest Countess Wenceslawa had just died in Prague, where she had gone to receive treatment for her acute ophthalmia. When Albert heard that she was near death, he could not resist the voice of his heart crying for him to go shut the eyes of his dear aunt. He left Consuelo at the Austrian border and rushed to Prague. This was his first time back in Germany since the year of his wedding. He wanted to think that 10 years away and certain precautions of dress would prevent him from being recognized, and he approached his aunt without much mystery. He wanted to receive her blessing and to repair, in a last effusion of love and pain, the neglect in which he had been forced to leave her. The Countess, nearly blind, was struck only by the sound of his voice. She did not fully understand what she was feeling, but she abandoned herself to the tender instincts that had survived memory and reasoning. She pressed him in her feeble arms, calling him her beloved Albert, her son forever blessed. Old Hans had died, but Baroness Amalia and a woman from the Bohemian forest who was in service to the Countess and had once been Albert's sick nurse were amazed and frightened by this alleged doctor's resemblance to the young count. It does not seem, however, that Amalia had positively recognized him. We do not want to believe that she was an accomplice to the persecutions that hounded him. We do not know what alerted the swarm of agents, half magistrate half stool pigeon, thanks to which the Viennese court ruled the subjugated nations. This much is certain: no sooner had the Countess breathed her last in her nephew's arms than he was arrested and interrogated about his station in life and the intentions that had led him to the dying woman's bedside. They wanted to see his doctor's diploma. He had a proper one, but they challenged the name Liberani that he bore, and certain individuals remembered having met him elsewhere under the name of Trismegistus. They accused him of being a quack and a magician. It was impossible to prove that he had ever taken any money for his treatments. They brought him before Baroness Amalia, and this was his ruination. Irritated and pushed to the limit by the investigations which he was having to undergo, weary of secrecy and disguise, he abruptly confessed to his cousin, in a private conversation that was being observed, that he was Albert von Rudolstadt. Amalia no doubt recognized him at that moment, but she fainted, terrified by such a bizarre event. From that point on things took another turn. They wanted to consider Albert an impostor, yet, in order to raise one of those interminable disputes that are the ruin of both parties, some functionaries, of the ilk that had despoiled Trenck, worked furiously to compromise the accused by getting him to say and maintain that he was Albert von Rudolstadt. A long investigation ensued. They invoked the testimony of Superville, who, no doubt in good faith, refused to doubt that he had witnessed his death at Riesenberg. They ordered that his cadaver be exhumed. In his tomb they found a skeleton that it had not been difficult to put there the day before. They convinced his cousin that it was her duty to put up a fight against an adventurer determined to despoil her. No doubt they did not allow them to see each other again. They smothered the captive's complaints and his wife's fervent protests under the bolts and tortures of prison. Perhaps the two of them fell ill and nearly died in separate dungeons. Once things had got under way, Albert could no longer clamor for his honor and liberty except by proclaiming the truth.
To no avail, he protested that he had renounced his inheritance, that he now wanted to make a will in his cousin's favor. They wanted to draw out the suit and confuse matters, which they had no trouble doing, because the empress had either been deceived or made to understand that confiscating this fortune was no more to be disdained than confiscating the Pandars. In order to do so, they tried to pick a quarrel with Amalia herself. They stealthily harked back to the scandal of her old escapade. They noted her lack of devotion and secretly threatened to have her shut away in a convent if she refused to abandon her rights to a disputed estate. She had to give in and content herself with her father's estate, which was significantly diminished by the enormous fees that she had to pay for a lawsuit that they had forced her to pursue. Finally, the castle and domain of Riesenberg were confiscated by the state after the lawyers, managers, judges, and court reporters had placed liens on these spoils amounting to 2/3 of their value. Such is our commentary on the mysterious lawsuit that lasted 5 or 6 years and after which Albert was expelled from Austria as a dangerous madman, by the Empress's special grace. From that point on, it is almost certain that an obscure and ever more impoverished life was the couple's lot. They took their youngest children with them. Haydn and the canon tenderly refused to give them back the oldest children, who were being educated under the watch of these faithful friends and at their expense.
Consuelo had irrevocably lost her voice.
It seems all too certain that captivity, idleness, and the pain of his companion's sufferings had once again unsettled Albert's mind. It does not, however, appear that their love became less tender, their souls less proud, and their conduct less pure.
The Invisibles had disappeared under persecution.
Their work had been ruined, especially by the charlatans that had speculated on enthusiasm for new ideas and the love of things supernatural. Persecuted once again as a Freemason in intolerant, despotic lands, Albert had to take refuge in France or England. Perhaps he continued his proselytizing there, but it must have been among the people, and his labors, if they bore fruit, went unnoticed.
There is a great lacuna here for which we cannot compensate by imagination.
Yet one last authentic and very detailed document shows us, around the year 1774, the couple wandering through the Bohemian forest.
We shall transcribe this document as it came to us.
This will be our last word on Albert and Consuelo, for after that, regarding their life and their death, we know absolutely nothing. Several of these degrees are from various creations and rites. A few of them may be from a later time than the period of which we speak, and for rectification we refer to the learned tilemakers, translators' note, brothers whose duty is to guard the entrance of the lodge.
There were, I believe, more than 100 degrees in certain rites. That is why the story about Johann Chrysler strikes us as Hoffmann's most wonderful novel.
Death having taken the author by surprise before the end of his work, the poem has 1,000 different imagined endings, each one more fantastic than the others. This is how a beautiful river branches off near its mouth and vanishes into the shore's golden sands in 1,000 whimsical rivulets.
Translator's note: the novel to which Sand refers is Lebenansichten des Katers Mer by E. T. E. Hoffmann, 1776–1822, a German romantic writer and composer. There are still some in a few private museums in Germany.
See in Thibault, de Judon Thibault, 1733–1807, Mes Souvenirs de 20 ans de séjour à Berlin, Paris, Buisson, 1805, the portrait of the Abbess of Quedlinburg, and the curious revelations in that regard. Here we shall remind the reader, once and for all, about the rest of Trenck's story. He grew old in poverty, occupied his energy with the publication of dissident newspapers that took very advanced views for his time. He married a woman of his choice and fathered several children, persecuted for his opinions, his writings, and no doubt as well for his membership in secret societies, he sought refuge in France at an advanced age. There he was welcomed with the enthusiasm and confidence that characterized the beginnings of the revolution. Yet, destined to be the victim of the most sinister mistakes, he was arrested as a foreign agent during the Terror and led to the scaffold, to which he marched with great firmness. Just a short while before he had seen himself praised and depicted on stage in a melodrama retracing his captivity and deliverance. He had hailed liberty in France with transports of joy. On the fateful tumbril he smiled and said, "This too is a comedy." He had seen Princess Amalia again just once in more than 60 years. When he learned that Frederick the Great had died, he rushed to Berlin. The two lovers, who were at first frightened at the sight of one another, dissolved in tears and exchanged vows of a new affection. The abbess ordered him to bring his wife to Berlin, took charge of their welfare, and wanted to take one of his daughters on as her reader or governess, but she was unable to keep her promises. A week later she was dead. Trenck's memoirs, written with a youth's passion and an old man's prolixity, are nevertheless one of the most noble and endearing monuments to the history of the last century. Finesse. About the author. George Sand was the pen name of Amantine Lucille Aurora Dupin, 1804–1876, one of the most extraordinary figures of French literature, a novelist, essayist, and reformer whose life and works challenged every convention of her time. Born in Paris and raised partly in the countryside of Nohant, Sand grew up between worlds, the aristocratic and the peasant, the male and the female, the romantic and the revolutionary. She would later merge these dualities into her art, creating novels that celebrated the dignity of rural life, the equality of souls, and the sacred independence of the individual mind. Known for her deep humanity and fearless intellect, George Sand was far more than a novelist. She was a voice for social justice, an advocate for women's rights, and a believer in love as a moral force. Her friendships and romances with figures such as Frédéric Chopin and Alfred de Musset placed her at the heart of the Romantic era, yet her ideas reached beyond it toward a future of freedom, compassion, and intellectual equality. Her greatest works, including Indiana, Consuelo, the Countess of Rudolstadt, and Mauprat, continue to inspire readers with their vision of courage and conscience. To read George Sand is to enter a universe where art and ethics, emotion and reason, beauty and rebellion are one, a universe she herself lived, with brilliance and with grace. Pigeon, Publishing House, presented The Countess of Rudolstadt. Author, George Sand. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. We hope you enjoyed it. If you enjoyed this classic, follow the show and leave a quick review, and join us every Tuesday and Thursday for more timeless stories.